I live in a world where, after the wars, there are barely any men left. Now, for every man, there are 5 women, and the government gives out wives for money. I'm a blind beggar, barely able to feed myself. But when the last girl fell to her knees in front of me and whispered,
"Please, take me. If you walk away, my father will kill me."
I couldn't take it anymore. I simply took her hand and walked away. That's how I got my first wife. And that was only the beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. Speaking of which, the Fujiwara princess once invited me to go with her in a few days to the pavilion at the center of Beihan River Lake to admire the snow. At that moment, while Qingxiu was thinking about how to arrange his wives and concubines, as well as the colorful flags outside the residence, he suddenly noticed that everyone's eyes had unknowingly turned to him. Why is Duke Qing lost in thought? Lingxiang looked at him, puzzled. The ministers also found it strange. Just now, Lingxiang had called him several times before Qingxiu came back to his senses. Could it be that Duke Qing was too tired last night? But thinking about it, with so many wives and concubines, it's hard to have a quiet night. Let's get back to business. Qingxiu coughed a few times. So, what was your majesty asking me just now? I want to ask you how to solve Goguryu's problem of surviving the winter. We people from the Central Plains have never experienced such low temperatures like in Goguryo. It's hard to survive. Do you have any solution? Lingxiang asked patiently. Qingxiu found this question strange. Climate is a natural thing, could he really have a solution for that? Was this a joke? Did Lingxiang really think he could magically fix Goguryu's cold climate? Your Majesty, I have always lived in the Central Plains and don't know much about the climate in Liaodong or Goguryo. We should focus more on ways to stay warm. That requires funding from the Ministry of Revenue to subsidize the Han immigrants in Goguryo so they can afford to survive the winter. Lingxiang quickly said, I don't mean staying warm. I meant, do you know why Liaodong is so cold? What's the root cause? Qingxiu was a bit stunned, then suddenly understood. He had thought Liaodong's cold was like the flooding of the Yellow River, something with a root cause. If the root cause were fixed, then Liaodong wouldn't be so cold anymore. Lingxiang really dared to think big. Even in the foreseeable future, such an idea was extremely absurd. But it made sense. Lingxiang had been taught by Qingxiu before and believed climate change was caused by environmental destruction. Your Majesty, Goguryu's cold is not the same as the Yellow River. It's not something humans can stop or reduce. The only solution is to stay warm. Lingxiang looked slightly disappointed, but after thinking it over, he couldn't help but smile. Of all emperors in history, probably only he would come up with such a thought. Then, on the topic of staying warm, Duke Qing, do you have any suggestions? Qingxiu thought a bit. If we just give money to the relocated Han people in Goguryo to buy firewood, it would be a bottomless pit. When I fought in Goguryo, I saw that because of population growth, the local trees had already been cut down long ago, many hills had become bare. In that situation, even if they had money, there would be no firewood to buy. The ministers who had just suggested giving money for firewood looked a bit embarrassed. Lingxiang nodded thoughtfully. That made sense. Those people who froze to death weren't fools. They wouldn't let themselves freeze as long as there were trees left around. But if they had already searched everywhere and couldn't find a single tree, then freezing to death made sense. If they can't burn wood, and clothes aren't warm enough, that really is a problem. Li Xiang sighed. He was truly out of ideas. There is still a way. Burning firewood is wasteful and inefficient. If the locals use coal instead of wood to keep warm, wouldn't that be better? Qingxiu suggested confidently. All the court officials looked at each other. This idea seemed absurd to them too. Coal mining is harder than mining iron or even gold. Plus, in this era, coal mines are extremely rare, making coal expensive. Ordinary people's farming income couldn't even cover their winter coal needs. Duke Qing, do you really not understand? If we give money from the treasury to tens of thousands of Han in Goguryo to burn coal in winter, we might as well just give up that land. Wei Zheng blurted out without thinking. Qingxiu frowned. Minister Wei, if you have no idea, then don't mock other people's suggestions. If you stay quiet, no one will mistake you for a mute. If you can't think of anything, shut up and listen, I'm not done yet. Wei Zheng turned red. He wanted to argue but had no comeback, so he just stepped back silently. As far as I know, there are shallow coal deposits under many mountains on the eastern bank of the Yalu River, which are easier to mine. Your Majesty can order the local people to dig them. If the locals dig coal, let them take as much as they want from the first 3 units, no tax at all. After those 3 units, most of the coal would be mined, and there would be enough stock. That would bring coal prices down and allow regular people to afford it for winter. This idea actually seemed workable. No one in court objected. If there was a concern, it was, how do you know there's so much coal on the east bank of the Yalu? Li Xiang asked on the spot. If the locals had known, they wouldn't have cut down almost every tree in Goguryeo. Your Majesty, just send people to check. If there's no coal, I'll take full responsibility. Qingxiu patted his chest and guaranteed. Other areas he couldn't say for sure, but the Liaodong to Yalu region, he clearly remembered, was rich in coal. Given the productivity and usage of ancient times, it could support hundreds of years, enough to solve the immediate crisis. Since Qingxiu was so confident, Li Xiang didn't argue and immediately ordered the Ministry of Revenue to mobilize people as Qingxiu suggested. Still, Qingxiu knew this plan would take time and could only solve part of the problem. Even if common people could use coal for free, they could only burn it at home. They couldn't carry stoves around everywhere to stay warm. At the root, the productivity of this era was still too low, and even the Tang dynasty's control couldn't fully extend here. Now he understood why Central Plains dynasties could only control Goguryeo briefly, never long-term. After court, Qingxiu had just left the palace when a servant from the Merchants Guild rushed up with news. I heard merchants from Dashi recently brought in a lot of good stuff. Would you like to come take a look? Qingxiu immediately perked up and ordered the carriage to turn around straight to the Merchants Guild. In the carriage, the servant was still enthusiastically talking to Qingxiu about the good stuff the merchants from the Dashi country had brought this time. I heard they brought a kind of smoke product, just one light puff, and you immediately feel hot all over, not cold at all. Many high-ranking officials in Chang'an City have bought it. In this cold weather, taking a puff of that smoke warms the body just right. As he spoke, the servant couldn't help tightening his clothes. Even though there was a stove in the carriage for warmth, he still felt it wasn't warm enough. In today's world, no matter how much you wear, it's never enough. Qingxiu thought the servant was talking about tobacco brought from the west by Arabs. I only know about roasting tobacco leaves and drinking them with wine. It warms the body very quickly, but doing that long-term destroys the body and can even lead to death. The servant quickly said, No. I know the kind you're talking about. Many poor people die every year from drinking that tobacco wine. But the smoke brought by the Dashi people, you just light it and take a puff, it won't kill you. Qingxiu became more curious. As soon as he arrived at the Merchant Guild, he found it even more lively than before. Not only were there the usual merchants buying and selling, but also many noble young masters had appeared. In this deep winter weather, seeing these delicate young masters out of their homes was truly rare. Look, these nobles were all drawn here by the good things brought by the Dashi merchants. You definitely won't be disappointed, this is a big business opportunity, the servant said excitedly. You go handle your own things first. Qingxiu waved his hand, signaling him to leave, and walked through the guild alone to look around. As he walked, he did notice quite a few new Dashi merchants had arrived, bringing a wide variety of goods. Most of them were things rarely seen in Tang, curios, nuts, preserved foods. But these things clearly didn't attract many people. He soon came to a booth surrounded by a large crowd. The crowd was packed layer upon layer, it wasn't easy to squeeze in. Just as Qingxiu was wondering what kind of thing could draw such a crowd, someone in the group suddenly pointed and shouted, Duke Qing is here. Really? Is it truly Duke Qing? Oh my, it really is Duke Qing, his lordship is here. The merchants and visitors immediately turned their attention to him, exclaiming in surprise. At that moment, it was almost as if they would take out paper and ask Qingxiu for an autograph. Everyone, please carry on, haha. Qingxiu didn't want to make a fuss and motioned for everyone not to mind him. Your lordship wants to see the goods? This way, please. The crowd voluntarily made way for Qingxiu, allowing him to avoid the squeezing on the outer edges. Thank you, everyone. Qingxiu didn't stand on ceremony. After all, in this cold weather, standing in the crowd could be unbearable. So you're Duke Qing? You look really young. The booth owner was a bearded Arab man. Seeing Qingxiu, he quickly greeted him warmly. I heard you're well informed, but I guarantee you've never seen what I have here. Qingxiu glanced casually at his booth and saw it was filled with transparent cups, bottles, bowls, and other containers, some oddly shaped. Not to brag, these are high-quality specialty glass crystals brought from Dashi. Even if you travel across Dashi, you won't find better quality. Even our caliph has only a few of these items in his collection. If you buy and look closely, you'll see how fine they are. The man boasted about these transparent items like a machine gun, drawing interest from the onlookers. Some young noblemen were about to go up for a closer look, but Qingxiu directly said, Aren't these just ordinary glass? Qingxiu immediately recognized these as glass, the kind known later as crystal. Even more laughable, the quality of these glass items was extremely poor, with lots of impurities, not transparent at all. Clearly, they were defective products from the kiln. If these items were in dashi, they probably wouldn't be taken even if given away. So he had brought them to Tang, where glass wasn't produced, to fool people. Duke Qing, you must be mistaken. This isn't just glass, it's... The man tried to argue, but Qingxiu interrupted, I've seen how glass is made. These things are clearly low-grade rejects. As he spoke, Qingxiu casually picked up a weirdly shaped cup and slowly said. This item was likely deformed due to poor ventilation during firing, covered in dust. In dashi, no one would want this stuff even for free. Who are you trying to fool bringing it here? One young nobleman had just been about to buy a cup. Hearing Qingxiu's words, he quickly put it down. Duke Qing, are these things really that bad? If only the Tang dynasty produced glass, you'd know how terrible this stuff really is. Qingxiu said bluntly. Everyone who had been interested immediately lost enthusiasm. The large crowd scattered on the spot, no one staying behind. This. The merchant's face turned red with embarrassment, but he didn't dare confront Qingxiu. He could only sigh and pack up his goods to leave. After being exposed by Qingxiu, he would never be able to sell these glass cups again. Sigh, not a single one sold again. I've really lost even my travel costs. As the merchant finished packing and was about to leave, Qingxiu suddenly called out, wait. The man was startled and looked at Qingxiu cautiously. Though I priced them high, I really haven't sold much since arriving in Tang. You see? I'm not here to punish you. Qingxiu shook his head. I just want to know, where exactly did you get these glass cups? Were they made here in Chang'an? No, sir. I really did bring them all the way from my homeland. The merchant answered honestly. I did try to make glass here in Tang, but for some reason, using the same method as in Arabia, I just couldn't make it work. Qingxiu was a little disappointed. He thought this man had found the trick, but it was the same. Glass is made from lime, borax, and other materials. But the locally produced raw materials in the Central Plains had far more impurities than those in Arabia or Western Europe. It was impossible to produce high-quality glass. This was why glass was extremely expensive in ancient times. Qingxiu had hoped this person had found a way. Now it seemed, still the same. Forget it. Qingxiu waved his hand, signaling him to leave. The man immediately packed up and left as if fleeing, afraid Qingxiu would detain him. Along the way, Qingxiu found that the so-called treasures being crowded around were actually just like that. Most were odd little trinkets that were very common in the Dashi country but rarely seen in the Tang dynasty. Although in Qingxiu's eyes, buying these things was no different from paying an IQ tax, he couldn't help that people just liked exotic foreign gadgets. Seeing more and more, he simply gave up on trying to persuade anyone. If they wanted to pay the IQ tax, that was their business. After all, it wasn't his money being spent. At that moment, Qingxiu smelled a very rich and unique fragrance ahead. The scent invigorated him upon entering his nose, and many passers-by were also drawn in, intoxicated by it and heading toward the source of the smell. As soon as the fragrance entered his nose, it felt extremely familiar. Wasn't this the smell of coffee? This was the Tang dynasty, how could there be coffee? As far as he knew, this thing wasn't widely spread in historical records until at least 1,000 years later. He thought of how the servant at the guild had mentioned someone selling a special smoke that made people feel incredibly alert. At first, he had suspected it was some harmful herb, but now it seemed. He immediately followed the crowd toward the source of the scent, and the closer he got, the stronger it became. Dear honored guests of the Tang, thank you for your support. If you're interested, you can buy some to take home, just light it up, and its scent is more invigorating than anything. Back when I crossed the Gobi along the Hushi corridor, I relied on this focus incense to stay awake for 3 days and nights and finally made it out of that barren land. In front of the bustling shop, an Arab merchant, speaking fairly fluent Chinese, was enthusiastically explaining the effects of this special incense. He even gave it a unique name, focus incense. And he wasn't entirely lying. The scent floated through the air, and even exhausted porters instantly felt refreshed and awake, with no trace of sleepiness. Enough with the chit-chat, we can all smell it. This stuff really is interesting. Hurry up and bring out the stock. Yeah. It's not your first day selling here, we all know you. The surrounding customers chimed in, urging him to bring out the goods quickly. The Arab merchant beamed and quickly ordered his assistants to carry out a small paper package and opened it in front of everyone. Inside was a block of tightly packed black powder, from which a distinct aroma drifted. Qingxiu immediately recognized it. It was coffee powder. Only, these coffee beans hadn't been roasted, so they still retained their original black color, slightly different from later roasted coffee powder. Several assistants carefully scraped off some powder and lit it with a flame. The rising smoke released a rich coffee aroma that spread around. Once lit, the scent was far stronger than before. Everyone who smelled it instantly felt more awake and even more excited. People in this era had never experienced something with such a powerful stimulating effect. Their sensory threshold was very low. Even though the coffee powder hadn't been roasted, it was enough to make them feel a previously unknown sense of alertness. This was truly good stuff. Everyone. Premium focus incense, absolutely genuine. There is no second seller besides me, the Arab merchant encouraged the crowd again. Give me 1 liang. I want 3 liang. Are you kidding? This whole pack might not even be 1 jin, and you want so much? Hey merchant, you can't just sell however much people want. Shouldn't there be a limit? A scramble broke out in the crowd. Everyone wanted to get their hands on some focus incense. Chingo wanted to see how the Arab merchant would handle it. Don't worry, everyone. I always do business fairly. As long as you can pay the price, anyone can buy. The merchant patted the table. 50 guan per liang. This price was shockingly high. Someone immediately shouted in anger, "You've lost your mind, haven't you? I heard it was 10 guan yesterday, now it's jumped to 50 overnight?" The merchant smiled and said, "To be honest, I only have 1 lb left right now. Once it's sold, I'll have to return to Dashi to gather materials and make more. It'll take at least a year to produce less than 10 lbs. And then I'll have to cross mountains and rivers, travel thousands of miles back to Tang. So tell me, does 50 guan per liang really sound expensive?" His explanation left little room for argument. Although Chingo knew that Dashi merchants liked to exaggerate, he didn't doubt the truth of what the man said. In this era, most coffee was wild, had a low yield, and was difficult to cultivate. Not to mention he risked his life traveling the Silk Road back and forth. Considering labor costs alone, it wasn't overpriced. Compared to that, selling it at 50 guan per liang actually seemed quite fair. Though no one could refute it, there was still a lot of resentment. The price was just too outrageous. Many in the crowd were wealthy, but even the rich had limits, they couldn't spend endlessly. A good number of them gave up and left after some hesitation. But the merchant wasn't worried. Smiling, he scanned the crowd, knowing this thing would definitely attract someone rich enough to splurge. "I'll take 1 liang." At that moment, someone stepped out from the crowd and boldly slapped a silver note on the table. "Wrap it up for me now." "Got it." The assistants quickly began wrapping the focus incense. The merchant grinned, "Sir, you clearly are no ordinary person. Very few in Chang'an can match your generosity." Chingo looked over and saw that the wealthy man was none other than Chang Chumo. This guy had spent a fortune on just a little coffee powder and was now holding it, carefully inspecting it like a treasure. "Brother Chang, you're interested in this too?" Chingo walked over and slapped Chang Chumo on the back, startling him so much he almost dropped the 50 guan coffee powder on the ground. "Heavens, it's you!" Chang Chumo quickly secured the coffee powder. "This stuff is worth its weight in gold. With your reckless spending habits, you're worried about a little money," Chingo said with heavy sarcasm. Chang Chumo looked wronged. "Hey, don't say that. My father recently told me to stop acting like a spoiled brat. I've actually been spending much more carefully lately." "Saving? You call spending 50 guan here on a pile of garbage saving?" Chingo laughed. Chang Chumo quickly said, "This is a good thing. Didn't you smell it just now? I didn't sleep all night yesterday, but after smelling this incense, I immediately felt awake. Is there anything better than that?" "Didn't sleep all night." Chingo frowned. "You'll die of syphilis sooner or later, kid. Don't scare me. Even if I really get that kind of disease, don't you have that special penicillin recipe? Doesn't it cure it?" The kid actually guessed right, penicillin indeed works wonders for venereal diseases. But Chingo deliberately made it sound serious. Syphilis is a stubborn illness. Not something ordinary medicine can cure. Even penicillin can't guarantee a full recovery. "Seriously?" Chang Chumo's hand trembled slightly. He suddenly remembered seeing some syphilis patients at a medical hall recently, their tragic appearances. Chingo didn't bother with him anymore and walked up to look at the coffee powder that hadn't been sold yet. "I thought it was something rare or strange. Turns out it's just this, and you're asking 50 guan per liang? You're really bold. You recognize this item?" The merchant didn't know Chingo but, seeing Chang Chumo being respectful to him, didn't dare offend him and asked cautiously. "Of course I recognize it. I'm more familiar with it than you. You're just grinding raw fruit pits into powder and selling it. What a huge waste," Chingo bluntly commented. Hearing this, the merchant felt a chill down his spine. He didn't expect Chingo to actually know about this thing. He even knew it was made by grinding fruit pits. As far as I know, the Tang dynasty doesn't have this item. He was puzzled. He had picked this item in a very remote province of the Dashi country. Other than there, he had never seen it growing anywhere else. No more nonsense, I'll pay 1,000 guan. Qingxiu's boldness shocked the crowd. Spending so much money so casually just to buy focus incense. Hey, isn't that Duke Qing? It really is. No wonder he's so generous with money. With his wealth, even buying dozens more LBS wouldn't be a problem. The crowd exclaimed. If it was really him, then spending so much money was no surprise. Cheng Chumo was even more stunned. He had just been scolded for being wasteful? Yes. Sir, you truly know your goods. Quick, wrap everything up for His Excellency. Hearing that it was Duke Qing himself supporting the business, the merchant dared not be slow, and immediately ordered the assistants to pack up all the focus incense. I don't want that. Keep it for yourself. When the merchant personally handed over the coffee powder, Qingxiu didn't even look at it, just threw it on the counter. I paid 1,000 guan not to buy your powder. Then what does your excellency mean? Qingxiu stared at the merchant. His gaze made the merchant's scalp tingle, but he still forced a smile and asked carefully. What I want are the raw materials of this powder, the undehydrated fruit pits. Give me as many as you have. I'll pay 1,000 guan for 10 of them. The merchant was shocked and quickly refused. Forgive me, Duke Qing, I can't sell that. Not that I won't sell, but I've already ground all the fruit pits into powder. I don't have anything to give you. Realizing he had spoken wrongly, he quickly corrected himself. Is that really so? Qingxiu gave him a glance. The merchant immediately looked guilty and lowered his head. It's absolutely true. If I had them, and you wanted them, I'd give them to you for free just to curry favor with you. When a merchant says something, it usually means the opposite. Qingxiu was just probing a bit. Fine, I thought so. Qingxiu waved his hand. I don't want this stuff. You can keep selling it to others. The merchant quickly picked up the silver note of 1,000 taels that Qingxiu had thrown down and respectfully handed it to him. Please take care not to lose it. Brother Cheng, let's go have some tea. I happen to be free today. Qingxiu casually pocketed the silver note and called Cheng Chumo to go to a nearby tea house. All right. The latter was more than happy to go and quickly followed. After Qingxiu left, the onlookers rushed forward again, and several noble young masters began fighting over the remaining coffee powder. By noon, the sky-high priced coffee powder was completely sold out. The merchant finally closed shop, very satisfied. Later comers, upon learning that the focus incense was sold out, were greatly disappointed. And when they heard that the next batch wouldn't arrive for another year, they beat their chests in regret. If they had known earlier, they would have gotten up early and rushed over. Qingxiu brought Cheng Chumo to the tea house but didn't order tea. He just asked the staff to bring some hot water. What? We're not drinking tea. Cheng Chumo was confused. Tired of tea? Today I'll let you try something new and different. I guarantee you'll be the first in the Tang dynasty to taste it. Qingxiu told him to take out the focus incense, that is, the coffee powder, and pour half of it into a cup. Huh? Cheng Chumo thought he misheard. Pour it into the cup for what? Of course to brew and drink it. What else did you think? But that stuff is incense, not tea. Nonsense. That dashi merchant doesn't know anything. Using it as incense is a huge waste. Pour it. Although unwilling, Cheng Chumo still obeyed and poured a small amount of coffee powder into the cup. Seeing Qingxiu directly pour hot water into the cup with the powder, he felt like he was bleeding. Damn, 50 guan per liang, and he's just steeping it like tea. Hot water hit the powder, and a special, refreshing aroma immediately rose from the cup. The scent was far richer than when it was burned as incense. Even Cheng Chumo was surprised. This thing could be used like this. Qingxiu asked the tea server to bring some sugar, estimated a portion, added it in, stirred, and signaled Cheng Chumo to take a sip. This stuff's really drinkable? Nonsense. If you won't drink it, I will. Cheng Chumo, reluctant to waste his expensive coffee, quickly lifted the cup and took a small sip. That first sip, the bitterness almost made him spit it out. But soon, the sweetness from the melted sugar balanced the bitterness, allowing him to swallow it. This stuff tastes like medicine, it's awful. He was about to complain, but after the first sip, he suddenly felt a sweet aftertaste rising from his throat. This special aftertaste wasn't like regular tea, it lingered in his throat and made him feel dazed. When he came back to his senses, he realized all his leftover fatigue had vanished. He was no longer drowsy after a sleepless night. This thing is amazing. Cheng Chumo was overjoyed. He had never drunk such a special beverage. He immediately took another sip, savoring it slowly like before, then took another gulp. In no time, he had already finished the entire cup of coffee. The lingering aroma in his mouth was unforgettable. It was just a pity that what he had left could only make one more cup. Otherwise, he really wanted to drink a few more. If I drink a cup at night, could I go all night in battle without feeling tired? Cheng Chumo suddenly had a wild thought. He immediately thought of this thing's first possible use. No wonder it's you. Qingxiu sighed inwardly. Whatever he gets his hands on, there's only ever one use for it. Although the coffee was finished, the lingering aroma still filled the tea house, attracting many other tea guests who came asking what tea it was with such a rich fragrance. Everyone, this isn't tea. Seeing their interest, Qingxiu deliberately played coy. The tang doesn't produce this thing. You're lucky to have smelled it today. This only made everyone more curious, and they crowded around to ask where it came from. Duke Qing, please tell us, we really want to know. It's not from the tang, is it from the western regions? Please don't keep us guessing. Tell us the full story. Seeing how curious they all were, Qingxiu didn't explain further and directly called Cheng Chumo to leave with him. I don't get it. Why not just tell them what it is? What's the secret? Cheng Chumo was confused. You'll understand later. Qingxiu couldn't be bothered to explain, it's not like he'd understand anyway. Later, Qingxiu returned to the Dingfong trading house and summoned manager Chen to ask about the background of the merchant selling the focus incense. Him? He's a dashi merchant who only arrived in the Tang midway through this year. He has no solid foundation here. None of the goods he sold before were popular, but this focus incense just happened to make him rich. But really, it's because his goods are good. If we had this thing in our hands, TSK, manager Chen shook his head. Qingxiu became thoughtful. So, how much do you know about their trading company? A small company. I had no interest in investigating. They don't have much presence in Chang'an. Then manager Chen suddenly thought of something. Don't tell me you're interested in the focus incense? Something like that. But I don't just want to buy a few liang to play with, you know what I mean. Qingxiu said calmly. Got it. I understand perfectly. Manager Chen chuckled. He knew Qingxiu was thinking about monopolizing the focus incense. If they could get the formula from them, then with Duke Qing's marketing ability and Dingfong trading house's scale, they could make a fortune. Please wait, I have a way. In Chang'an's business world, manager Chen had long-reaching connections. He had barely left, and after a few cups of tea, he brought an Arab man directly to Qingxiu. Greetings, Duke Qing. The man bowed nervously to Qingxiu, not daring to look up. This is the business partner of the man who sells focus incense. His Chinese name is Yuesher. Manager Chen introduced. Qingxiu nodded slightly. Manager Chen leaned in and whispered, though he's the business partner of their boss, there's been a long-standing dispute over profit sharing. Even though they've made a lot from focus incense, he's only received a very small share. At that point, no more needed to be said, Qingxiu already knew what to do. Sit down. Qingxiu waved his hand. I really like your focus incense, but it's far too expensive. Even I can't afford too much. Yuesher quickly replied, if you like it, next time I come to Chang'an, I'll bring you a few lbs, all free of charge. Good, thoughtful. Qingxiu laughed loudly. Manager Chen, reward him with 20 taels of gold. Yuesher was so shocked he nearly fell to the ground. Such a huge reward upon their first meeting? Why, you're too kind. Yuesher was terrified. 20 taels of gold were worth more than his entire profit from this trip. This is nothing, only 20 taels of gold. Qingxiu slowly leaned in, speaking meaningfully, as long as you work for me more in the future, soon you won't even care about this kind of money. Yuesher was both shocked and delighted. Though he didn't know why Qingxiu valued him, the opportunity was right in front of him, he couldn't miss it. Rest assured. If you give the word, I'll carry it out to the letter, no exceptions. It's really no big deal. Qingxiu looked to manager Chen, who instantly understood. Yuesher, why not come with me downstairs first, have a meal and rest, then speak with Duke Qing? That's fine. Yuesher didn't dare speak much. Since Duke Qing was so generous, he'd follow whatever arrangements were made. Not long after they left, manager Chen returned, looking pleased as could be. Seeing this, Qingxiu already guessed most of it. Handled? Of course. Thanks to your generosity, 20 taels of gold right away, who wouldn't be tempted? Manager Chen grinned. He's already agreed. After returning to Dashi, he'll secretly collect a large batch of undehydrated seeds and bring them back for you. I promised him, 1 qian of gold for each seed. That's not too much, right? Perfect. Let him taste the benefits, then he'll help us more in the future. Qingxiu rubbed his teacup. I know more about the true use of this so-called focus incense than they do. As long as I get the seeds, I'll earn back the initial investment in one go. You're brilliant. Manager Chen was ecstatic. By the way, there are still many dashi and western region merchants in Chang'an. They have all kinds of rare goods. So, should we use some methods? Qingxiu immediately understood what he meant by methods and said boldly. The silver in the treasury, use it freely for these purposes. Spend first, report later. No restrictions. But one thing you must remember. Before Qingxiu could finish, Manager Chen interrupted, everything was done entirely by me alone. It has nothing to do with Duke Qing. Even if word gets out, no one will know it was your order. Qingxiu immediately put on a serious face. Nonsense. What did I order you to do? Nothing. You didn't tell me to do anything. All done on my own. Manager Chen quickly corrected himself. The two exchanged a glance, then burst into loud laughter together. By the way, I recently heard that in Liaodong and Goguryeo, coal and firewood are extremely scarce. I have an idea that could help the trading house make a big profit. Qingxiu raised his eyebrows. What idea? Manager Chen quickly said, the Hedong region has always been rich in coal mines, and the mining cost is shockingly low. As long as you provide me with some capital, I can organize a trade caravan to extract coal in Hedong, then transport it to Liaodong Goguryeo for sale. It will definitely bring in great profits. Sounds good, but have you considered the costs involved? Qingxiu asked back. Manager Chen chuckled. Duke Qing, you should know the Turkic tribes in the north have already submitted. Once we purchase coal in Hedong, we can head north through Yanmen Pass, follow the Mabe Highland route, it's flat and unobstructed all the way. After passing through Yuzhou, we'll use the Shanghai Pass to transport and sell the coal all the way there. Although this route sounded long and difficult, Qingxiu knew it was the only feasible and most suitable path for transporting and selling coal. He didn't expect a merchant like Manager Chen to be so familiar with the border terrain. Plus, on the way, they could also carry other goods and trade with the local herders for cattle and sheep. After entering Liaodong, they could sell both coal and livestock to the locals, and at the same time purchase ginseng, deer antler, eastern pearls, and other luxury items to bring back to the Central Plains for sale, achieving 3 gains in one trip. Indeed, while the plan sounded promising, the initial investment would be significant. Although coal in Hedong was easy to mine, a large workforce was still needed to dig into the mountains, and maintaining the manpower for the trade route would also cost a lot. Looking across all of Chang'an, only the imperial court and the immensely wealthy Dingfong trading house could afford such expenses. If the route was successful, the profit from one trade trip might not be any less than that of the Silk Road. It seems good, but no, it won't work. Qingxiu shook his head slightly. Before long, Liaodong will be producing large amounts of cheap coal. There won't be much profit in transporting coal there. Cheap coal? Manager Chen was stunned. I've already looked into it. Liaodong has very few coal mines, and Goguryeo almost doesn't produce any. They've chopped all the trees down just to cook. That was in the past. They didn't know where coal was, but soon, they'll be able to mine it themselves. Once they do, no one will buy coal transported from elsewhere. Qingxiu had previously considered selling coal in Liaodong. It looked highly profitable. But he quickly gave up on the idea. The Han people who went to Goguryeo to make a living were originally penniless, struggling to survive in the freezing conditions. If they were then forced to buy overpriced coal, they'd be squeezed dry. After a few years, these people might flee in desperation or assimilate into the Shi or Khitan tribes to escape. Worse still, if they were incited or recruited by remnants of Goguryeo's former regime to rebel, it would be a huge joke, and Qingxiu's reputation among the people would be completely ruined. All that trouble just to earn a bit of money? Not worth it. It was better to let the locals have access to cheap coal and live in peace. Manager Chen, being a businessman, didn't understand political risks or stability costs. Then there's no way. He sighed, feeling it was a real pity. This could have been a good opportunity to earn. Keep an eye on the business. When Yuesher brings the coffee seeds, make sure to inform me in time. Qingxiu casually instructed and was about to leave, when Manager Chen quickly said, please wait. I just bought a pot of exotic flowers from the western regions. I heard your lady loves rare plants. Would you like to take it back? Sure. Qingxiu didn't refuse. He was also curious what kind of exotic flower this was. Manager Chen carefully brought the flower pot over to Qingxiu and was about to introduce the flower when Qingxiu's expression changed the moment he saw it. He blurted out, cotton. You recognize this flower? Manager Chen was surprised. It's quite special, a local product from the Jingjue kingdom. Supposedly low in yield, only the royal family can afford to grow it. And it's not called cotton, it's called white daisy. Qingxiu took the plant and examined it closely, no doubt. White daisy. When this flower first spread through Heshi, it seems it was indeed called that. This thing should be called cotton, and its greatest use is not ornamental. Chingo was truly delighted with the cotton. He knew better than anyone how important cotton was. Cotton clothing held a place in the textile world equal to silk. Even in the industrial era, it was still the best material for warm clothing. No replacement has ever been found. What a coincidence! He had been wondering how to solve the problem of winter clothing in Liaodong, and here cotton came right to his door. Manager Chen was amazed. He had rarely seen Chingo so pleased with anything. If you like white dye, oh, no, cotton, shall I send someone to buy more? Yes. Buy as much as you can, I won't think it's too much. And not just the cotton, bring the merchant who sold it to me as well. Have him sent to my residence, I want to meet him. Chingo ordered that the cotton be carefully looked after and delivered to his estate. Almost at the same time, a plan formed in his heart, to mass-produce cotton in the Central Plains. Once he had the seeds, the people of Liaodong and Goguryeo would no longer fear the cold. If everyone had a set of cotton clothes, no one would freeze to death in winter again. Meanwhile, in Chang'an City, at the Kuaihua gambling house on West Street, a young man in exotic attire, clearly not from the Central Plains, was staring intently at the dice cup in the dealer's hand. This man was a merchant from the Jingjue kingdom, and he had a prominent identity, Prince of Jingjue. His elder brother was none other than the current king of Jingjue, Shao Talon. Though he led the merchant caravan trading between the Tang and Jingjue, he knew nothing about business. Every time the caravan arrived in Chang'an, he'd dive into the gambling house and never leave, gambling away most of what the merchants had worked so hard to earn. Even so, because of his high status, no one dared to scold him. The merchants could only watch helplessly as he lost money, bit by bit. Open! 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 The surrounding gamblers, seeing that the dealer was about to reveal the dice, all had shining eyes, eager to see the result. Prince Xiao was no exception. He downed a mouthful of wine and almost crushed his wine cup in his hand. Damn it, I don't believe I'll lose again. Any more bets? The dealer wasn't in a rush and kept encouraging everyone to place more bets. This is the game that decides everything. No matter how much you've lost before, this one could win it all back. Gentlemen, don't miss the chance. I'll add 30 taels. 20 for me. I'll bet, damn, I'm out of money. Open it now. After this round, I'll have money again. The gamblers shouted continuously, urging the dealer to reveal the dice. The dealer stopped talking and flipped the dice cup. Everyone, take a look. All eyes turned to it, but this time, the dice were not the high points that most people were hoping for. Still low. The gamblers sighed in disappointment. Many beat their chests in frustration, they had lost a lot again this round. Damn it, how many times is this now? Some gamblers wanted to continue but had already spent all their money. They could only sigh and leave. What kind of cursed luck is this? Prince Xiao cursed, then reached to place more chips, only to realize there wasn't a single chip left in his hand. Buy more. He shouted to his servant nearby, but the servant just stared at him without moving. Damn it, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? Prince Xiao roared, spewing wine breath all over the servant's face. Your Highness, we don't have much silver left. The profits from the trade caravan haven't come in yet. The servant cautiously replied, but before he could finish, Prince Xiao slapped him to the ground. Bullshit. Where's all my silver, where did it go? My brother is the king, money flows like water. You've been hiding it all from me, haven't you? Prince Xiao was so drunk he was barely coherent. He lunged at the servant, punching and kicking him while cursing nonstop. The scene stunned many of the gamblers, who quickly stepped aside. But Prince Xiao only got more violent, and the servant's pleas for mercy grew weaker and weaker. Normally, the gambling house wouldn't interfere in minor scuffles. But seeing that things were getting out of hand and customers were getting scared off, the dealer couldn't stand it anymore. Sir, please stop. You may discipline your servant, we don't interfere. But could you do it elsewhere and not disturb the other guests' enjoyment? What did you say? Prince Xiao stopped and stared at the dealer with bloodshot eyes. You bunch of bastards stole all my money, and now you have the nerve to lecture me? All that silver, gone. You cheated me. You rigged the game. The dealer's face darkened. Sir, that's not something you can say lightly. On the gambling table, everything is up to fate. Not even the dealer can control the outcome. Bullshit. If it was luck, how come I didn't win a single round with my winning streak? Prince Xiao suddenly grabbed a wine cup and hurled it at the dealer's head. The dealer couldn't dodge in time and was hit squarely. Ah! He screamed in pain as blood gushed from between his fingers. He's attacking people. The gamblers scattered in panic. Some took the opportunity to sneak chips and silver from the tables into their pockets. Don't think I don't know. You bastards scammed me. You rigged every roll. Prince Xiao roared and charged at the dealer, beating him relentlessly even as the man lay on the floor barely breathing. If the casino's enforcers hadn't arrived in time, they would have had to carry out a corpse. It was the first time the bouncers had seen anyone cause such chaos in the casino. They rushed forward and kicked Prince Xiao away. "You don't even know where you are." The head bouncer saw the dealer's eye had been blinded by shards of the wine cup and was instantly furious. "Beat him to death." "Stop." At that moment, the casino manager rushed over. It was none other than Yuqi Baolin. Although Yuqi Baolin was terrible at commanding troops, when it came to business, especially shady ventures like gambling, he had surprising talent. In just 2 years, he had turned Kuaihua Hall into the largest casino in Chang'an, helped greatly by his father's status. "What's going on with this barbarian?" Yuqi Baolin's face was cold. It was the first time someone had caused such a ruckus in his casino. Before the head bouncer could answer, Prince Xiao suddenly shouted, "I'm a prince of the Jingjue kingdom. You dare lay hands on me, I'll report to the emperor and have you all executed. Do you know who my brother is? He's the king of Jingjue." Yuqi Baolin stepped forward and kicked him unconscious, then angrily kicked him several more times in the head. "You piece of trash. I thought you were someone important. Just a prince from some tiny backwater country, not even worth mentioning. And you dare act up in my place?" Only after kicking him thoroughly did Yuqi Baolin shout, "Lock him up. If he doesn't lose a layer of skin, I'm useless." "Yes, sir." The enforcers dragged the prince away like a dead dog. Yuqi Baolin glanced at the dealer lying on the floor, one eye blinded, and his expression turned even darker. "Tell the constables to starve him for 2 days, then throw him in a cell with the others. Make sure he doesn't come out in one piece." At that moment, Manager Chen arrived at the casino with a few merchants from Jingjue, just in time to see the unconscious Prince Xiao being dragged out. "Prince!" The merchants were stunned. They rushed forward but froze when the bouncers glared at them. "This is your prince?" Manager Chen was dumbfounded. He had come to these merchants to discuss buying cotton seeds, but they said they couldn't decide, that only the prince had the final say. Now he rushed over only to find this complete mess. Manager Chen wanted to ask more, but seeing the furious Yuqi Baolin nearby, he quickly shut his mouth. "Gentlemen, let's go. We'll talk business another day." Qingxiu was just pondering over this pot of cotton, thinking about how to promote its cultivation, when Cui Yuran happened to walk into the pavilion and immediately spotted the cotton plant. "What a strange flower." Cui Yuran's eyes lit up. She carefully stepped forward and touched the exposed white cotton. Its soft and smooth texture made her quite fond of it. But she didn't dare to knead the cotton casually, afraid of damaging it. She only gently rubbed it with her fingertips and liked the feeling very much. "Husband, what flower is this? Where did you get it?" "Strange, right? This flower doesn't come from the Central Plains, it's a specialty from the western regions, called cotton. And this flower's biggest use isn't for viewing, it's used for stuffing or sewing clothes, and its effectiveness is no worse than silk." Qingxiu patiently explained to Cui Yuran, and then carefully plucked the cotton and handed it to her to observe closely in her palm. Cotton. Cui Yuran was obviously very interested in it, holding it fondly in her hands and playing with it repeatedly. Just then, Urguzi came up to report, "Shopkeeper Chen is looking for you. He said there's some trouble. Let him handle the guild matters himself. No need to report every little thing to me." Qingxiu didn't even look up. "Tell him, I appointed him shopkeeper not to hear problems from him every day. I only care about the financial reports. It's not about the guild. He said it has something to do with cotton." Qingxiu paused slightly. "Let him in." 2 days later. Since being locked up, Prince Xiao had only made a fuss on the first day. By the third day, after the jailers and fellow inmates took turns to patiently lecture him, he had clearly become much more obedient. Even when it was time for the guards to distribute food, he just curled up in the corner with his head in his arms, waiting until others finished eating before he dared to pick at the leftovers. At first, this guy had scoffed at eating other people's leftovers, but as a prince who had never suffered before, just 2 skipped meals were enough to make him obediently eat scraps. Right before mealtime, a dozen of Prince Xiao's cellmates hurried over, but the guard waved his whip forcefully and drove them back. "That guy, what's his name, Xiao something, Prince Xiao, you, come here, someone's looking for you," the guard shouted. Prince Xiao slowly raised his head, his face bruised and bloodied beyond recognition. Even his expression had become cautious and evasive, not daring to look anyone in the eye. Even the guard was stunned by his appearance. Was this the same Prince Xiao who had been yelling a few days ago about reporting to the emperor and having them all killed? Who is it? When I tell you to come out, you come out. You're lucky, Duke Qing wants to see you." Prince Xiao shuddered all over when he heard Duke Qing's name. Such an important figure actually wanted to see him? Could it be to punish him? Hurry up, don't make Duke Qing come in here himself, or you're done for. The guard urged repeatedly, and Prince Xiao could only follow him out cautiously. This guy had clearly been tortured badly in prison, even had one of his legs broken, and limped as he walked. When this person sat in front of Qingxiu, he thought the guards had brought the wrong person. You're just a minor prince of Jingjue, yet you dared to act so recklessly in Chang'an. You've got guts. Qingxiu narrowed his eyes and sized him up. The other didn't dare to make eye contact. I was wrong. Duke Qing, could you let me go? No matter how much money, I'll pay. Qingxiu frowned slightly and pretended to hesitate. That's hard to say, but I'll try my best. I understand. As long as you let me out, all the profits from our Jingjue merchant caravan this time will be given to you. I won't keep a single coin. Prince Xiao wasn't stupid, he quickly showed full sincerity. Your little bit of income? My Qingfeng trading company could make dozens of times that profit in just a few days. Qingxiu completely looked down on his petty earnings. Prince Xiao was terrified. Just thinking of what he had just suffered in prison made him tremble in fear. He didn't want to go back no matter what. As long as you're willing to get me out, you can name any condition. My elder brother is the king, he'll agree even if you want land. What an absolute idiot. If the king of Jingjue knew about this, he'd probably want to behead him personally and never let him return to the Tang Empire. Sigh, I don't really have any high demands. Qingxiu patted his head and pretended to be troubled. I'm just kind of interested in those cotton fabrics your merchant caravan brought. Oh, the white stuff. All the white cotton is yours, and every time the merchant caravan comes to Chang'an in the future, we'll bring you a share. Prince Xiao agreed instantly. I don't want to wait for you to travel thousands of miles every year. If you could bring me some seeds. No problem. This guy was truly obedient. As long as Qingxiu brought something up, he agreed to everything. Qingxiu figured, even if he demanded the entire Jingjue kingdom right now, this guy would probably agree. Good. A hint of a smile appeared on Qingxiu's lips. Within 3 months, I'll get you out of here. 3 months? That's way too long, really too long. Can I leave today? I really don't want to go back. Thinking of how he was treated like a pig or dog by the other inmates and had to eat disgusting leftovers, he felt a chill run down his spine. For him, that was worse than death. Qingxiu said calmly, I'd also like to get you out today. But those things you promised. I'll have them prepare it right away. Duke Qing, take this. Prince Xiao hastily rummaged through his clothes and quickly took out a badge from his inner garment, handing it to Qingxiu. Take this, and it's like I'm there in person. Whatever you want, they'll give it to you. Good. This was exactly what Qingxiu wanted. Prince Xiao, life here isn't easy. Wait a moment, I'll have them release you. Thank you, Duke Qing. Prince Xiao thanked him repeatedly, almost in tears. At this moment, Duke Qing seemed more like a savior than his own parents. Qingxiu directly ordered the guards to release him, but unexpectedly, they hesitated and no one dared to respond. What? Was I not clear enough? Absolutely not. But you see, young Master Yuqi ordered us not to let him go easily, and even to torture him more. But now you want him released, we're caught in the middle and don't dare to act. This was what they feared the most, one big shot after another giving them contradictory orders. They didn't dare offend Duke Qing, but they also couldn't afford to offend Yuqi Baolin. Don't worry, I won't make things hard for you. Just let him go. If young Master Yuqi asks, just say I forcibly took him away. Qingxiu casually tore a sheet from the official register, wrote a few words on it, and tossed it to the nearby clerk. All right. With Qingxiu's words, they finally felt at ease. They quickly stepped forward, took the note, and ordered the shackles removed. Thank you, Lord Qing. As soon as the shackles were undone, Prince Xiao was so grateful he nearly knelt down to Qingxiu, almost bursting into tears. Thinking back on the past few days, a dignified prince being humiliated by inmates and guards alike, it truly felt worse than death. Just as Qingxiu was about to leave, a group of people burst in from outside the yamen, led by someone who immediately shouted, Where is that Prince Xiao? Bring him to me now. I want to see how miserable he. The speaker was none other than Yuqi Baolin. Before he finished, he caught sight of Qingxiu. His arrogant demeanor immediately toned down. Lord Qing. Young Master Yuqi, I trust you've been well, haha. Qingxiu cupped his hands in greeting, and Yuqi quickly bowed in return. All is well. May I ask what brings Lord Qing here today? Well, it's funny you ask, this does relate to you a bit. Qingxiu gestured behind him at Prince Xiao, who immediately lowered his head when he saw Yuqi Baolin. Him. Yuqi was momentarily stunned, then sneered, that bastard even dared to provoke Lord Qing? Why not take him and torment him for a few days? Do as you please, just leave me his life. Not quite. Qingxiu shrugged. Someone asked me for a favor, so I'm here to get him out of prison. What? Yuqi's expression froze. He thought he had misheard. A mere prince from a tiny western kingdom could actually get Lord Qing to step in personally? Haha, it's just a small favor. Luckily, all the brothers here gave me face. Qingxiu glanced at the clerks around. They all smiled and nodded. Yuqi's expression darkened, but he didn't dare lose his temper. He forced himself to ask, Lord Qing, I know you've always despised foreigners throwing their weight around in Chang'an. Do you know what this man did? I do. But he's already promised to compensate your dealer with 2 taels of gold and will support him for the rest of his life. Plus, he's been tortured in prison for days, even had a leg broken. That should be enough punishment. Qingxiu gave Prince Xiao a sideways glance, who quickly chimed in, yes. 2 taels of gold, I promised. Prince Xiao was almost crying. That was never part of the deal, Qingxiu just made it up on the spot. 2 taels of gold meant nothing to Tang's wealthy treasury, but for their tiny kingdom of Jingjue, it was like cutting off an arm. Yuqi's face twitched. He only regretted not killing this guy days ago. He had no idea what kind of offer this man made to have Qingxiu step in. Even the emperor would owe him a favor, let alone Yuqi. Lord Qing, the person he injured was one of my key people at the casino. This isn't something money can just fix. Yuqi tried to suppress his rage. I know. That's why I said 2 taels of gold. Isn't that enough? Or do you want me to apologize on his behalf? Qingxiu's smile faded, and his tone turned cold. He had given enough face. If Yuqi pushed further, it would only show he had no face left to save. No need. Yuqi immediately lowered his head, though he was seething inside. Then I'll take him now. You don't object, do you? No, no objections at all. Please, go ahead. Qingxiu said nothing more and signaled for his guards to take Prince Xiao away. Prince Xiao limped behind them as fast as he could. Qingxiu's voice called from behind, aren't you going to thank young Master Yuqi for his generosity? Thank you, Lord Yuqi. I swear I will never offend again. Prince Xiao's legs buckled, and he knelt right there. Yuqi's face darkened even more. He squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth, no need. Qingxiu coolly said, young Master Yuqi, may I take him now? You may. Yuqi turned his face away, afraid he'd explode in front of Qingxiu. Let's go. Once Qingxiu and his people left, Yuqi immediately kicked a nearby clerk to the ground. Calm down, young Master Yuqi. The clerks were terrified and all dropped to their knees to beg forgiveness, but that only enraged Yuqi further. Who told him Prince Xiao was locked up here? Yuqi roared like a wild beast. He had held back in front of Qingxiu, but now all that fury burst out at the clerks. We really didn't know. Lord Qing sent someone first thing this morning, insisting that Prince Xiao must be kept alive. By noon, he came in person. We didn't dare act. Yuqi ground his teeth. In all his years in Chang'an, never had anyone crossed him and walked away unscathed. Just throw some money around and it all gets wiped away? Does that mean anyone who crosses me in Chang'an can just pay to escape? A subordinate cautiously reminded him, but Lord Qing is the emperor's favored official. No shit, you think I don't know that? Yuqi snapped, that bastard might be untouchable here, but he's got to go back to his own country eventually, right? Everyone around him suddenly understood. Back at the estate, several carts of cotton were soon delivered, including nearly 100 lbs of seeds. Even Qingxiu was surprised at how many seeds they'd managed to bring. Now he didn't have to worry at all. Lord Qing, this is all the cotton and seeds we brought. So, can I leave now? Prince Xiao asked nervously. You may. Qingxiu grabbed a handful of seeds, inspected them briefly, and tossed them back. That business is settled. Now, let's talk about what you did in Chang'an, injuring someone. Do you know the consequences of a foreigner attacking someone in Tang? Prince Xiao shivered. He immediately thought of the foreign envoys Qingxiu had executed in public. He stammered, that was just because I hadn't sobered up. It was a moment of drunken foolishness. Please, Lord Qing, have mercy. Qingxiu said softly, I carried out those public executions of so many envoys on the street, just to intimidate you foreigners. No matter how much power you have in your own land, when you enter Chang'an, you are no different from ordinary people. But today you broke that rule. If someone else does cause trouble in the Tang again like you did, wouldn't all my past efforts be wasted? Prince Xiao quickly knelt down and begged Qingxiu repeatedly, I only ask to be allowed to live and return home safely. I will accept any punishment you, Duke Qing, decide. He really should be glad he didn't cause a death, otherwise, Qingxiu surely wouldn't let him live to return home. Leave it to the Ministry of Justice to decide. No matter how they choose to punish you, do exactly as they arrange. But I think they will spare your life. Prince Xiao's tight nerves finally relaxed. He quickly thanked Qingxiu. As long as he didn't end up in Yuchi Baolin's hands, he could accept any outcome. After sending him to the Ministry of Justice, Qingxiu turned his attention back to those bales of cotton and the cotton seeds. He remembered that cotton could be planted in the Central Plains, but this season was not suitable for planting. Still, there were plenty of finished bales of cotton here that he could try using to make cotton textiles. He left a small quantity of the cotton as a display for Cui Yuran, and sent all the rest to a warehouse outside the city. He ordered workers to pick the cotton. Because of this, Qingxiu even built a new warehouse and installed heating stoves inside to prevent the cotton seeds from getting damaged by the cold. At the same time, Qingxiu paid a high price to recruit many skilled textile craftsmen in Chang'an. Because he offered such high pay, in just 2 days he recruited a large number of weavers. Many of them were brought in especially by Urguzi from other places, so both quantity and quality were assured. Regardless of how much wages, the mere news of working for Duke Qing was enough to attract people. They initially thought Duke Qing was planning to promote a new kind of silk clothing to trade in the western regions. But when they saw the warehouse full of bright white cotton bales, they were taken aback. These things looked like silk, but the feel was very different, indeed odd. Everyone, this material is called cotton bale. It is a weaving material not inferior to silk. I called you here to make these cotton bales into clothing. Don't underestimate it. Its warmth is far better than silk. In the deepest winter, as long as you fill garments with some cotton bales, they will keep you warm. Qingxiu casually grabbed a handful of cotton bales. The soft feel reminded him of the cotton fabrics he had seen before crossing over. We will follow Duke Qing's orders. These weavers seemed to half understand, making textiles is basically the same work, after all. Qingxiu, based on his memory of working with cotton bales, taught the women how to fluff the cotton and spin it into cotton yarn. At first, everyone was quite inexperienced, since it was their first time dealing with cotton. But they were all highly skilled weavers. It didn't take long before they understood how to weave cotton yarn. The efficiency was slow, though, and still needed improvement. Qingxiu knew he could not rush. He simply stayed in the weaving warehouse for a few days until the cotton textile products were ready. One day, as Qingxiu was working on some drawings on paper in his room, he suddenly received word that an honored guest had arrived. Marquis Chen Junji came in person and requests to see you to discuss something important. Qingxiu replied without looking up. Marquis Chen Junji then entered the room smiling. Duke Qing, it is the coldest season. Why are you staying out here in this wilderness instead of at the mansion? I heard you refused to cut trees and bought coal at high prices to stay warm. So, I specially brought some high-quality coal, please accept it. Marquis Chen's words made Qingxiu smile. I heard that because I was buying so much coal in Chang'an, coal prices went up? It couldn't be helped. These days, whatever you do in Chang'an, people assume it must be part of a plan, and naturally follow suit. Marquis Chen sat down, hoping to talk more with Qingxiu, but found Qingxiu's attention remained on the paper in front of him. Duke Qing, I came today for urgent matters. Could you put aside your work briefly? Marquis Chen had to get straight to the point. You want to ask when there will be a war? Qingxiu replied without looking up. Marquis Chen frowned slightly. I heard His Majesty plans to send troops to attack Tubo in the spring of next year. But I was not consulted much on this. He knew clearly what that meant. Ling Xizheng did not intend to make him the commander. It was obvious he came to see Qingxiu to be appointed as commander of the Tubo campaign. Qingxiu's hand paused. He didn't expect Marquis Chen to be so eager to win battles and gain merit. His current achievements put him among the few in the court who were comparable. Ling Jing was thinking how to retreat safely. Marquis Chen kept seeking the limelight, not caring that too much merit might upset the ruler. Marquis Chen, haste makes waste. You are in your prime, there's no need to rush to build achievements. Don't you know General Ling is already troubled by just these matters? Qingxiu's words carried a clear implication. Marquis Chen sighed, understanding the unsaid meaning. My descendants are not outstanding. If I don't help them build some merits while I'm in my prime, how many generations can my title last? Qingxiu suddenly understood the deeper meaning. He wasn't pushing to command for his own honor, but to bring his descendants on campaigns so they could gain merits and secure inheritance of his title. Marquis Chen's hardships were many, but still helpless. No son to rely on, what could he do? He didn't want to live like Cheng Yaojin, who said, children have their own fortunes and clouds, and just give up. At this remark, Qingxiu's expression turned serious. He was never one to favor kin over merit, or reward second-generation officers with military merits. His own son had earned merit thanks to Tang's power. But for those brave enough to spill blood for Tang, how many lives would that need? Marquis Chen, I think you might be mistaken. Qingxiu put down his brush. When I recommended you to campaign against Tuyuhun, it was not because of how many gifts you gave me, nor how good our relationship, understand? This soul-searching question immediately left Marquis Chen speechless. He originally thought he could build a relationship this time, but unexpectedly, Qingxiu didn't recognize personal relationships at all. Even if he offered goodwill and gifts, think carefully, what could he possibly offer that would move Qingxiu? Duke Qing, is there really no room to negotiate on this matter at all? Hou Junji lowered his voice. At this moment, he had truly lowered his posture as much as possible. Qingxiu didn't speak, neither refusing nor agreeing, only giving Hou Junji a meaningful look. Figure it out yourself. Hou Junji was about to say something more when Erguzi suddenly burst in from outside. It's done. It's done. What's done? Speak clearly. I mean, the textile bureau succeeded. They've made the cotton clothing. Erguzi said anxiously. What? Qingxiu had already prepared to wait here the entire winter. Unexpectedly, on only the 10th day, good news came from the textile warehouse. The first pure cotton garment had been made. Good. Qingxiu couldn't help but admire that these were truly the best weavers in Chang'an. He had only just shown them the basics, and they were already able to produce finished products so quickly. Only Hou Junji remained completely confused. What cotton product? Qingxiu didn't bother to explain, only calling out, if you're interested, come with me, and rushed off with Erguzi. Naturally, Hou Junji was eager to know and quickly followed behind Qingxiu. As soon as they arrived at the warehouse, the gathered weavers dispersed. A younger female weaver came forward, personally holding a luxuriously designed blue robe, and presented it to Qingxiu. Duke Qing, it has been completed as you requested. Only, none of us have tried it on yet. We'd like you to be the first to wear it. Seeing the eager looks in the weaver's eyes, Qingxiu did not refuse. Smiling, he took the cotton garment. All right, I'll be the first to try the crab. Hou Junji stood to the side feeling puzzled. The robe's design was indeed fancy and eye-catching, but he didn't see anything particularly special about it. Qingxiu took off his cloak and outer robe, leaving only his underclothes, then put on the newly made cotton robe. Once he put it on, Qingxiu immediately felt a deep warmth. This one garment was warmer than both his cloak and outer robe combined. And it was light on the body, not heavy at all. I'll take a walk outside. Qingxiu was about to move, but Hou Junji quickly stopped him. Duke Qing, the weather outside is freezing cold. Just wearing that out, you won't be able to stand it. Qingxiu laughed heartily. If it can't even keep out this bit of cold, why would I go through all the trouble of making cotton clothes? Then he walked forward quickly and opened the warehouse doors wide. At that moment, a freezing wind rushed in from outside, causing everyone to pull their clothes tighter. But Qingxiu, wearing only that single cotton robe, stood firm against the biting wind, his expression unchanged. The cold resistance of this cotton robe was so good that Qingxiu didn't even feel the chill. This. Duke Qing, are you seriously not cold? Hou Junji was standing right beside him, and the wind made him shiver. Cold? I actually feel hot. Qingxiu waved his hand. Bring another garment and let Marquis Chen try it too. Someone quickly brought out another cotton robe. At first, they wanted Hou Junji to remove his outer clothes before putting it on. But he was shivering so much he refused to take off anything, so they had no choice but to layer it over his clothes. This robe is so light and thin. What's the use of it? Hou Junji didn't care at first. But once the cotton robe was draped over him, his expression froze. This light cotton robe completely blocked the wind and cold. He even started to feel warm. In just a moment, he felt so hot that he began to sweat, and realized why Qingxiu had taken off his cloak earlier. He was baffled. What material had Qingxiu used to make such an incredibly warm robe? Marquis Chen, you fought in the cold in Liaodong and Goguryeo. What do you think would happen if the locals had such clothing? Qingxiu asked again. Wasn't it obvious? If we had worn this in battle back then, our soldiers wouldn't have gotten frostbite or frozen to death. Hou Junji said firmly. The most common winter clothing in the Central Plains was rough linen, which had very poor insulation. In winter, people had to layer up just to barely stay warm, but even then, it wasn't enough. Especially in places like Liaodong and Goguryeo, where the weather was freezing, no number of linen layers could keep the cold out. While cloaks could block wind, they were expensive and only generals could afford them. But this one cotton robe alone was as effective as 7 or 8 layers of linen. What material is this made from? Hou Junji still couldn't figure it out. It felt great to the touch, soft and smooth, nearly as fine as silk. Cotton. Qingxiu knew he wouldn't understand, so he didn't explain much. Marquis Chen, this robe is a gift for you today. I have other things to deal with, so I won't see you out. Hou Junji knew Qingxiu was politely asking him to leave, so he didn't press further. As for the matter I mentioned before, if it's possible, I hope Duke Qing will keep it in mind. If not, I won't complain. After all, you've shown me great kindness in the past. His words were sincere yet shrewd, perfectly phrased. Qingxiu shook his head slightly. Marquis Chen, General Yuqi sees things more clearly than you. Children have their own fortunes, why worry so far ahead? You're right, but, Sai, let's not talk about this anymore. Ho Junji took his leave. Afterward, Qingxiu gave orders to the weavers. Use all the raw cotton to make as many garments as possible, the more the better. Not just cotton robes, cotton pants, cotton shoes, cotton gloves, as many as can be made, make them. Li Ji had been very irritable lately. As the first month of the lunar year approached, the weather should have warmed up a bit. But as the days passed, the cold weather remained, without the slightest sign of easing. The colder the weather got, the worse his rheumatism became. One day, it was so bad that he couldn't even attend the morning court session. If circumstances allowed, he really wanted to move straight into the hot springs villa and handle government affairs while soaking in hot water every day. And as his rheumatism grew more severe, Li Ji had no choice but to move the matter of building a heated chamber up on his agenda. This time, he was determined. Even if Wei Jing talked his lips off, he was going to build that warm chamber. On this day, Li Ji endured his rheumatism and, supported by eunuchs, slowly walked toward the main hall. Although Li Ji tried his best to stay composed, his limping movements still appeared quite unsightly. Your Majesty, I recently heard there's a physician in Guangzhou who is very skilled in treating rheumatism. Why not invite him to take a look at you? Seeing Li Ji in this state, Zhang Sun Wuji truly couldn't bear it. If it had been before, Li Ji would have immediately summoned that doctor into the palace upon hearing such news. But remembering what Qingxiu had told him before, that rheumatism couldn't be completely cured, he gave up on the idea. It was all in vain anyway, so why waste the time? No need. I'm already used to it. Besides, I haven't been paying attention to keeping warm these days, which is why the rheumatism has gotten worse. I'll just be more careful from now on. Li Ji patted his thigh and looked around, only to notice that Qingxiu had actually come to court today. That was truly rare. He had almost gotten used to not seeing Duke Qing in court. Seeing him suddenly now felt a bit strange. Duke Qing, is there something special today? Li Ji frowned. He immediately sensed that something was off. All the other ministers were wearing layers and layers of clothes. But Qingxiu alone was dressed very lightly, standing there not feeling the cold at all, unlike everyone else, who was huddled and shivering. You're not cold? Of course not. Qingxiu shook his clothes and said with a smile, I should ask you all, wearing so many layers, aren't you hot? This completely puzzled the other ministers. Were they even in the same season? Your Majesty, in winter, just layering more clothes doesn't really help with keeping warm. To really stay warm, you need cotton-padded clothes, nothing's better. He patted his clothes with a proud look. Cotton clothes? Only now did Li Ji notice that Qingxiu's clothes weren't made of silk. At first glance, they looked fluffy and soft, yet didn't easily lose shape, but he couldn't identify the material. I'm not bragging. Even in the harshest winter, just wearing this cotton-padded coat is enough to face the cold wind. The ministers found this hard to believe. Even with a heavy cloak, you still had to wear several layers underneath to stay warm, didn't you? Qingxiu knew no one would believe him easily, so he had a eunuch send a message outside. Soon, several palace servants arrived, carrying sets of clothing, cotton boots, and other cold-weather gear into the hall. Everyone craned their necks to look but couldn't see anything special about the clothes. Other than the strange material, it was hard to imagine such clothes being especially warm. Your Majesty, would you like to try it yourself? Wearing fewer layers might even help relieve your rheumatism, Qingxiu said with a smile. All right. Qingxiu had really hit the nail on the head. As soon as he mentioned rheumatism, Li Ji stood up and ordered the clothes to be brought over for inspection. The clothes Qingxiu had brought were specially filled with a lot of cotton in the lining, making them look very thick. Li Ji originally thought they would be heavy, but when he held them, they were so light he could hardly believe it. No matter how he squeezed them in his hands, they remained fluffy and soft, not easily deformed. Dress me. The eunuchs were just about to help when Qingxiu stopped them. Wait. Please have His Majesty remove the other clothes first. If you put on the cotton clothes over so many layers, you'll get hot and start sweating easily. Especially in deep winter, if you sweat and then go outside into the wind, it's very easy to catch a chill. The eunuchs were stunned. In such cold weather, taking off inner layers, wouldn't that be freezing? Just do as I say. Qingxiu said firmly. Fine. I'll listen to you. Li Ji had no doubt in Qingxiu. He directly untied his dragon robe and, with attendants' help, took off one layer after another, until he was down to just his underclothes. Although the hall was very warm, wearing only a single layer made him feel chilled to the bone. Before the eunuchs could help him, Li Ji quickly grabbed the cotton robe and threw it on himself. So cold, huh? As soon as he put it on, Li Ji's face filled with surprise. This one garment was warmer than 2 or 3 layers of silk clothes. Even though the coat looked thick, it felt light and not heavy at all when worn. Li Ji got up and moved around in it, feeling both warm and comfortable. None of the previous chill remained. Good. Truly good. Li Ji happily admired the cotton robe, praising it nonstop. The scene left all the ministers below utterly baffled. How could just one robe be so warm? Duke Qing, how exactly did you make this robe? It's both warm and lightweight, nothing could be more suitable for winter. Li Ji stroked the smooth texture of the cotton robe, eyes full of joy. This was sewn using cotton. It's a kind of special plant, Your Majesty, you can think of it like silk. When Qingxiu mentioned cotton, everyone looked confused. What was cotton? Let alone the modern name Qingxiu used, even the era-appropriate term, white fluff, wasn't known by at least half the people present. Your Majesty can visit my estate to take a look later. And, by the way, Qingxiu's expression suddenly turned mysterious, and he abruptly stopped speaking. That instantly piqued everyone's curiosity. They all leaned in, eager to know what Qingxiu was going to say. These clothes can be mass-produced. And if managed well, they can be produced at very low cost, no more expensive than linen. These words made Li Ji burst with joy, none of the good news he'd heard recently compared to this. Clothing that was so light and convenient, and could be mass-produced and spread among the people, what could be more beneficial to the country and the people? Duke Qing, could you share these garments with the other civil and military officials, so they can also experience the wonder of this cotton clothing? Li Ji asked eagerly. He truly loved this robe. Of course. Qingxiu had intended all along to open everyone's eyes and show them the cold-resistant effect of these cotton clothes. He immediately distributed all 10+ cotton garments he had brought with him to the court officials, letting them try them on one by one. I'll go first. Wei Zheng's eyes lit up at the sight of the cotton garment. He was the first to take one from the eunuch and put it on directly. Sure enough, not long after, he felt his whole body heating up. The thermal insulation effect was even better than what Li Er had shown. Dr. Wei, looks like the garment works well? Let me try too. Isn't it my turn next? The civil and military officials all scrambled to try on the cotton garments, and everyone gave very high praise. If soldiers wear one of these under their armor while campaigning, it would greatly reduce the burden during winter and help preserve stamina. Cheng Yaojin took off the cotton garment and couldn't help but sigh. When he went on winter campaigns, all he saw were soldiers layering hemp clothes one over another. Marching was exhausting and still not warm. With cotton garments, it would really lessen the burden on soldiers. Qingxiu, who had fought many campaigns, had of course already thought of this. With cotton garments, I've already prepared cotton armor for soldiers to use. Qingxiu called out again. People outside quickly had the eunuchs bring in the cotton armor meant for the finale, and it was presented in the court for everyone to see. At first glance, the cotton armor just looked like a larger cotton-padded coat, suitable for wearing over weapons. Only, iron studs had been added to the front and back sides of the garment, appearing to give some protection against slashes. But no matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem comparable to metal armor. Li Er ordered the eunuchs to bring the cotton armor in front of him. It looked just like a normal soft cotton fabric. He could already imagine that, on the battlefield, a spear thrust would easily pierce this cotton armor. Its defense might not even match that of regular hemp armor. Can this really be used as real armor? Li Er was full of doubt. Qingxiu didn't answer directly. Instead, he changed the subject. Your Majesty, can you still draw a bow lately? Of course. I may not have been on the battlefield for a while, but I haven't lost the skills I learned from youth. Li Er was puzzled. Why bring this up? Why not try and see whether a regular arrow can pierce this cotton armor? Do I even need to try? Just thinking about it, this thing clearly can't stop arrows. Your Majesty should try first, Qingxiu said confidently. Though full of doubt, Li Er still followed Qingxiu's suggestion. He had the eunuchs bring him a bow and arrows, then placed the armor on a wooden post at the palace gate. The ministers didn't understand the point of this test. Sure, the clothes were warm, but that didn't mean they could block weapons. With the bow in hand, Li Er couldn't help but feel nostalgic. He hadn't touched weapons in so long. If there's ever a chance, I'd really like to go to war myself again. Li Er drew the bow and shot directly at the cotton armor outside the gate. Whoosh! He used his full strength, aiming to completely pierce the armor with the arrow. But unexpectedly, the arrow hit the armor and didn't go through as he had expected. Instead, the arrowhead got stuck in the armor. It didn't pierce? The ministers were stunned. This wasn't what they had expected at all. Li Er was baffled. He thought maybe the arrowhead was faulty, so he drew another arrow and shot again. This time, he was sure the arrow was fine, but once again, it didn't go through the armor. What's going on? Lier was truly shocked. He quickly ordered the eunuchs to bring the armor up for closer inspection. Looking at the hole made by the arrow, he discovered that the inside of the cotton armor was actually lined with metal plates. No wonder the arrows couldn't go through. What surprised him more was that such thin iron plates would normally still be pierced and could injure or even kill the wearer. But these arrows didn't penetrate the plates. They only left a shallow mark. There was no way they could hurt the wearer. How is this possible? Lier frowned. He couldn't understand how this soft-looking cotton, when combined with metal, could produce such excellent defense. What Lier didn't know was that, although it was cotton, the technique used was completely different from ordinary cotton clothes. The cotton in the armor had been repeatedly compressed and forged into solid layers, 7 or 8 layers pressed into one thick layer, then wrapped around metal plates. The outer layer of the cotton armor was made of tough, durable hemp fabric. This combination of 3 different materials created a defense not just from layering, but from synergy. Its effectiveness was comparable to 3-layer stacked metal armor. It was basically a simple form of composite armor, cheaper and easier to make than full iron armor, and it didn't fear water, wasn't prone to rot or rust, and was lightweight and warm, perfect for cold battlefield conditions. It could be called a simple yet effective composite armor, created by Chingo using the productivity of this era to its full advantage. It wasn't even an exaggeration to say it could provide some resistance even to firearms, though enemies outside Tang wouldn't have guns anyway. After hearing Chingo's explanation, Lier finally understood. This armor was far more complex to make than metal armor. With so many steps, can the cost really be lower than iron armor? Your Majesty, iron armor needs to be hammered by skilled blacksmiths. But cotton has an extremely low material cost. The process may have more steps, but the technique is simple. Even untrained people can learn it quickly. With that, Lier finally felt at ease. Looking at the cotton armor now, he found it more pleasing the more he looked. It was truly a fine item. Duke Qing, can this armor be quickly outfitted to the entire army? Xiao Yu asked urgently. Of course. Chingo smiled. Cotton grows in high yields and at low cost. By next spring, it can be planted and harvested. It's just that the number of seeds is limited. The first planting likely won't produce much. But by the second planting, there will be enough seeds to spread it among the people, especially since the Central Plains climate is very suitable for growing cotton. Hearing this, Lier was overjoyed. This thing could be directly planted and used, unlike silk, which required raising silkworms, another process saved. Good. As soon as spring comes, begin planting cotton immediately, and spread it among the people as soon as possible. This was exactly what Chingo wanted to hear from Lier, but to him, it was still far from enough. Your Majesty, I believe we must not only plant as soon as possible, but we must also quickly designate the planting zone so that large-scale cultivation can be rolled out promptly. In my opinion, Your Majesty should issue a decree requiring at least 1/10 of all arable land in the country to be used for cotton cultivation, and for the first 3 years, grain subsidies should be provided to people willing to grow cotton. 1/10 of all land? As soon as these words were spoken, all the officials looked at each other in shock, thinking his proposal was far too extreme. In their view, cotton, like silk, was just a cash crop. It could improve people's lives, but for the stability of the nation, it was far less important than growing food. What if a famine occurred? Were the people supposed to chew on cotton? Duke Qing, isn't this a bit too radical? Even mulberry planting hasn't reached 1/20th of the current farmland, and now you want to allocate 1/10 to cotton? How much food would be lost? Indeed, in our view, using 1/20th of the land is already the upper limit. More land can be opened later for cotton if necessary. Well said. 1/10 is far too much. The ministers all spoke up in opposition. To them, this request was simply outrageous. They weren't trying to oppose Chingo personally, they genuinely believed this matter shook the very foundations of the country. Not only the ministers, even Lier himself found the proposal unbelievable. Lier tentatively asked, Duke Qing, why the urgency? I'm not being rash. Your Majesty, can't you see the potential of cotton? Chingo pointed outside the palace hall. Just then, a cold wind howled, and the sound of the wind echoed. The Ministry of Revenue should know, every winter, how many poor people can only stuff reed into hemp clothes to survive. Is that adequate for winter? Nearly every year, people freeze to death. And that's just the adults. As for the children who die, countless. If they had enough cotton clothing, how could they die from the cold? When I campaigned against Goguryeo, I also saw soldiers freeze to death due to lack of proper clothing, some had 7 or 8 layers of hemp garments on them when they died. Qingxiu's words sent chills down Li Er's spine. All the ministers fell completely silent, no one dared respond. Han Zhongliang, Minister of Revenue, turned his head aside, hoping Li Er wouldn't look at him. But the more you fear something, the more it happens. Li Er shouted sternly, "Why didn't the Ministry of Revenue report this to me?" Han Zhongliang cautiously replied, "Your Majesty, all household records are reported truthfully. The Ministry of Revenue has all the records ready for inspection at any time. I'm asking why you didn't take the initiative to submit a special memorial on this." Li Er became even angrier. He was already burdened with endless state affairs, how could he be expected to flip through every record to find this? If Qingxiu hadn't spoken up today, he might never have known that common people still froze to death each winter, even by the time he abdicated. Han Zhongliang knew he couldn't evade this, so he admitted, "Your Majesty, I didn't mean to hide anything. But even if I had reported it, what then? Just like the freezing temperatures in Goguryeo are unbearable for civilians, the court has no way to help. Wouldn't it be better for you to focus your energy on greater national affairs, rather than lose sleep over this?" Li Er's face twitched, but he couldn't say a word in response. What Han said wasn't wrong. Even if he knew, what could he do? The productivity of Great Tang was still limited. Even in Hedong, where coal was abundant, many couldn't afford to burn coal. How could he guarantee every family in the empire had firewood or coal? There were countless matters more urgent than citizens freezing. If he didn't prioritize, even more people might die than just from the cold. Heh. Lord Han certainly has his reasons, and I understand. Qingxiu suddenly laughed mockingly, but I just proposed a way to solve the winter problem, and you were the first to oppose it? You can't find a solution yourself, and you reject other solutions too. Han Zhongliang turned red and finally said, "But if food-growing land is reduced, and a famine occurs, wouldn't more people die from hunger than from the cold? You must be joking. Why does everyone assume that planting cotton means food supply must drop? With all due respect, the phrase, 'those who eat meat don't understand the hunger of the poor,' fits you all perfectly." Qingxiu's words were daring. The ministers' faces changed on the spot. When had any of them ever been scolded like this in court? Even Li Er had never done this. Duke Qing. Li Er cleared his throat. Speaking like this in court was perhaps a bit too much. "I understand." Qingxiu didn't waste words. He directly pulled out a document in front of the ministers. "According to my calculations, after we annexed Goguryeo and took over all the fertile lands of the Jurchens in Mabei and Liaodong, the arable land of Great Tang increased by 40%. Even if we allocate part of it for cotton, it absolutely will not lead to a food shortage." He handed the document to Li Er. Li Er immediately understood and ordered the eunuchs to read the report aloud in court. This was something Qingxiu had prepared long ago for the ministers to hear. He wanted these high-ranking officials to learn what it meant, no right to speak without investigation. After the report was read, even the officials of the Ministry of Revenue felt ashamed. They knew less about this newly acquired land than Qingxiu did. But this wasn't just because they were incompetent. Qingxiu had always been directly involved on the front lines, had personally fought there, and knew the situation intimately. As the saying goes, a prime minister must begin from local governance. Only those with grassroots experience can see the full picture. Even Li Er was shocked. Qingxiu's level of knowledge and ability was rarely seen in history. Now, does everyone finally understand why I insist that 1/10 of farmland must be used for cotton cultivation? Qingxiu looked at the ministers. This time, no one could meet his gaze, let alone argue with him. They were completely convinced by Qingxiu's research data. If using this much farmland and allocating just 1/10 of it would lead to a major famine, then the problem definitely isn't with the farmland, it must be with food distribution. With this single sentence, Qingxiu exposed the hidden thoughts in these officials' minds. Now, the officials could only grit their teeth and agree with Qingxiu, not daring to raise even the slightest objection. "Never thought Duke Qing's investigation was so thorough. We are impressed. If we ever get the chance, we'd really like to learn how Duke Qing conducted his research among the common people, haha." Qingxiu ignored these flattery-laden words. He turned again to Li Er, saying, "Your Majesty, cotton products don't only solve the issue of winter clothing for the people, they can also produce high-quality, low-cost clothing for circulation among the public, so people don't have to wear only rough hemp garments. Moreover, cotton goods can be sold through the Western trade routes, and will surely become a sought-after commodity no less popular than silk." These words immediately stirred Li Er's heart. He was well aware of how much revenue came from the Silk Road. It had already become one of the empire's most important sources of income. If another product like silk could become just as popular among traders, the profits would speak for themselves. Li Er immediately made a firm decision and announced, "This coming spring, plant all available cotton seeds. Then, however many seeds are produced, plant accordingly until it covers 1/10 of the nation's farmland. Farmers who switch from grain to cotton will be exempt from taxes for 3 years and will be given enough grain rations to support a full year as a transition." Almost all the policies Chingo proposed were approved and declared by Li Er without any changes and ordered to be implemented. Long live His Majesty! With that, Chingo's goal for today was finally achieved. Although many ministers still didn't fully understand, it wouldn't take long before they realized just how forward-thinking Chingo's proposals were. After the court session, Li Er returned to the Taiji Hall and had just sat down when he ordered the fire brazier to be brought. He had been tormented by the cold in court, his knees felt like insects were gnawing at the bones. Before the brazier arrived, a eunuch came in carrying several items. "Your Majesty, these were sent by Duke Qing before he left. He said they can help relieve your rheumatism." "He really said that?" Li Er was immediately eager and ordered the eunuch to help him use them. These items were knee warmers made of cotton, thick and heavy. As soon as he put them on, the piercing cold receded significantly, and the pain eased at once. "Good. These cotton products are truly special, no wonder Duke Qing promotes them so much." Li Er patted his knees. Just as he was about to finish his thought, the young eunuch brought over a pot of hot water. "Your Majesty, it's not finished yet. Please wait." The eunuch carefully opened the inner layer of the knee warmers, revealing a sealed rubber pouch. He filled it with hot water and sealed it again, then tucked it back inside the knee warmers. Immediately, the warm current began flowing from the knee warmers into Li Er's bones and limbs, making him feel so comfortable he almost moaned in relief. With this, he wouldn't have to worry about rheumatism attacks every day, he didn't even need the brazier anymore. "How does it feel, Your Majesty? Duke Qing said he had this made specially for you. Rheumatism can't be cured, but it can be soothed and made more bearable." The eunuch smiled. It's just like Duke Qing to be so considerate." Li sighed. He suddenly realized that, although many thought his own views were very advanced, compared to Chingo, he felt like he was hundreds of years behind. So many things that seemed useless at first held astonishing value in Duke Qing's eyes. "Your Majesty, even if Duke Qing speaks bluntly at court, don't hold it against him. That's just the way he is, everything he says is for the good of the people of Tang." The eunuch sighed. Even someone as lowly as him could see that no one else in the court could match Duke Qing's loyalty to the nation and the people. "I understand. In all the land under heaven, there is no minister who can compare to him." At that moment, Li Er truly spoke from the heart. In the blink of an eye, the 12th lunar month had passed. But even after New Year arrived, the weather warmed extremely slowly. On the first day of the new year, no one in Guangzhou went out to celebrate, they all stayed indoors, huddled around fires. No one even felt like celebrating. Li Er, hearing of the suffering among the people, felt deeply guilty remembering how he had once questioned Chingo's suggestion to grow cotton in large quantities. He didn't care for the people as much as Chingo did. Because of this, during the Lantern Festival, Li Er personally stood atop the Forbidden City's walls and summoned the citizens of Chang'an. A cold wind blew fiercely as people stood bundled up at the base of the walls, looking up at Li Er standing high above. He wore only a few thin hemp garments, exposed to the cold wind. The people were astonished that the emperor could endure it. When he gets home, His Majesty will need to soak in hot springs for days just to ease his rheumatism again. From below, Chingo saw the scene and gently shook his head. It was clear, Li Er was truly determined. "My people, this winter in Guangzhou was suddenly so harsh that I didn't take it seriously at first. Only later did I realize how many lives it had cost. Some people even had to sew sandbags into their clothes to keep warm, but it was useless." As he spoke, Li Er shed tears. "This is my failure. I did not ensure the people of Guangzhou had enough firewood or coal to stay warm, nor enough clothes to protect against the cold. Otherwise, how could so many have frozen to death? This is all my fault." The shivering people were deeply moved. Whether or not Li Er's speech was partly for show, at least he was standing out in the cold with them, wearing even less than they were. Even if he was just expressing concern, it was better than indifference. "Today, I make a public pledge before the citizens of Chang'an, and before the nobles of the palace." Li Er raised one hand, his expression solemn. "Within 3 years, I will ensure that the people of Guangzhou have clothes to keep them warm, and no one will freeze to death in winter again. Within 5 years, I will see to it that no one in the entire Tang Empire suffers from the cold, all who live in the cold will find warmth and joy." These words, loud and powerful, instantly brought cheers from the crowd. "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" Watching this from below the wall, Chingo smiled faintly. Then he got into his carriage and signaled Urguzi to head home. It should have been like this long ago. It seemed that Lier's guilt also made heaven ease its relentless pressure on the people. As the first lunar month ended, the last of the snow melted, and the climate finally warmed, with temperatures rising rapidly. This did not delay Qingxiu's plan to plant cotton in the experimental fields. For this, Qingxiu recruited many skilled farmers from the villages around Chang'an and personally taught them how to cultivate cotton for the best results. Moreover, Qingxiu promised them right in front of everyone that if this time they could achieve the yield he expected, not only would he pay them double wages, but he would also give them half of the cotton textiles produced. The farmers were instantly filled with enthusiasm. They hadn't expected such benefits and were overjoyed. They had seen the advantages of cotton textiles before, warm and soft. To them, it was even higher quality than silk clothing. With Qingxiu's guarantee, there was no need for more words. The cotton was planted, and now they just had to wait and see what the harvest would be like. Considering that Guangzhou's climate differs from that of the western regions, Qingxiu specifically ordered to minimize water sources near the cotton fields, to accommodate cotton's preference for arid environments. After all, this crop was different from grains that had been cultivated in the Central Plains for thousands of years. All the farming methods still had to be figured out step by step. However, the cotton growing cycle was still too long. Harvest from these experimental fields wouldn't come until autumn. That was far from enough for Qingxiu. So he turned his attention to the western regions. Since cotton originally came from there, he might as well buy large quantities of seeds and cotton products directly from them. That would be much faster than waiting for a few measly crops from the trial fields. This way, in under 3 years, cotton could be widely grown in Guangzhou. Qingxiu wasted no time. He immediately had Manager Chen contact all western region merchants in Chang'an, ordering them to buy any cotton products available. He would take everything, no matter how much. But to Qingxiu's disappointment, although these western merchants were aware of cotton, they didn't think it was something that could be sold at a high price. Even though cotton was widespread in the western regions, only Jingjiu Nation had large-scale cotton fields and exported to Tang. Nearly all the cotton in Tang had already been purchased by Qingxiu. I've already instructed them, once they reach the western regions, they are to gather as many cotton seeds and products as possible. Dingfong Trading Company will buy them all. Qingxiu heard Manager Chen's report but still didn't feel the situation had improved. The trade routes to the western regions were long, just one round trip would take at least half a year. Plus, they'd have to grow cotton themselves. By the time they transported it back to Tang, cotton might already be widespread in the Central Plains. Wait, Jingjiu Nation. Qingxiu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He suddenly remembered that there was indeed one country in the western regions that already cultivated cotton extensively. Where are those merchants from Jingjiu now? After you handed Prince Xiao over to the Ministry of Justice, they were heavily fined. Then Prince Xiao was imprisoned until the end of the first lunar month. Those merchants didn't dare leave early and have been staying in Chang'an, waiting for the prince to be released. Manager Chen thought for a moment, frowning. By now it should be about time. I heard they were buying dry rations a few days ago, seems like they're preparing to return to Jingjiu. Perfect. Qingxiu immediately stood up. Take me to Prince Xiao. I want to discuss business with him. At the time, Prince Xiao was still rejoicing that he had managed to keep his life and escape safely. Are all the supplies ready? We're leaving tomorrow, I don't want to stay in Chang'an another day. Although he hadn't suffered too much in the prison of the Ministry of Justice, it certainly wasn't a pleasant memory. If given a choice, he never wanted to return to Chang'an again. But the more he feared something, the more it came. Just as he relaxed, he was told that Duke Qing had arrived in person. Prince Xiao almost fainted on the spot. But when he saw Qingxiu, his fears were quickly dismissed. Don't be afraid. Your debts have already been settled. I'm not here to punish you today, I've come to talk business. Qingxiu smiled warmly and gestured for Prince Xiao to sit down. Though Qingxiu looked kind, Prince Xiao was still visibly nervous and couldn't sit still. Without wasting time, he had Manager Chen explain the purpose of this visit directly. After hearing it, Prince Xiao finally relaxed. So Duke Qing wants to do business with Jingjiu? That's great news. I can't speak for everything, but when it comes to cotton, not even all of the western regions combined can match a tenth of Jingjiu's production. Excellent. I'll take however much you have. Qingxiu slapped the table. And not just cotton, I want cotton seeds too. Sell me everything you've got. There's no need for your merchants to travel all the way to Chang'an. Whenever Qingfeng's traders pass through Jingjiu, they'll buy directly from you. No need to make long trips anymore. The merchants from Jingjiu were overjoyed, such an easy business deal. You really mean it? Prince Xiao could hardly contain his excitement. Of course. What, you think I'm just joking with you? Qingxiu laughed. Although we had some unpleasantness before, that's in the past. Business is business, I'll offer a fair deal. Prince Xiao was completely relieved. He quickly ordered servants to bring wine. He wanted to drink with Qingxiu on the spot. Duke Qing, this grape wine is a Western region specialty. Though the Central Plains has some, it's still not as good as the original. You must try it. Prince Xiao's demeanor was completely different from before, no longer fearful. He had been worried that his journey had cost the trading caravan a lot of silver, lost all its goods, and even left him in debt. But if he could land a big client like Duke Qing, perhaps he wouldn't be blamed so much after returning. No need for wine. Just make sure you remember this, don't let my traders pass through Jingjue only to find nothing. Qingxiu stood up at once and left without another word. Please take care. Prince Xiao respectfully saw him off, while the merchants had already started celebrating. Everyone, from now on we won't need to make tiring trips to sell our goods. Tang traders will come straight to our doorstep, what a deal. I've had enough of Chang'an, nearly lost my life. Once I'm back, I'm done with trading. What trading? Just stay at home and make easy money. The merchants of Jingjue were all elated. They could already imagine the scene, Tang traders pouring silver into their country, buying up all their goods. The next day, Prince Xiao departed as scheduled with the merchants, returning to his homeland. Originally, the city guards of Chang'an thought these people would leave dejectedly like defeated dogs. But unexpectedly, Prince Xiao showed none of the previous embarrassment or despair from his imprisonment. Instead, they all looked cheerful and in high spirits. This guy was imprisoned for so long, how can he still smile? The soldiers felt puzzled, but still opened the city gates to let them pass. Prince Xiao of Jingjue Kingdom, by order of the Ministry of Justice, from this day forth you are strictly forbidden to re-enter the territory of the Great Tang. You must leave Longxi within half a month and completely exit the borders of the Tang Empire. Otherwise, it will be considered an invasion of Tang territory and severely punished. Thus, Prince Xiao took the expulsion order from the Great Tang and headed west. While they were dreaming of a prosperous future in trade with the Great Tang, they had no idea that at the same time, in Chang'an, another group of people was secretly setting out westward, following them. After exiting Long Mountains to the west, Prince Xiao's group reached the far edge of the Hetao region. This place was already outside Tang territory, an endless desolate desert. The Great Tang had no control here. The Dongxiang, Tubo, and Western Turkic people often grazed here, even plundering merchants. No one could maintain lasting peace here. It was truly a no-man's land. Ordinary merchant caravans passing through here would inevitably be looted by nomads if they didn't hire guards. Previously, when the Jingjue merchant caravan passed through, they had hired a few hundred guards. But this time, they hired none. The reason was simple, they no longer had money to hire anyone. All the profits from their trade this time, as well as their travel funds and goods, had almost all been used to pay fines or to ask the Duke of Qin for help. They were already flat broke. If not for the Ministry of Justice giving them some travel money just to ensure they wouldn't starve in the desert during expulsion, they wouldn't even have been able to return home. Still, Prince Xiao didn't seem too worried at the moment. Those nomads who plunder only came for money and goods. They now had nothing, at most, some dry rations, not even enough to cover the attackers' travel costs. Though dusty and dirty, Prince Xiao's spirit was quite high. Even though they lost money this time, they at least secured a big client for their country, right? At least that's what he thought. Prince Xiao had no idea that behind them, a group of black-cloaked riders was galloping quickly, approaching with menacing force. Soon, someone noticed something wrong. A sharp-eared merchant quickly lay on the ground to listen, then urgently reported. Prince, there's a group of riders pursuing us from behind, and they're fast. Should we find a mountain nearby to hide behind? Hide from what? Prince Xiao frowned, we don't have much money or goods on us. Even if someone comes to rob us, seeing how poor we look, they won't bother. Besides, if someone is really riding hard to catch up, where could we even hide? The attendant became anxious. Prince Xiao, even if we can't avoid them entirely, we still have over 50 people with weapons. If we take a stand backed by a hill, even if they want to attack, they'll think twice, especially when they see we're broke. They might retreat. Trying to scare them off is still better than begging for mercy, hoping they'll spare us. Prince Xiao frowned, no. Avoiding them on sight would only show we're afraid, making them think we're hiding valuables. Do as I say, keep moving slowly. No one is allowed to panic. Prince, you. All right. The attendant wanted to say more, but seeing Prince Xiao's increasingly cold gaze, he had to swallow his words. They continued forward slowly, just as ordered. Even as hoofbeats drew closer and a dust cloud rose behind them, they didn't quicken their pace. The black-clad men following them thought they'd found the wrong group. Why weren't they panicking? But once confirmed it was the right target, they sped up and surrounded Prince Xiao's group. Prince Xiao tried to stay calm, but once the road ahead was blocked, and he saw all those men with drawn weapons and fierce expressions, he began to panic. He finally saw clearly. Over 300 black-cloaked riders had been chasing them. All of them tall, fierce-looking, clearly from the Central Plains, and they didn't waste words once they surrounded the group. "Gentlemen, although we are merchants, we just went through a lot in the Great Tang and have no money. If this is a robbery, you may gain nothing. If possible, please let us go, we don't want trouble." Prince Xiao nervously tried to plead, but even a fool could see now, these men weren't here for money. His attendants readied their weapons, but that only made the black-clad men close in further. Frightened, Prince Xiao quickly signaled them to lower their weapons. "No fighting." "You're smart, Prince Xiao," the leader of the black-clad men coldly stared at him. "We're not here for money today." "Then what do you want, gentlemen? Did you forget about young Master Yuqi?" At those words, Prince Xiao's legs trembled, almost falling from his horse. "I already apologized to young Master Yuqi and even paid 100 taels of gold. By reason, that should be enough." "Bullshit." The black-clad man snapped his whip, lashing Prince Xiao in the face. With a loud crack, Prince Xiao clutched his face and fell to the ground, crying in pain. "Damn it, let's fight them." A few attendants who dared to draw weapons were immediately intimidated by the hundreds of black-clad men pulling out swords in unison. "Don't act rashly. We're only here for Prince Xiao. You small fries are irrelevant. If you insist on being heroes, don't blame us for taking you down too. Think about it, your monthly pay isn't worth dying for." The black-clad leader's few words silenced everyone. "What do you want? I've already paid and apologized to young Master Yuqi. Why keep chasing me?" Prince Xiao, covering his face and wailing, annoyed the leader, who pulled a dagger from his coat and threw it at his feet. "Do it yourself. Make it quick. We won't trouble your subordinates. At least you'll leave a whole corpse. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rough." The man in black spoke twice, but Lord Xiao still did not dare to draw the dagger and kill himself. He looked around at his subordinates in despair, hoping someone would save him, but everyone remained indifferent. The leader of the men in black sighed, then personally drew his blade, stepped forward, and grabbed Prince Xiao's hair. The latter was terrified and, even facing death, still struggled desperately. However, he was picked up like a chicken by the black-clad leader and stabbed through the chest with one strike. "Cut off the head and take it back to report." The man in black wiped the blood off his blade and said indifferently to the merchants, "You may leave on your own. I have no intention of making things hard for you. Thank you for sparing us." The trembling merchants, upon learning they could live, were immensely grateful and quickly packed up to flee. These black-clothed men seemed to truly keep their word and allowed the merchants to escape. But just as the merchants were about to disappear from sight, the leader gave a glance. The group understood instantly, pulled out bone arrows from their packs, and immediately galloped after them. Moments later, the sound of arrows piercing the air rang out, followed by wave after wave of screams. All the fleeing merchants fell, not one survived. The arrows they used were tipped with sharpened animal bones, common weapons used by the Tangut people for hunting and raiding. After all, this man was a prince. Killing him would bring trouble to Yuqi Baolin. They couldn't leave any survivors, nor could they let the incident implicate Yuqi Baolin. So they had to frame it on the northwestern Tanguts. The Tanguts were weak and often plundered border areas. Even if they were blamed, no one would doubt it. After making sure the task was clean and there were no survivors, they mounted their horses and immediately sent someone to inform the border Tang army. The Tanguts had attacked and killed passing merchants. In just a few days, the news of Prince Xiao's death spread quickly to Chang'an and was reported directly to Emperor Ling. At the time, Ling was in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, discussing a campaign against Tibet with Qingxiu and others. When the news came, everyone was shocked. Especially Qingxiu. He hadn't expected that Prince Xiao's group, though already destitute, would be plundered by Tanguts. How could this happen? They had just left Tang borders and were already attacked. Those Tanguts are getting too arrogant. Was the previous military warning not enough? Do I have to treat them like Tuyuhun and teach them a lesson? Ling slapped the table in fury on the spot. To attack travelers just outside the Tang borders was nothing short of provocation, a slap in the emperor's face. The last one to do that was Tuyuhun, and they were destroyed, nation and people both. Xiaoyu also spoke thoughtfully. Your Majesty, if this goes on, I fear even the Chang people on the frontier will follow suit and start robbing caravans too. I think so as well. Looks like before attacking Tibet, we'll have to deal with these bastards first. Qingxiu frowned, not joining the others in cursing the Tanguts. Though he himself had been robbed by them on the frontier before, he knew this tribe well. They liked to rob lone travelers and small caravans, but would never dare provoke the Tang army. To ambush and kill a caravan, especially one carrying a foreign prince, right at the border was not just insulting the Tang, but also sabotaging relations with Jingjue. It was simply not something a self-preserving people like them would do. Duke of Qing, I intend to send the army that was meant to fight Tibet westward first, to intimidate the Tanguts and demand they give a full explanation to the court. What do you think? Qingxiu nodded slightly. That's reasonable, but I think intimidation is enough for now. We shouldn't act rashly. After all, this matter. Before he could finish, another urgent report arrived at the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Tangut leader Tu Fa Huai has arrived in Chang'an and requests an audience with your majesty to explain the attack on the caravan. This surprised everyone. The Tangut chief coming in person clearly meant he wanted to clarify that the incident had nothing to do with them. But with such solid evidence, no one could imagine who else could have done it if not the Tanguts. They're just here to make excuses? Ling furrowed his brow. After some thought, he allowed Tu Fa Huai to enter and interrogated him about the matter. As soon as Tu Fa Huai entered the hall, he knelt down and cried, "Long live the emperor." Then declared that his people had been wrongly accused. Your Majesty, this has nothing to do with the Tanguts, we don't know who did it. Clearly someone is trying to frame us. Tu Fa Huai prostrated himself, trembling. You know, since the founding of the Tang, my people have been loyal subjects. We have never had disloyal intentions. Even when Tuyuhan tried to recruit us to oppose the court, we refused immediately. Ling said coldly. You think this accusation came out of nowhere? The border generals examined the corpses, they were killed by bone arrows, the kind your people always use. Tu Fa Huai nearly burst into tears. The young chief has already investigated, our entire tribe was searched, no one knows anything. We've been framed. You know, we may occasionally ask passing merchants for tolls, but we rarely hurt anyone, much less a prince from Jingjue. The more Tu Fa Huai spoke, the more agitated he became, and eventually burst into loud sobs on the court floor. Though it may have looked like a performance, it appeared genuine on the surface. His crying even made Ling feel uneasy, not because he was touched, but because the whole thing seemed off. The Tanguts, while not particularly loyal, feared the Tang deeply. They wouldn't be foolish enough to do such a thing. You may leave. You can stay in Chang'an or return to your tribe. But remember, no matter when I summon you, you must come immediately. No delays. Seeing the emperor relent, Tu Fa Huai kowtowed and thanked him. Your Majesty is wise. Once I return to the tribe, I'll thoroughly investigate. If someone from our tribe really did this, I'll kill them myself. But if it's a setup, whether it's the Tibetans or the Turks, the whole Tangut tribe will follow the Tang army to exterminate them together. Tu Fa Huai took his leave, but Ling now felt more troubled. If it wasn't the Tanguts, there was no way to find the real culprit anytime soon. Could it be that Prince Xiao had enemies, but was protected while in Chang'an, so they dared not act, and waited until he crossed the border to kill him? Ling muttered to himself. He said it casually, but someone nearby took it seriously. Qingxiu's eyes lit up. He seemed to realize who was truly behind it all. Everyone, do you have any ideas? Li Er looked at the crowd, but everyone just stared blankly at each other and then shook their heads. Qingxiu's eyes flickered slightly. After some thought, he still chose to say nothing. Your Majesty, I believe that although the Tanguts did not ambush the merchant caravan, it's reported that for a long time they have often plundered isolated Tang citizens along the border, sometimes even causing deaths. Sending troops to intimidate them is still necessary. Otherwise, sooner or later, they will really think the Great Tang is endlessly tolerant of them. Chang Sun Wuji suggested. Li Er smiled and said, Fujiji, you're thinking exactly what I'm thinking. But I believe that mere intimidation is not enough. Not long after, the uneasy Tu Fa Huai finally received notice from the Ministry of Rights that he was allowed to return to the Tangut tribe. But before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, dozens of heavily armored, fierce-looking imperial guards had already appeared before him. Please, this way. Tu Fa Huai's legs nearly gave out. He stammered, didn't His Majesty allow me to return? That's right. The ministry official sneered, but His Majesty is worried that your journey might not be safe. After all, the Prince of Jingjue was just killed at the border, who knows if those madmen will target you too? That's why His Majesty specifically selected the most elite soldiers to escort you, ensuring you'll be completely safe along the way. Please thank His Majesty on my behalf. Tu Fa Huai looked at the towering, muscular soldiers and forced himself to thank them, then had no choice but to follow them out. Shortly after, in the Kuaihua house, The weather had just warmed up, and business at the large casino was booming again. The croupier, who had one eye blinded by Prince Xiao, couldn't get back to the tables, so he sat with the thugs, eyeing the gamblers with a predatory gaze. "Bro, I heard that prince from Jingjue was just killed after crossing the Tang border. Is that true?" Bored, one of the thugs casually asked the croupier. Could it even be false now? After offending young Master Yuchi, who could still live? That's what the croupier thought, but what he said was, "Don't know. Don't make things up about uncertain matters, you'll get yourself in trouble." After saying that, he adjusted the eye patch on his face, and a trace of smugness briefly appeared on his lips. "Yuchi Baolin?" Suddenly, a voice asked. Without thinking, the croupier replied, "None of your damn business. If you want to gamble, gamble. Yuchi Baolin's affairs aren't for you to ask about." "What, I can't ask? What kind of?" The croupier grew impatient and was about to start cursing, when he casually looked up at the one asking, and instantly broke into a cold sweat. It was Qingxiu. He didn't even dare remain seated, immediately stood up and said, "Duke Qing, please don't take offense. It was this fool's foul mouth. Please, forgive me, don't lower yourself to my level." Qingxiu squinted at him. "I thought maybe your other eye was itching too." The croupier didn't dare speak, only smiled obsequiously. "You, come with me now. Take me to see Yuchi Baolin." At that time, Yuchi Baolin was leisurely drinking tea on the third floor and reviewing accounts. When he heard that Qingxiu had come in person, he was shocked and immediately thought of the murder of Prince Xiao. But he quickly calmed down. The job was done perfectly, no evidence left behind. Qingxiu couldn't possibly have proof against him. At most, he could only suspect, nothing to worry about. "Duke Qing, have a seat. It's been so long since we've sat down together like this, why don't we have a drink and catch up?" Facing Yuchi Baolin's enthusiasm, Qingxiu shut him down with one sentence. "Who's your brother?" Yuchi Baolin's face flushed immediately, but he still forced a smile. "If Duke Qing doesn't like that title, I'll call you something else, it's no problem." "Cut the crap. Don't tell me you don't know why I came today." Qingxiu got straight to the point. "What happened to Prince Xiao?" "Him? I heard about that, he was supposedly killed by Tanguts on his way home." "What a pity," Yuchi Baolin shook his head slightly, looking regretful. "What are you pitying?" "I just pity that the bastard didn't die by my own hand." Yuchi Baolin immediately put on an enraged face and started cursing. "If I had the chance, I'd cut him into 1,000 pieces, letting him die quick would have been too easy." He thought the more he distanced himself from the matter, the less likely Qingxiu would suspect him. But he had underestimated Qingxiu. Qingxiu coldly watched him act, feeling thoroughly bored. "No need to act anymore. You and I both know exactly what happened. All these words are useless. I don't understand why Duke Qing would say such a thing." Yuchi Baolin looked puzzled, as if he'd been terribly wronged. "Even if I hated that beast to the bone, I wouldn't take such a huge risk. I wouldn't drag down the reputation and power of the Great Tang just to settle a personal grudge." "Still pretending?" Qingxiu slapped the table and shouted in anger, scaring Yuchi Baolin so badly he shivered and didn't dare say another word. He sat there in a daze, staring blankly at Qingxiu, completely lost. "When Prince Xiao left Chang'an, I was already worried someone might try to harm him, so I sent a family guard to follow at a distance. They just so happened to see your men kill Prince Xiao, and deliberately use Tangut bone arrows to kill all the merchants." Yuchi Baolin was instantly terrified. Qingxiu knew so much? I don't know anything about that. From start to finish, I never sent anyone after him." Even so, he still tried to deny it. Qingxiu sneered. "How about this, you and I go to court together tomorrow and present all the evidence to His Majesty for judgment." Yuchi Baolin was speechless. He couldn't come up with a single excuse. Qingxiu's men had witnessed everything firsthand. No matter how many lies he told now, it wouldn't help. In the end, Yuchi Baolin could only sit down helplessly, not daring to look Qingxiu in the eye again. Though he said nothing, his attitude had already confirmed the truth. He had silently admitted it. "Do you know how much trouble this caused the court? How much effort His Majesty will have to spend to cover up the negative impact? I see a lot of foreign merchants and nobles in this casino. If trade routes decline in the future, you'll lose half your customers." Faced with Qingxiu's rebuke, Yuchi Baolin remained silent, secretly gritting his teeth and swearing that he must find out who planned all this, and make them pay. "Duke Qing, I've heard you usually hate these arrogant foreign envoys the most. Why are you now speaking on their behalf?" Yuchi Baolin said in a muffled tone. Qingxiu simply sneered. "I handle matters. Are you even worthy to question me?" Yuchi Baolin didn't dare say more and could only lower his head, acting submissively. Indeed, Qingxiu couldn't stand those arrogant foreign envoys, but that depended on who they were dealing with. If they dared to bully ordinary commoners, Qingxiu would be the first to make them suffer. But if they stirred up trouble in filthy places like gambling dens, arguing with low-life dealers, then to him it was no different than dogs biting dogs. He already looked down on these places. Moreover, Prince Xiao had already paid back, at great cost, for the foolish thing he did in a moment of impulse. It was enough. Since things have come to this, Duke Qing, for the sake of us both being officials in the same court and loyal to the great Tang, could you perhaps turn a blind eye? After all, the man is already dead. If the court still stirs up trouble over him, it really wouldn't be worth it, Yuqi Baolin pleaded in a low voice. If this matter was exposed by Duke Qing and reached Emperor Li Er's ears, both he and his father would surely suffer. Li Er had already been dissatisfied with Yuqi Jingda's increasing arrogance after the founding of the state. If something like this happened, wouldn't it be the perfect excuse for Li Er to punish the Yuqi family? Qingxiu said nothing, but his face was cold and gloomy. And the more silent he was, the more terrified Yuqi Baolin became. Go, bring the account books. He clenched his teeth. Without bleeding a little today, this matter would be impossible to pass. A while later, the casino thugs carefully escorted Qingxiu out, even clearing out the gamblers beforehand. Yuqi Baolin had paid a high price to keep Qingxiu quiet. For at least the next 2 years, the entire casino would be under Qingxiu's control. But if this let them off the hook, it was worth it, otherwise, even 10 casinos wouldn't be enough to make up for the loss. Yuqi Baolin had no idea, Qingxiu had never sent anyone to follow Prince Xiao. The so-called witnesses and evidence were completely fabricated. Unfortunately, Yuqi Baolin's nerves were too weak. Qingxiu had only bluffed, and he confessed immediately. In this, he was far inferior to his rascal father. What's more, he could never have known, even without forcing him to bleed today, Qingxiu would not have reported this incident to the court. Jingjue Kingdom was not only rich in cotton, its lands were fertile and among the best in the western regions. It was also a key location on the Silk Road. This small country had maintained peace with the Tang for a long time. If the court wanted to move against it, they had no good excuse. But if Jingjue flipped the table first, it would be a completely different matter. Then, no matter how the court responded, even launching a direct military campaign, it would be justified. A prince killed in a foreign land, Qingxiu didn't believe the court would keep quiet about that. The Tang had not waged war in the western regions for too long. These small countries didn't realize that the Tang was setting up a massive chessboard. Qingxiu didn't mind being the one to push the next move. At that time, as the Tang court was actively preparing for war against Tibet, officials and generals were discussing who would serve as the commanding general for the expedition. Many had their own opinions, but most believed the best choice was Hou Junji. The founding generation ministers were either retired or had declined, some bedridden, unable to rise. General Ling Jing had just recovered from a serious illness and was clearly ready to retire, not eager to fight anymore. Among the few prime-age generals, the Prince of Hejian was still chasing Jurchen remnants in Liaodong, leaving only generals Lingji and Hou Junji as the most likely candidates. But Hou Junji had fought the Tuyuhun early on and was very familiar with the conditions of the northwestern deserts. More importantly, he had great influence among the tribal forces in the northwest, making it easier to mobilize troops. Since the plan was to fight a swift and decisive battle, it had to be perfect. Hou Junji's advantages were obvious, he seemed the most suitable. Yet, when the court held its military assembly and Emperor Ling personally read the campaign decree, the name announced shocked everyone. Appoint Shui Rengue as the commanding general, leading 20,000 elite cavalry to march on the Zha Mountains. Upon hearing this, even the soldiers who were feasting at the tables froze in shock, momentarily forgetting the fish and meat in front of them. Although Shui Rengue was popular in the army and beloved by the troops, he had never served as a commander-in-chief before. The court officials were even more stunned. How could Shui Rengue compare to Hou Junji? Many turned to look at Qingxiu, but he didn't care at all. Choosing Hou Junji as commander was not some backroom deal Qingxiu arranged with the emperor. On the contrary, the night before the final decision, the emperor had personally asked Qingxiu whether Shui Rengue could take on the role. Duke Qing must have pulled some strings with his majesty to give Shui Rengue a chance to shine. One of Hou Junji's loyal followers whispered, causing Hou Junji to erupt with rage on the spot. "Shut your mouth! Who are you to insult Duke Qing? Without him, we might not have earned a single worthy merit up to this day." Hou Junji didn't know the full story, but he could guess, this was a deliberate move by the emperor. Hou Junji had recently been gaining too much prominence at court, only Qingxiu could match him. If he kept winning major victories, he might become another Ling Jing. It had taken so long for Ling Jing to retire due to illness, Emperor Ling certainly didn't want another unbeatable figure rising in court. Beloved ministers, though General Shui is young, he always leads the charge, breaks enemy lines, and scales walls first in every battle. With his bravery, defeating the likes of Tibetans is no problem. I also want to witness him grow into a true commander from this war. Emperor Ling looked approvingly at Shui Rengue. The young man held the tiger tally in his hands and wore a foolish smile, not knowing what to say. He never imagined he'd be given such a role one day. Thanks to your majesty's trust, I will do everything I can not to disappoint. Victory shall be ours. Shui Rengue straightened his expression and spoke solemnly. Good. If you don't let me down, I will reward you handsomely when you return. Emperor Ling made the promise right then and there. Of course, if you disappoint me in this battle, you can imagine the consequences. Shui Rengue was full of confidence. He looked around and saw that, apart from the soldiers and mid-level officers in the army, the senior ministers of the court were all looking at him with deep distrust. Clearly, they didn't believe that a young man, just over 20 years old, and fresh out of obscurity, had the ability to lead an army. When Hua Tsubing led an expedition to Mabe and sealed the wolf's lair, he was only 21. Since ancient times, heroes have come from the youth. Qingxiu stood up and slowly said, Shui Rengue once served as my personal guard, but I do not protect my own blindly. If this expedition fails to take Zha Mountain, I ask His Majesty to behead Shui Rengue. These weighty words left everyone in the hall stunned. Was he serious? At that moment, no one doubted anymore that it was Qingxiu who recommended Shui Rengue. Who would push his own man so close to death? I don't think that's necessary. After all, this is General Shui's first time leading an expedition. If something were to happen. Li Er tried to smooth things over, but before he could finish, Shui Rengue stepped forward and declared. Your Majesty, I am willing to sign a military pledge. If I fail to take Zha Mountain in this battle, I will offer my neck for execution. Li Er had nothing more to say. The two of them had fully cut off any path of retreat. If Shui Rengue really loses, Duke Qing's face will take quite a hit. If it's just a matter of face, that's fine. But if he's defeated, dying on the battlefield would be a more honorable end. Even if Duke Qing's military pledge has weight, Shui Rengue is still just a greenhorn. The ministers murmured among themselves. They could already picture Shui Rengue tied up at the execution platform. But the soldiers and officers didn't see it that way. They admired true men, especially iron-blooded warriors unafraid of death. Glory to the general! Glory to the general! At that moment, Shui Rengue's prestige among the troops rose sharply. Qingxiu watched in silence, only smiling slightly as he sipped his wine. I say, Qing boy, you really not afraid Shui Rengue will lose his head? Yuqi Yaojin leaned over. This kid has potential. If you let him fight for another 10 years, he could rival Ho Junji. But letting him lead now and even signing a pledge, this is too. He's leading 20,000 elite cavalry. Back when I followed you to Lingnan, I had only a few thousand troops and still dared to charge enemy formations 10 times our size. Qingxiu replied with a faint smile. But the people of Lingnan aren't like those bloodthirsty, brutal Tibetans. Yuqi Yaojin wanted to say more, but the pledge was already made, there was no point in arguing. Though Shui Rengue had signed the pledge, his expression was much more relaxed than the ministers. Holding the pledge in his hand, he looked down at the assembled troops and shouted. Brothers, don't be too eager to stuff yourselves now. When we return victorious, His Majesty will throw us a feast even more lavish than this one. Kill! 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 The soldiers roared like thunder, and even Li Er couldn't help but laugh out loud. This kid's got spirit, reminds me of myself when I was young. After the feast, the 20,000 elite troops immediately set off, marching through the pass toward Longxi. Qingxiu wanted to offer some guidance before the campaign, so he accompanied the army beyond the pass. At first, Shui Rengue was somewhat uneasy on his first campaign, but with Qingxiu instructing him along the way, he quickly grew more confident. They passed through the Hetao region, and upon reaching the border, found that the Tangut army had already been waiting there. Greetings, Duke Qing. Greetings, General Shui. Our Tangut tribe's 20,000 men have been waiting here for a long time. With one word from the general, we will charge into fire and water. Tu Fei eagerly stepped forward. He had just experienced the caravan massacre and was eager to win favor with the court. So as soon as he heard the emperor had called on the Tanguts for troops, he handed over all his best forces. When Tu Fei saw the 20,000 elite Tang cavalry behind Shui Rengue, he couldn't help but gasp. Each of the 20,000 elite riders was tall and strong, clad in black armor, standing as still as mountains and silent like forests. There was not a sound or whisper among them. Only silence. An army of 20,000 armed to the teeth was not frightening. But that all 20,000 could maintain such discipline, this level of organization was truly terrifying. Though 2FAY also had tens of thousands of Tangut warriors under him, he had no doubt. If war broke out, the Tang army would slaughter his tribe like pigs. 2FAY, I heard you've dealt with Tibetans. How strong are they? Shui Rengue asked coolly. The Tibetans can forge iron and farm crops. They are all strong and skilled in battle. When our Tangut see them, we avoid them from afar and dare not engage, otherwise, we'd surely be defeated. Shui Rengue sneered at this. He pointed to the rushing yellow river ahead and shouted to his soldiers. When we reach Zha Mountain, we'll throw every Tibetan corpse into the yellow river, let the river be clogged with their bodies. After a brief silence, the army erupted in thunderous cheers, echoing their young general's cry. Qingxiu, atop his horse, looked at the distant silhouette of the mountain range. He knew it was time to turn back. Don't forget the firearms I gave you. Use them wisely. Don't rely on having them only to stupidly charge into melee. Shui Rengue laughed. Don't worry, boss. I love using those fire weapons. Those firearms were Qingxiu's guarantee of victory in this campaign. The Tibetans had only tasted their power once at Kunlun Mountain. Now, the real battle was coming. Everyone, the Yellow River has been flooding recently. The water is muddy. All because the Tibetans have been grazing and farming recklessly upstream, causing soil erosion and increased sediment. The stability of the Yellow River is the foundation of our Tang Empire. Yet the Tibetans refuse to live in peace with us. The more we negotiate, the more they expand their farming. Today's expedition is to seize the source of the Yellow River from the Tibetans, to purify it from the root, so that the river within our borders may be clear and peaceful, and all under heaven may prosper. Therefore, we march to conquer Tibet and seize the Yellow River source. Qingxiu raised his arm and shouted. The entire army's morale soared. 20,000 Tang troops, leading Tangut auxiliaries, surged across the border toward Zha Mountain. Qingxiu thought briefly. Was this perhaps the first time the Central Plains had ever sent troops to seize the source of the Yellow River? After sending off the expedition army, Qingxiu didn't delay and immediately set off to return to Chang'an. Although the Tangut tribe tried hard to keep him for a few more days, hoping to use the opportunity to win his favor, Qingxiu never thought much of the Tanguts to begin with. At dawn the next day, he departed directly, only sending a messenger to inform them of his departure. Though the Tanguts felt great regret, they didn't dare force him to stay and could only send people later to deliver food and water. Originally, Qingxiu planned to go straight back to the Hetao region and return to Guangzhou. But while he was leading his party across the Gobi Desert, he unintentionally saw sandstorms sweeping in from the north. How is the wind and sand in the northern frontier getting worse day by day? Qingxiu murmured to himself. Suddenly, something came to his mind, and he asked a nearby Tangut guide, "What's the situation with the Turks lately? With such heavy sandstorms, their grazing scale must have increased, right?" The guide was surprised. "You're exactly right. Recently, the Turkic tribes haven't been gathering as usual, but instead spread out in all directions for grazing. Even the grass on the Gobi of the Heshi corridor has been eaten clean by their cattle and sheep." Sighing, the guide added, their tribe had no strength to fight the Turks, and could only swallow the loss when their pastures were taken. How strange. The grasslands south of the desert are rich in water and vegetation. Why aren't they herding there? Why come all the way here to chew on sand? Qingxiu became even more puzzled. We don't really know either. But we heard that recently the Turks are in turmoil over religious matters. Qingxiu raised an eyebrow and motioned the guide to continue. I don't know the deeper details, the guide said, but I heard all the tribes who worship Tengri were driven out. Those left in the southern desert all believe in Buddhism now. Looking at the swirling sand, Qingxiu faintly sensed that under the wind-blown Gobi lay a group of nomads dressed in Turkic robes, hugging their cattle and sheep, seeking shelter from the storm. Let's go meet them. Without waiting, Qingxiu spurred his horse and galloped toward the Turkic encampment. Duke Qing. Be careful of the Turks. Watch out for an ambush. His guards rushed after him in fear, shouting a warning. No need to worry about that. Even if you gave them 10 extra guts, they still wouldn't dare touch a hair on my head. Qingxiu laughed wildly. In no time, his figure disappeared into the sandstorm. The scene terrified his guards, they no longer cared about the fierce wind and charged into the sandstorm in pursuit. At that moment, the more than 10,000 Turkic nomads were barely sheltering beneath the Gobi against the storm. Even when cattle and sheep wandered into the sandstorm, no one dared to retrieve them. But the storm wouldn't let up. The longer they waited, the more anxious they grew. One of the local leaders looked at the endless storm and was filled with despair. We've just left the southern desert and already face such a deadly storm. Does Tengri not want us to return to the grasslands? Are we to be buried here? As the chief was filled with sorrow, he suddenly saw a rider emerge from the storm, covered in dust and riding straight toward them. The sight stunned him and the tribespeople. Everyone stood up in shock, terrified as they stared at the approaching figure. To charge into a storm like this, was that even human? The rider threw off his cloak. His face was clearly revealed to the chief. "Qing! Duke Qing!" The leader looked carefully and, in panic, cried out in alarm, then instinctively dropped to his knees before Qingxiu. The others didn't know who Qingxiu was, but seeing their chief so terrified, they quickly followed suit. When Qingxiu raised his head, he was met with an utterly baffling scene. Everyone was kneeling before him. "You all know me?" Qingxiu was genuinely confused. Surely not every nomad on the steppe recognized him? The chief quickly explained, "I am the leader of the Turkic Tieha tribe. During last year's campaign against Goguryeo, I saw you with my own eyes, it's deeply etched in my memory." So that's how it was. Qingxiu didn't care. He dismounted and shook the sand off his cloak. "Get up, no need for this." The chief even came up personally to hand him the cloak, overly attentive. Qingxiu took it as a matter of course and sat directly in the chief's former seat. Though he was alone, surrounded by burly Turkic men with fierce faces. He didn't see them as enemies, instead, treated them like subordinates. And they, incredibly, acted just as they were supposed to, meek in front of Qingxiu, not daring to breathe loudly. "You're Turks. Why did you come all the way out here to the Gobi, fighting the Tanguts over sand?" Qingxiu asked as he sat. The chief dared not hide anything and immediately explained. They were a Turkic tribe with the surname Tieha, considered one of the weaker tribes on the steppe. Originally, they pledged loyalty to Oromo, who allowed them to live on the southern grasslands. But ever since Master Shenu, also known as the swindler Zhang, brought Buddhist scriptures to the southern grasslands and displayed all kinds of miracles, Oromo converted to Buddhism without reservation and abandoned the long-standing Tingri belief that had been passed down on the steppe. What's more, he ordered all steppe tribes to worship Buddhism exclusively. Worship of Tingri was forbidden. Every tent had to install a Buddha statue. But the Turks had no craftsmanship. To worship with clay statues, they had to order them from Han artisans inside the Tang border. And those Han people, naturally, took advantage of the monopoly. Even a palm-sized clay Buddha statue cost as much as a full-grown sheep, worsening the poverty of already poor nomads. And that was just the beginning. Oromo's obsession with Buddhism grew increasingly extreme. After returning from the Goguryeo campaign, he witnessed how the Jurchens had been dismantled by the Tang court. Combined with Master Shenu's constant deception, he became convinced that it was the result of not believing in Buddhism. So he issued a shocking order: for every 7 households, 1 monk must be supported. These nomads, who already struggled to feed themselves, were forced to flee under this new rule. Some smaller tribes that refused to obey were defeated one after another by Oromo and fled to the White Mountains and Black Waters of Liaodong, or into the northwestern deserts, to eat sand and survive. The Turks, who were gradually reintegrating, fractured once again after this blow. Now, it seemed only Oromo's central tribe still occupied the southern grasslands, while other Turkic tribes no longer dared to remain there. "Do you know what we really can't accept?" said the Tieha chief. "He believes in Buddhism and won't let us kill. Even when the Khitan from the east took over our pastures, he still wouldn't allow us to fight back," saying something about the Buddhist principle of compassion. The Tieha chief became more and more furious as he spoke, and even the attendants around him began cursing aloud. Everyone said Oromo was worthless. If we had known it would come to this, we should have defected to the Tang army back when they came on the eastern expedition. The Tang gave us money back then, and all of it was taken by Oromo and donated to the Buddhists. That bastard's a damned beast. He forbids us from slaughtering cattle or sheep for at least 10 days every month. What are we supposed to eat? Everyone complained endlessly, and Qingxiu quickly understood most of the story. He never imagined that sending the old trickster Zhang to weaken the martial spirit of these northern nomads would unexpectedly bring such great results. In less than 2 years, the Turks had already begun to splinter, and their leader had essentially lost his mind, completely consumed by religion. "Well played, old fraud Zhang," Qingxiu thought. "You're nearly at death's door, and you still managed to fool the Turks so thoroughly." In his heart, Qingxiu silently praised him. A minor move had yielded better results than a force of 100,000 soldiers. Still, on the surface, Qingxiu acted outraged. Outrageous. Under heaven, all who live under the sun and moon are subjects of the great Tang. That Oromo has acted in defiance of heaven and morality, plunging hundreds of thousands of steppe nomads into suffering. His crimes deserve death. He once joined us in the Tang army to liberate the people of Goguryeo, a deed of great virtue. And now he's fallen this far? If our empire ignores this, what face do we have to call ourselves a great civilization? Chingo spoke with passion, seemingly from the heart. Then he looked at the gathered nomads and sternly said, I promise you all, Oromo will pay for this. I will sweep away this tumor from the grasslands. The nomads were immediately stirred with emotion. Even the Tieha chief was moved to tears. Brothers, some once said that Duke Qing only went to save the people of Goguryeo as a pretext, that it was false kindness. But look at him today, Duke Qing truly cares for us. He will cleanse the grasslands and help us return to the south. Everyone cheered in excitement. At that moment, Duke Qing became their savior. But they were too hopeful. Chingo only promised to eliminate the tumor from the grasslands, he never said they'd get their land back. With the mood now set, Chingo wouldn't waste the moment. He quickly joined them in cursing Oromo loudly. The court will not sit idly by. When the time comes to campaign against Oromo, I hope you'll all give your full support, Chingo said seriously. Of course. The nomads immediately pledged, as soon as the imperial court gives the order, they will rise up, even if it costs their lives. While the group continued talking, the endless sandstorm outside gradually began to settle. The sky of yellow sand cleared, sunlight emerged, and the gloom in everyone's hearts was also swept away. Duke Qing has come. With him came heaven's blessing. From today on, we'll be free from suffering. The Tieha chief raised his arm and shouted. We will follow Duke Qing through fire and death, without hesitation. Cheers erupted around him, but Chingo only smiled silently. If anyone deserved thanks, it was Oromo. A short while later, with the sandstorm gone, the guards who had been searching the desert like headless flies finally spotted the Turkic camp. They rushed in to find Chingo, but before they could reach him, they saw him calmly riding toward them. Thank heavens! Seeing him unharmed, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. Duke Qing, forgive us. We lost your trail in the storm and couldn't find you. They crowded around to apologize, but Chingo waved it off. No need for chatter, everyone. I'm not too eager to return to Chang'an just yet. It's still too early. Chingo glanced at the token in his hand, it was given to him by the Tieha tribe. From now on, Chingo could freely command the Tieha tribe. Even if he sent someone else to do it, just showing this token would be enough. The guards looked at each other, puzzled by his sudden decision. Tell everyone, plans have changed. We're going south, to the main camp of the Turks. South of the desert, Turkic headquarters. Since the start of the new year, the garrison at Yanmen Pass had found things unusually quiet. For some reason, the Turks no longer prowled the border or plotted mischief. Instead, on every 1st and 15th day of the month, they held grand sacrificial ceremonies at the frontier. With what little they had, they honored every Buddhist deity imaginable. They slaughtered the few livestock they had to offer in sacrifice. Watching these bizarre rituals had become the only entertainment for the Yanmen garrison. Standing on the walls, they found it rather amusing. They really couldn't understand it. With pastures dry and livestock starving, the Turks still wasted so much on sacrifices. How did they plan to survive? That day happened to be another sacrificial day. Oromo returned to camp with the ritual procession, casually chatting with the old fraud Zhang who rode beside him. Master, if I've nearly mastered the invincible Vajra body, when will I truly gain immortality and join the ranks of the enlightened? We've done so many rituals. Surely the heavens owe me a miracle by now. Oromo asked cautiously, though his impatient expression betrayed him. The old fraud smiled calmly and stroked his beard. Great king, you must not be hasty. Accumulating merit is not done overnight. Though you feel it slow, in my view, you've progressed extremely fast. But I still haven't become immortal. What are you saying? I've been cultivating for over 50 years, and I've only now reached the Vajra body. You've been practicing for just over 2 years. The old fraud grew increasingly animated, delivering his lines with great feeling. Aramona immediately frowned. Master, it's not that I'm being presumptuous, but my cultivation far surpasses yours. What do you mean by that? You only cultivate for yourself. At most, you can save some flowers, grass, birds, and beasts. But I've kept the northern desert peaceful for 2 years, who knows how many cattle and sheep have been spared from being eaten by the Turks. Even when the Khitans attacked, I didn't allow any battles. Who knows how many people were spared from death? What great merit that is! At this moment, the old fraud truly had to exert great effort to keep himself from laughing out loud. On one hand, he forbade the herders to slaughter cattle and sheep, yet he used bloodied ox heads and sheep heads for Buddhist rituals. In truth, forbidding the slaughter was just to ensure enough livestock was left for his own religious offerings. Still, it showed that Aramona was truly devoted to becoming a Buddha. Your Majesty is absolutely right, but haste makes waste. You must wait patiently. Could it be you're getting impatient? Aramona's expression turned odd. I am not impatient, it's just. Your Majesty. Suddenly, a forward scout galloped back and immediately informed Aramona, the Duke of Qing has arrived, he's waiting for you just ahead. What? Aramona thought he'd misheard. He asked again several times to confirm it wasn't a mistake. Are you joking? If the Duke of Qing were coming to the grasslands, he would have notified us a month in advance and brought a whole entourage. How could he suddenly show up like this, waiting in the desert? The subordinate didn't dare say much, only signaled for Aramona to see for himself. Aramona was full of doubt. He turned to the old fraud next to him. Master Shiran, why do you think the Duke of Qing has come to the grasslands now? Master Shiran? After several calls, the old fraud finally snapped out of his daze and answered in a panic. Even though he was now second only to Aramona in the Turkic tribe, the mention of the Duke of Qing made him inexplicably fearful. I don't know. But since he's come, we must greet him properly. Before Aramona could speak, the old fraud dismounted of his own accord. Aramona ordered his soldiers and herders to stay where they were and not move without his command. He then told his nearby attendants to disarm and dismount, and followed him on foot to greet Qingxiu. At that moment, Qingxiu had just arrived in the southern desert. He dismounted to rest, while his guards vigilantly watched the Turks. But clearly, they were too cautious. The Turks wouldn't dare do anything to Qingxiu, in fact, they were the ones afraid of him. Greetings, Duke of Qing. Seeing Qingxiu from afar, Aramona and the old fraud immediately knelt and bowed, then every 10 steps, they bowed again as they approached. Enough, you two, no need for ceremony. Hurry up and get over here. Qingxiu had no time for their performative antics and ordered them to rise and approach. Aramona quickly stepped forward and asked warmly, Your Grace, why did you not notify us in advance of your visit? We could have prepared a proper welcome. The old fraud stood silently to the side, trembling slightly with his hands hidden in his sleeves, not daring to speak. I was just passing by. What, I can't come without informing you first. Qingxiu narrowed his eyes slightly. This startled Aramona so much he immediately bowed his head. Of course not. I was only afraid of not receiving you properly. Qingxiu glanced at the troops stationed nearby and sneered inwardly. This master beside you, is his Dharma named Shiran? He acted casually, glancing at the old fraud and bringing him up deliberately. The latter hurried to respond, Why yes, my Dharma name is Shiran. I am but an old monk in my 70s. 70s? You look vigorous, more like an immortal than an old man. I'd heard of Master Shiran's name back in Chang'an. Regrettably, I never had the chance to visit. So you've come to the grasslands to spread salvation? The old fraud didn't expect Qingxiu to praise him. He could only smile awkwardly, not daring to say much. You've heard of Master Shiran too? Aramona was stunned. His admiration for the old fraud grew even more. Qingxiu smiled. Master Shiran, since the people of the Tang dynasty haven't had the fortune to receive your teachings, you must guide the Turks well here. Of course, the old fraud forced out a smile. Aramona invited Qingxiu to his grand tent, saying he would break religious rules today just to host him well. No need for hospitality. Qingxiu declined directly. I've heard that recently, due to your Buddhist devotion, many tribal leaders have left the southern desert? That is true. Aramona thought Qingxiu would criticize him, but what he said next shocked him. Those petty men lack understanding of the Dharma's profundity. How could they possibly comprehend your vision? Qingxiu even patted Aramona on the shoulder, leaving the latter in disbelief. The Duke of Qing, who always looked down on us barbarians, actually patted my shoulder in understanding? You also understand Buddhism? One could say I know a little. Its profundities are not easily grasped by the average mind. Qingxiu stood up, solemn-faced. I heard that those who truly comprehend the Dharma can turn their body into gold, become immune to blades and spears, and live forever. Yes. All who master the Dharma are beings of great spiritual power. Hearing Qingxiu share his views, Aramona grew emotional and began discussing Buddhism with him. So, no need to worry about those tribes and herders who've left. When they one day understand Buddhism's boundless power, they'll come back to follow you. Qingxiu even mentioned seeing the Tiela tribe in the desert but didn't reveal the real situation. Instead, he exaggerated how miserable they were, just to say one thing, that's what they get for not believing in Buddhism. Remember this well, ignore what others say. When your cultivation is complete, all will become clear. Qingxiu advised earnestly, almost making Aramona kneel in tears. The person he respected most turned out to be the one who understood him best. What could be more touching? Please, Your Grace, come to the grand tent. Today I must show you all I've gained from embracing Buddhism. Qingxiu feigned some reluctance, then agreed and followed him. Aramona, perhaps provoked by Qingxiu, insisted on demonstrating his power obtained through Buddhism by doing a flesh-body performance, placing himself into an oil cauldron. Qingxiu watched, laughing heartily with sarcasm and disdain. Wonderful, really wonderful. If everyone in these grassland tribes were like you, the world could be peaceful, and there'd be no more wars. From now on, you must set an example so that all people in the northern frontier tribes follow your model. To Aramona's ears, Qingxiu's words sounded like the highest praise bestowed by divine grace. The old swindler, Zhang, watched in fear, unable to associate this Qingxiu with the one who had publicly exposed his tricks in Chang'an. Duke Qing truly is the best performer in the world, he thought, feeling astonished. As evening approached and Qingxiu prepared to leave, he repeated his heartfelt instruction. If those tribes broken away from you don't see sense, when the Central Plains come, they will help you restore the situation and bring them back to the northern frontier. Aramona was full of emotion and said, if that happens, once I achieve the proper Buddhist path, I will surely support Duke Qing. Those words were truly nauseating. Even Qingxiu, despite his dramatic nature, felt some disgust and hurried to ask Aramona not to see him off. Once the Turks had left, Qingxiu's guards couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. You are really good at fooling idiots, that fool was completely spun around by you. I've never seen such stupidity. He was a wanted prisoner in Chang'an, and now that same old swindler is bowed to by tribal chiefs on the grasslands, absurd. The air was filled with joy, and even Qingxiu couldn't help but smile. I always knew Aramona wasn't clever, but I didn't expect him to be this foolish. Having a Khan like him must be the result of their 9 lifetimes of fortune. At those words, everyone laughed even more. This journey back truly opened Qingxiu's eyes. On these grasslands, monks outnumbered the hard-working herders. Many monks were Han Chinese who just shaved their heads, uttered Buddhist chants, and instantly became local holy men. The sight made Qingxiu itch with excitement. Such an opportunity, if not exploited, would be a sin. Those parting words Qingxiu left with Aramona had greatly inspired the fool. At first he doubted he had any true spiritual merit, but now he believed in Buddhism with no reservations. He immediately ordered the construction of several giant bronze Buddha statues comparable to the main tent and arranged for vast quantities of livestock and horses to be sent to the market to exchange for money. Skilled craftsmen from the Central Plains were to build the bronze Buddhas on the grasslands. Once this news spread, even the last few Turks still clinging to hope for Aramona gave up. They began planning how to change dynasties on the grasslands. When the Khitan learned of this, they were convinced that the southern grasslands were close to being transformed. After reading Qingxiu's memorial, Li Er almost thought it was fabricated. You don't need to doubt it. You can ask the frontier generals, they know the situation well, even though the report is incredible, Qingxiu explained. Honestly, had he not seen it himself, even Qingxiu would not have believed that in just 2 years, the Turks could fall so deeply. Li Er was delighted. Looking at his trusted ministers, he said, although the Turkic royal house has been destroyed, I've secretly wanted to drive them out of the northern grasslands completely, and now's our chance. Xiao Yu, always moderate, even now sided with the hawks. Heaven turns against us, yet it's backfiring, he proclaimed. With him on board, others also agreed, the campaign must be launched. And launched swiftly, with thunderous force. Your Majesty shouldn't announce this in the court yet. We'll discuss privately and prepare. Once the timing is right, we'll strike. From now on, no Turkic will remain in the southern desert. Qingxiu advised. I understand. Li Er said after careful deliberation. Looking at Qingxiu, he added, Duke Qing, you may have to work hard once again. His meaning was crystal clear. Qingxiu was to be the campaign's main general. He was tired of endless cleanups on the grasslands without annihilating the Turks. Only one battle could decide the matter, and only Qingxiu could do it. Qingxiu didn't refuse. In a solemn voice he said, I only need 5,000 elite cavalry, 5,000 elite infantry, and enough military funds to prepare firearms. I will thoroughly eliminate the Turks in one battle. Good. Li Er didn't hesitate. For 1 year, all tax revenues from Lingnan and part of Goguryeo, after local expenses, will be reserved as your military funding to campaign against the Turks. Just thinking about it was an astronomical sum. Everyone gasped. This would be the wealthiest campaign Qingxiu had ever led, even more than the Goguryeo one. This showed just how deeply Li Er feared the Turks, and how determined he was to completely eradicate them. From now on, the northern frontier will no longer face any threat, for at least 100 years. Qingxiu boldly declared. At the same time, Xueren Gue and his men crossed Kunlun Mountain, quietly bypassing the Tibetan army gathering at the front, and entered the depths of Turkic territory. The grueling march made him fully realize the trouble ahead. He had wiped out many scattered Tibetan border forces, so battle wasn't the problem, but this march was deathly serious. The deeper into Tibetan territory, the higher the terrain. Soldiers began to suffer from strange illnesses, altitude sickness. Shwe Rengui's elite cavalry had barely ascended the first steps of the Tibetan plateau when nearly a quarter had lost combat effectiveness. Even morale had plunged. They weren't afraid of fighting Tibetans, but this grievous march had made them doubt whether the goal at Zha Mountain was even reachable. Shwe Rengui himself was deeply worried. Continuing like this, he might really fail to complete his mission on time. Shwe Rengui silently recalled the demands he had placed on himself for this expedition to Qingxiu. He kept thinking about how to quickly advance the troops under such harsh weather conditions, ensuring the army could reach the folded mountains with maximum combat strength. If not for this terrible environment, let alone cutting through to their rear, even if these Tubo forces brought all their troops, they still wouldn't be a match for me. Shwe Rengui was genuinely frustrated. He could accept losing to a stronger enemy or a more brilliant commander, but what he absolutely could not accept was losing to the extremely harsh weather. "General, it's getting late. You should rest." At this time, the deputy general stepped forward to persuade Shwe Rengui to rest. Shwe Rengui casually responded, but his eyes inadvertently scanned the deputy general's face, and he was suddenly surprised. "Who are you?" This deputy general held a position in the army just below his own, but his appearance was extremely unfamiliar. These past days, there had been little fighting. They were either resting or rushing ahead on horseback, leaving little time to notice this unfamiliar deputy general. Many of his officers had gone through life and death with him in the desert and Goguryeo. They were brothers in arms. Yet this deputy general, who held a rank just beneath him, was someone he had never met before. Though military appointments were made by the court, most of the chosen personnel were Shwe Rengui's old comrades, and they coordinated seamlessly in battle. Yet now someone he didn't even know by name was forcibly assigned as his assistant. He truly didn't understand. "You are?" This subordinate is Su Dingfong, newly appointed by the court as deputy general. "We met when we departed from Hutao." The deputy general removed his helmet, revealing a face that was both fierce and composed. His appointment as Shwe Rengui's deputy general was arranged by Qingxiu. Su Dingfong? Shwe Rengui had heard the name before, but only knew that he had once served as a vanguard on the northern front. And that was all. Shwe Rengui's own military achievements far surpassed this old general, who had previously been dismissed from service. Shwe Rengui had doubts. Why hadn't Duke Qing assigned him someone more reliable as a deputy general? Su Dingfong clearly sensed Shwe Rengui's faint disdain. His facial muscles twitched, but he forced himself to hold back. In the past, he would have exploded, but now, this was his first battle since returning to the army. He had to endure no matter what. "General Shwe, don't look down on me. The number of Turks I've personally killed on the battlefield is not less than yours," Su Dingfong said calmly. "Heh, so you're an old soldier. It's a pity I didn't see you on the Goguryeo front back then," Shwe Rengui replied mockingly. Su Dingfong wasn't offended. He calmly said, "General Shwe, do you not trust Duke Qing's judgment? As far as I know, weren't you also promoted from a greenhorn to assault commander by Duke Qing?" Shwe Rengui frowned. He truly couldn't refute that. He could question the man before him, but he absolutely couldn't question Duke Qing's judgment. "It's late. Let's get some rest. We have a long road tomorrow." Shwe Rengui didn't want to continue talking nonsense and got up to return to his tent. "Wait, General. Even if you go back now, can you really sleep?" Su Dingfong called after him. "What does my sleep have to do with you? You can't sleep because the current crisis is unsolvable. But if we talk a bit, maybe we'll find a solution. After all, I've been on the battlefield a few years longer than you. I know the situation well." Shwe Rengui frowned. This old soldier was trying to lecture him. "Fine." Shwe Rengui sat down. "I'd like to see what you, an old soldier, have to offer. If your ideas are good, I'll praise your performance to Duke Qing. If it's all nonsense, just bragging in front of me, humph." Shwe Rengui's attitude didn't faze Su Dingfong. He calmly sat down. "Duke Qing wants you to quickly reach the folded mountains, yet you're marching at a leisurely pace. If you keep going like this, in just a few days, many in the army will die from the harsh climate. The elite troops will start dying before even fighting a single battle. What a joke." "What did you say?" Shwe Rengui flared up and was about to stand, but Su Dingfong motioned for him to calm down. "General Shwe, think carefully about what Duke Qing told you to do, then you'll understand." Shwe Rengui paused. Thinking about it, wasn't what Su Dingfong just said exactly what he'd been worrying about? But pointing out the problem was one thing. What he needed now was a solution. Seeing Shui Rengue still didn't fully understand, Su Dingfong added, even if we only had half our current number of elite troops, do you really think we couldn't beat the Tubo? Of course not. If Duke Qing hadn't insisted on giving me 20,000 elite troops, I could have crushed the Tubo with 10,000 cavalry. Suddenly, Shui Rengue understood what Su Dingfong had been suggesting. The 20,000 cavalry were too bloated and dependent on logistics. On top of that, the mountainous terrain and harsh weather meant they still had a long way to go to reach the folded mountains. Continuing like this would never work. But if he selected only the most elite, most environment-adapted 5,000 cavalry, carrying all the rations and moving at top speed, they could reach the folded mountains. The fewer men in the force, the lighter the burden. With Shui Rengue's leadership and the Tang army's fierce strength, even 5,000 could crush tens of thousands of Tubo troops. So that's it. Shui Rengue burst out laughing. You sly old soldier. You were right, Duke Qing wanted me to break into the folded mountains quickly, and this is what he meant. Sly old soldier? Su Dingfong's face twitched again, but he held back. After all, Shui Rengue was his superior now. With the problem clarified, Shui Rengue quickly devised a plan and was confident it would work. Su Dingfong, I will personally lead 5,000 of our most elite troops, take most of the army's rations and firearms, and make a forced march to the folded mountains. You will lead the remaining 15,000 elite cavalry, stay in contact with logistics, march slowly, but don't miss the opportunity for battle. You must be able to link up with our vanguard when needed. If their 5,000 could take the folded mountains, then the arriving Tang army could hold it firmly. That's a good plan. But there's one even better than what you thought. Su Dingfong said bluntly. Speak. Shui Rengue urged impatiently. He took out a map from his chest, he had already prepared in advance. If we are already inside the Tubo territory, fortunately this route of march was quite concealed, and didn't let the Tubo people discover our troop movements. Su Dingfong pointed to their current location on the map, then suddenly turned his finger to point behind them, toward the Tubo border. That was Mount Pinglu, the area where Tubo and Tang armies fought to seize the border highlands. According to what I know, there are over 200,000 elite troops inside Tubo, most of whom are stationed in this area confronting our Tang army. Su Dingfong suddenly looked up at Shui Rengue, his eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty excitement. They would never expect that a Tang elite force could attack directly from behind. At that point, with our forces attacking them from both sides, those Tubo elites would be utterly defeated and buried here. Looking at the winding map, just imagining Su Dingfong's plan made Shui Rengue excited. This plan was definitely feasible, and more thorough than what he had thought. As expected from a veteran. Shui Rengue praised Su Dingfong. If this battle ends successfully, your merit won't be less than mine. I will report truthfully to Duke Qing. Duke Qing will naturally judge, no need for us to explain, Su Dingfong replied with a light smile. It was a bold plan. If it worked, not only could they seize the folded mountains directly, but it would severely damage the Tubo's strength. Forget competing for Mount Pinglu, Tubo's entire front line would be pushed west of the folded mountains. They could no longer threaten the Heshi corridor. I'll personally lead the attack on the folded mountains. The situation at Mount Pinglu will be in your hands, but I can only give you 10,000 cavalry. Su Dingfong snorted coldly. Testing me? 10,000 it is. Nonsense, attacking the folded mountains from the front, I have to leave a way out. The two of them burst out laughing. The next morning, Shui Rengue immediately issued troop deployment orders. He didn't hesitate to bring all his veteran generals and subordinates into his own column. When everyone learned that Shui Rengue would give 10,000 men to Su Dingfong, they were all shocked. They were in enemy territory, and he still wanted to split the troops? Too risky. Some initially wanted to persuade him otherwise, but his next military order silenced everyone. This tactic was jointly decided by General Su and me. No one may question it. If anyone disobeys General Su's orders during the march, even if we win the battle, I will behead them myself. After receiving the command, Su Dingfong immediately led his troops in the opposite direction from the folded mountains. This move shocked the whole army, but Shui Rengue didn't explain, he simply drew his sword and pointed west. There are still over 600 li to the folded mountains. The entire army will march urgently, we must reach our destination within 3 days and 1 night. If we're late, all of us, including myself, will be punished. Hearing this order, both soldiers and officers felt a chill down their spines. That was 600 li. But since the order was given, no one dared complain. They were used to tough battles with Shui Rengue anyway. Move out. The 5,000 elite cavalry immediately galloped forward, headed straight for the folded mountains. Hooves shook the earth, dust filled the sky. Nearly every cavalryman had 3 horses, pushing their speed to the limit. At that moment, they weren't even thinking about how to crush the enemy once they reached the folded mountains. Every man had only one goal in mind. Cover 600 li in 2 days and 1 night. Folded mountains. About 10 years ago, this was still a lush land with abundant water and grass, endless forests, and picturesque scenery. But since Tubo's unification, unrestrained grazing and farming had stripped most of the forests, and many grasslands had degraded into desert. Even the snowmelt that flowed into the Yellow River eroded much of the soil, leaving hollow ground beneath. Yet even in this state, the folded mountains remained the most fertile region within Tubo. Songtsen Gampo was still desperately developing it for grain, cattle, and sheep. They had no idea what kind of natural disasters this caused downstream in Tang territory. But even if they knew, they'd just exploit it harder. Wouldn't that be better? Nearby Tubo herders and farmers went on with their lives, unaware that this area had long become a critical target for the Tang army. I heard the king is going to raise taxes again. But this land gets more barren every year, soon we won't even be able to pay taxes. Exactly. The king also says that once Longshan is taken, we'll plunder inside Tang territory and get compensated, but when will that ever happen? The herder sighed. Since Tubo's unification, almost none of Songtsen Gampo's promises had come true. On the contrary, taxes and exploitation kept increasing. The local people no longer hoped for anything, just to survive. They no longer dared to dream of capturing Chang'an. While they were sighing, they had no idea that on the other side of the folded mountains, the Tang army was approaching fast, after marching 2 days and 1 night. Even the Tubo soldiers garrisoned there were off guard, still gambling and drinking in the fortress, unaware of the looming danger. At noon, Shwerengue's group finally saw the outline of the folded mountains. As they got closer, they could even make out the border watchtowers nearby. Folded mountains. Brothers, we've made it. The Tubo are dead meat. The Tang soldiers, who hadn't dismounted for 2 days and 1 night, looked toward the watchtower with bloodshot eyes, only to see Tubo soldiers snoring with spears in hand. Even outside the camp, few were on guard. It didn't look like a military post at all. The Tang soldiers were furious. They had raced all this way to find these bastards sound asleep. Why were they still alive? Why were they allowed to sleep? Their anger surged. Their fighting spirit burned. They wanted to rush forward and rip the Tubo apart. Shwerengue rode in front. He saw that one of the soldiers on the watchtower was vaguely awakened by the sound of hooves. He immediately took out his bow, aimed at the sleepy soldier atop the wall, and let the arrow fly. The soldier who had just gotten up on the watchtower rubbed his eyes. The next thing he heard was the sharp sound of wind rushing at him, and in the next moment, an arrow pierced through his head. He didn't even have time to let out a scream. With a muffled groan, he fell from the tower, and with a thump, his body was covered by the flying sand and dust. The sound, along with the pounding hooves, woke the other soldier who had been asleep on duty with him. When he opened his eyes, he couldn't find where his companion had gone. "Hey, you went down and didn't even call me." He stuck his head out of the tower to look for his companion and immediately saw him lying below, already soaked in blood. Before he could react in fear, he looked up and saw the dust cloud rising in the distance, along with another arrow flying directly at him. In the next second, the arrow pierced his head, and he collapsed silently into the watchtower. Behind the tower was a Tubo military camp made of wooden fences, serving as a makeshift wall to guard the folded mountains. But the watchtower gave no warning. By the time the soldiers in the camp realized the Tang army was approaching, Shwerengue's cavalry was less than a li away. "The Tang army is coming?" The Tubo soldiers who realized what was happening hurriedly threw away their gambling chips to put on armor and grab weapons. Even the officers were scrambling to organize the troops. But most of them stood there dumbfounded. Although they could feel the earth trembling under the hooves, they still couldn't believe it. How had the Tang army crossed 1,000 li of territory, bypassed the border forces, and reached deep into their heartland? But the bloodshot-eyed, murderous Tang cavalry gave them no time to think. Before the Tubo soldiers could finish putting on armor, Shwerengue had already charged into the camp, wielding a lance in each hand. As soon as he entered the camp, he ran into a Tubo officer. The moment that man saw Shwerengue, he turned to flee, but Shwe's horse was faster. Shwe lifted his lance and, using the momentum of the galloping horse, thrust it forward. The Tubo officer was instantly skewered through the chest, and the force of the impact sent him flying dozens of feet before he hit the ground with a crash. He was then trampled into a pulp by the Tang cavalry following behind. At that moment, the 5,000 Tang cavalry were like tigers in a flock of sheep, swinging their lances and sabers without restraint, killing on sight. Blood flowed like a river. Even though some Tubo soldiers managed to put on armor in the chaos and tried to resist, there was no unified command. Fighting separately, they were quickly beheaded one by one. In just moments, over 1,000 of the more than 10,000 Tubo soldiers in the camp were slaughtered. The survivors were quickly wiped out amid the chaos, with their formation totally collapsing. Many tried to flee, but Gue had already ordered every exit to be sealed. Those Tubo soldiers who barely managed to escape the chaos only saw Tang troops with flintlock guns guarding every exit. A volley of gunfire shattered their hopes of escape. Corpses piled up at every path, almost blocking the roads. Gue saw that some Tubo soldiers were trying to hide among the corpses to avoid arrows and gunfire. He immediately ordered 10,000-man flame bombs to be thrown, burning the bodies and the hiding Tubo soldiers to ashes. After nailing a fully armored soldier to the ground with his lance, armor and all, Gue looked up and saw that there were no more Tubo soldiers left to resist. The rest could only flee in madness, throwing off their armor and weapons as they ran. If they couldn't get out, they tried to hide wherever they could, even jumping into wells if needed. General, some scattered Tubo soldiers just escaped. They'll definitely run to get reinforcements. And now that the 10,000-man flame bombs have lit a massive fire, their reinforcements will arrive soon. A military officer galloped up to Gue. Why don't we capture these Tubo soldiers as prisoners and end the battle quickly? We can make them repair the camp. Then we'll use this as a base to hold off their reinforcements. What do you think? It seemed like the best solution at the time. Gue watched as his men continued hunting down fleeing Tubo soldiers. He thought for just a moment, then firmly rejected the proposal. Absolutely not. We only have a little over 5,000 men. How could we capture an enemy force as large as ours? Pass the order, have the troops take all the firearms and withdraw from the camp. No need to keep chasing these Tubo. As the officer had warned, in less than half an hour, over 20,000 Tubo troops arrived in a rush. But when they got there, the Tang troops were already gone. All that remained were smoldering flames. Inside the camp, they saw burned, screaming soldiers, or broken, demoralized men sitting blankly on the ground. Where are the Tang troops? The commander quickly sent men to question the surviving soldiers, but they all said they didn't know. Maybe they saw our reinforcements coming and fled in a hurry. The commander frowned deeply. There were over 10,000 soldiers in this camp, and yet over half were killed or injured by a charge of only 5,000 Tang troops? How did the Tang army even get here? There wasn't a single warning beforehand? The officer didn't know what to say and replied gloomily, "We still don't understand how they bypassed." Before he could finish, a deafening roar of killing and the chaotic noise of galloping hooves suddenly erupted again. The commander rushed outside his tent, and saw his own troops scrambling to squeeze back into the military camp. Even though the camp was too small for more than 20,000 men, the soldiers trampled each other just to get inside. The Tang army is coming. The Tang army is coming. The Tang troops, who had just vanished, were now suddenly appearing outside the camp again. Even though they only numbered 5,000, every single one was drenched in blood and radiating a murderous aura like demons from hell. Their presence alone terrified the Tubo soldiers who hadn't even fought them yet. Despite having overwhelming numbers, the Tubo soldiers didn't dare fight. Instead, they rushed into the camp, hoping to use the existing defenses to hold them off. You worthless trash. There are only 5,000 of them, and before a single blade is drawn, you're already running back into camp. Get the hell out there. If you don't kill every last Tang soldier, none of you are allowed back in. The commander roared in rage. Even though he personally executed several soldiers with his own blade, he still couldn't get them to turn back and fight. These useless trash. General Jalusi cursed out loud, but he was helpless too. Although they couldn't break out, the Tang army only had a little over 5,000 troops. As long as they held the stronghold, they could outlast them. Once the Tang army showed even a bit of fatigue, they could seize the opportunity to break out and crush them. The victory might be messy, but at least it would be total. He also realized these Tang soldiers must be hand-picked elites. If he could wipe them out, it would be a great achievement. The Tang army didn't stop the Tubo soldiers from retreating into the stronghold. Instead, they deliberately slowed their advance, letting all the enemy soldiers enter the camp before sealing every gate. Unexpectedly, the situation had turned into the Tang army attacking and the Tubo army defending, and this time the Tubo were fully prepared. Tang soldiers! You've come all this way, what do you want? Jalusi shouted loudly to Gue outside the stronghold. Do you know that the folded mountains are deep inside Tubo territory? Even if you break in, all you can do is loot a bit and then leave. Why don't we talk it over? Loot? Gue sneered. These Tubo people judged others by themselves, thinking the Tang had come just to rob supplies. You Tubo live in barren mountains with evil waters. Your people suffer, and your country is poor. Even if you dig the earth 3 feet deep, your wealth wouldn't equal half a city of my great Tang. What is there to loot? Shuirengue replied coldly. Jalusi was secretly delighted. He thought Shuirengue was tempted and just haggling. The folded mountains are fertile lands with plenty of food and money. If you're willing to leave, name your price. I'll consider it. Of course, he had no intention of really paying. He just wanted to delay the Tang army as long as possible. As he marched to support the camp, he had already sent messengers to summon reinforcements, at least 10,000 cavalry and 20,000 infantry. Once reinforcements arrived, they could attack from inside and out, even elite troops would die under those numbers. Fine, we can talk. Shuirengue actually agreed immediately, so quickly it surprised Jalusi, but this played right into his hands. What he didn't know was that while agreeing, Shuirengue quietly moved out with a large amount of supplies. Good. Please wait a moment, General of the Tang. I need to consult with my officers, determine how many supplies can be spared, write it all down, and then send a messenger to you. Jalusi started playing games, but while talking peace, he didn't stop preparing for war. Soon the walls were lined with fully armed archers. Shuirengue saw all this and only sneered. While they were stalling, so was he. An hour passed. Shuirengue pretended to hurry them several times, and finally Jalusi appeared again. You Tubo always drag things out like this? Shuirengue said, sounding annoyed. Jalusi's face changed immediately. He put on a furious expression and shouted. You attacked our heartland by surprise and now want to rob us? That's outrageous. If I don't fight back and instead offer wealth for peace, I'd be betraying my nation. Shuirengue wasn't surprised at all. He mocked, not only do you drag your feet, but your words mean nothing? What do you mean nothing? You Han people say war is about deception. Today, it's a fight to the death unless. Jalusi's words were cut off by deafening explosions all around the camp. Boom! Explosions rang out. Wooden fences around the stronghold shattered, and many archers on the walls were blown to bits. Multiple sections of wall collapsed, and raging fire quickly spread along the wooden structures. Before many soldiers could react, they were consumed by fire, their screams echoed non-stop. Jalusi stood frozen. If his deputy hadn't dragged him off the wall, he would have been engulfed too. You're right. War is about deception. Shuirengue laughed loudly. He had to thank Jalusi for stalling, it gave his soldiers enough time to plant mines and grenades. While Jalusi thought he was buying time for reinforcements, Shuirengue had made even better preparations. After the first wave of explosions and flames, Tang soldiers began throwing more and more grenades and mines into the camp. Most of the Tubo soldiers had never seen Tang firearms. They didn't know how to react, and within moments, countless were blown to pieces. The spreading fire blocked their escape routes and burned many alive. The entire camp was made of wood, with zero fire resistance. In just moments, the wooden defenses became a wall of flames, cutting off all escape. After thousands of bodies piled up, the remaining soldiers could only retreat to the center, enduring the heat as best they could. But the Tang army gave them no chance to live. Shuirengue saw they were hiding from the grenades, so he ordered his soldiers to ready muskets and bows, and fire directly into the flames. Don't worry about aiming, just shoot. Gunfire roared. Every shot dropped Tubo soldiers, and their screams didn't stop. Their tents couldn't stop bullets or arrows, they could only stack the corpses of their comrades to block the shots. Don't panic. The Tang army only has the upper hand for now. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Seeing morale collapse, Jalusi began making grand promises, anything to buy more time. And he wasn't entirely lying. Just as he predicted, the reinforcements were only 10 li away. Although Shuirengue told his men to fire freely, his scouts had already detected the incoming Tubo reinforcements. 30,000. Shuirengue looked at the soldiers firing at full force behind him and decided instantly. Leave a few hundred men to keep firing into the stronghold. Everyone else, mount up. Follow me, we'll face 30,000 enemy troops head-on. He didn't hide the number of enemies, but no soldier showed any fear. Shuirengue personally mounted his horse and even removed his heavy armor, wearing only light clothing. I know you're all extremely exhausted. We've marched for so long without rest, and fought several tough battles. But if we win this one and wipe out all the Tubo reinforcements, the overall situation will be decided. Then everyone can sleep freely, even for 3 days and nights, and you'll all receive huge rewards, enough to satisfy every one of you. Shuirengue stood personally at the front of the formation, holding 2 lances. He could already see clouds of dust ahead, enemy forces approaching. The soldiers behind him were covered in dust and dirt, some with fatigue in their eyes. But they still gripped their weapons tightly, ready to fight. Fire! Shui Rengui pointed forward with his lance. On command, the soldiers fired muskets and arrows all at once, striking directly at the charging Tubo cavalry. After one volley, many horsemen were knocked down. The gunfire even startled their horses, causing them to scatter, but it still wasn't enough to shake the Tubo formation. Shui Rengui, of course, wasn't about to give up the advantage of firearms. He ordered his men to shoot while slowly retreating, stretching the Tubo line as much as possible to maximize enemy casualties. What kind of weapons are the Tang soldiers using? As hundreds of cavalrymen were shot down, the Tubo forces started to panic. It was their first time encountering such a terrifying weapon, worse than bows or crossbows. Shui Rengui quickly sensed the disorder in the Tubo ranks. He immediately ordered his troops to stop firing and retreat at full speed. The Tubo took this to mean the Tang army had run out of ammunition. Their general immediately gave the order to pursue and kill every last one of them. These guys are really taking the bait. Shui Rengui had his soldiers slow their horses as they ran. When they reached the position he had pre-arranged, he gave the order to accelerate. At that moment, Tang soldiers positioned behind the main line quietly tossed 10,000 man bombs and grenades onto the ground. The Tubo were charging at full speed, completely unaware of the deadly explosives now scattered in their path. Their commander saw only what he thought was a fleeing Tang force. Boom! Nearly 100 grenades exploded all at once, instantly blasting the leading Tubo cavalry into blood and chunks. The frontline commander didn't even have time to react. He and his horse were blown to pieces. Those blown apart by grenades died quickly at least. The explosions lit the 10,000-man bombs, forming a wall of fire. The slower cavalry behind couldn't stop in time and charged straight into the flames, horse and rider igniting together. Stop! Stop now! Seeing men consumed by fire, the Tubo cavalry slowed down. But the rear couldn't stop in time and crashed into the front ranks. Many were knocked off their horses and trampled into mush by the stampede. Before they even reached the enemy, the Tubo cavalry formation had turned into a living hell. 10,000 men collapsed without a fight. Seeing the moment had come, Shui Rengui immediately ordered the entire army to turn and attack the Tubo. He ignored the chaos of the trampling cavalry and charged ahead with his twin lances, unstoppable, slashing into the Tubo ranks. But unexpectedly, the separated Tubo infantry quickly regrouped, raising spears to block the charge. Fire! Shui Rengui shouted again. The charging Tang cavalry raised their muskets alongside swords and lances. Several volleys tore open the enemy spear formation. Shui Rengui seized the gap and roared into the enemy ranks, slicing through like a storm, widening the opening by himself. The rest of the cavalry packed away their muskets and joined him in repeated charges against the Tubo infantry. Blood flowed like rivers under Shui Rengui's rampage, and Tubo morale was on the verge of collapse. Then, something happened that broke them completely. The cavalry who'd been blocked by the wall of fire panicked and turned back, charging blindly into their own infantry. With no commander, cavalry and infantry trampled each other. Tubo troops scattered, discarding armor and fleeing in all directions. Shui Rengui didn't rush to chase. He ordered his men to let the strongest runners go and instead focus on slaughtering the weaker, slower ones. In less than an hour, the 30,000 reinforcements were routed. Shui Rengui's men killed fewer than 10,000 directly, but many more died from trampling. Once the Tubo were fully driven off the battlefield, Shui Rengui ordered his troops to return and resume surrounding the stronghold. But the stronghold wouldn't last long. The fire was spreading toward the center, and with heavy Tang gun and grenade attacks, the defenders had suffered huge losses. They'd hoped for outside reinforcements, but from high ground, they now saw their entire force destroyed. Even the commander was hopeless. Given the strength of these few thousand Tang elites, even another 30,000 Tubo troops wouldn't change the outcome. We surrender. We surrender, please show mercy. Julusi stood atop the stronghold, shouting his surrender. Everyone drop your weapons and armor. Bind each other's hands and feet. Only then will we accept your surrender. Shui Rengui replied sternly. No problem. Please wait, we will tie ourselves up immediately. Just spare our lives, General. Shui Rengui replied coldly, you have only one chance. If you dare lie again, none of you will live. This time Julusi didn't dare play tricks. They quickly untied ropes from the stronghold and bound each other tightly, fully cooperative. Following the method taught by Chingo, Shui Rengui used grenades to break open dirt piles and extinguish fires, then led his men into the burnt ruins of the stronghold. Julusi kept his word. The entire army was bound, and soldiers had removed all armor. He personally knelt on the ground, raising both hands to show surrender. Shui Rengue approached slowly on horseback and glanced down at him. If you had waited even one more hour to surrender, you'd all be dead. Yes? Jalusi trembled and didn't dare look up. Get out. Bring all supplies and food with you. Shui Rengue ordered. The Tubo soldiers carried their loads out of the ruins without needing guards. When they were all gathered in one place under guard, scouts finally returned to report. General, it has been confirmed, within 100 li radius, there are no Tubo troops. The area is now under our control. Shui Rengue was finally able to let out a long breath. The mission Qingxiu had entrusted to him was finally completed. He no longer needed to worry about returning in disgrace. Let the brothers rest immediately. Leave 100 or so men to watch the prisoners. This time, let the brothers sleep well. No one is to wake them, no matter how long they sleep. At Shui Rengue's command, the soldiers cheered loudly and eagerly dismounted, lying down on the ground to sleep. They didn't even wait to set up camp. Their strength had long been pushed to the limit. If Shui Rengue hadn't set an example by enduring alongside them, they never could have held out this long. But Shui Rengue himself didn't feel tired at all. After the intense battle, he was still tense and excited, unable to sleep. He looked into the distance toward the folded mountains, clearly seeing the melted snow water on the mountain flowing into the river, gradually gathering into the source of the Yellow River. Shui Rengue walked to the base of the folded mountains and carved into a huge rock. Shui Rengue's expedition reached here, 10,000 enemy troops were destroyed. After carving it, he felt something was missing. Thinking for a moment, he added a line above. Under the command of Duke Qing. Under the command of Duke Qing, Shui Rengue's expedition reached here, 10,000 enemy troops were destroyed. Looking at the engraved words, Shui Rengue was completely satisfied. Just then, a deputy approached. General, we've just found over 100,000 civilians farming on the other side of the folded mountains. What should we do with them? Shui Rengue immediately put himself in Qingxiu's shoes. What would he have done? Order the local Tubo civilians not to panic. Our soldiers must not disturb them or seize their food or livestock. Tell them we came only to punish the Tubo for breaking their word. We don't want to harm the people. The deputy understood and quickly relayed the order. When the Tang cavalry appeared before the Tubo civilians, they finally realized their army had been completely wiped out nearby. They had feared the Tang soldiers would massacre them, but to their surprise, the Tang repeatedly stated they wouldn't harm civilians. That was the end of it. The people let out a huge sigh of relief. Whichever army was stationed here, they still had to go on living. And since the Tang wouldn't loot their food or force them to make offerings, they were more than willing to coexist peacefully. But only Shui Rengue knew, this was merely a temporary stalling tactic. The imperial court had sent him to capture the folded mountains to end local farming and grazing, restore the natural environment, and improve the Yellow River's condition. Once reinforcements arrived and the Tang army established a base here, all the local Tubo people would be driven out, and the land would be returned to nature. Several days later, a courier riding hard from Tubo brought good news to Chang'an. The folded mountains had been conquered. It was already evening when the news arrived. Emperor Taizong was so excited he didn't even finish his meal. He immediately ordered his trusted ministers into the Taiji Hall and made sure to summon Duke Qing personally. To his surprise, the usually casual Duke Qing was the first among the trusted officials to arrive. The reason was simple: there were 2 letters sent from the front. One went to the court, the other was written personally by Shui Rengue to Qingxiu. Qingxiu had actually received the news before Emperor Taizong. Taizong was a bit confused. His envoy probably hadn't even reached Duke Qing's residence yet. Your Majesty, I heard you have an important announcement for us today? Qingxiu pretended not to know. Of course, but I'll wait until everyone is here before saying more. Taizong could barely contain his excitement but still wanted to be dramatic. A moment later, Zhang Sun Wuji and the others arrived, dusty and rushed. Fang Xianling hadn't even put his hat on straight. Gentlemen, fresh news from the front. Shui Rengue led a rapid march, and in just half a month, he has taken the folded mountains and destroyed 10,000 Tubo troops. The shocking news instantly swept away all the officials' fatigue. All were overjoyed. Although they had expected Shui Rengue might succeed eventually, they had estimated it would take several months. It's only been half a month. If it were another general, they might not have even reached the battlefield yet. I don't know how General Shui marched so fast. Du Ruhui exclaimed. Qingxiu explained, Shui Rengue left most of the heavy supply units behind and led only 10,000 elite troops, each with 3 horses, carrying food and weapons. They marched 2 full days and nights without rest. Upon arrival, they crushed the defenders with overwhelming force and fought off reinforcements. This entire strategy and operation seemed almost impossible even just to hear. A forced march for 2 days and nights, how could they still have the strength to defeat an enemy 10 times their size? But Xueren Gui had done it. Taizong sighed, I used to worry that after Duke Wei retired, we wouldn't have usable new generals anytime soon. But I didn't expect that among these young talents in the military, some would be no less courageous than I was in my prime. Xiao Yu said loudly, "This is your Majesty's blessing, and a blessing for the Empire. With so many reliable elite troops and generals, peace across the land is within reach." Taizong clapped and laughed. But then he said, "I called you all here today not just to share this good news. Though we've taken the folded mountains, managing the area is still far off." Everyone understood. Taizong wanted their advice on how to govern and fully control the region. Xiao Yu was the first to suggest, "I hear there are nearly 100,000 Tubo civilians locally. We could bring them under Tang rule, collect taxes to support the stationed army." "No." Du Ruhui immediately objected. "Have you forgotten? The purpose of conquering the folded mountains was to stop farming and grazing and restore the Yellow River's clarity. But if the front lines can't farm, they'll have to rely on supplies from the rear. The journey is long and the climate harsh. Transporting 1 shur of grain might cost 10. If necessary, we could allow minimal farming, just enough to support the military. It's hard to say. Holding that area would take at least 10,000 troops, not to mention the support personnel. Reducing farmland might not sustain them." Xiao Yu and the others offered plan after plan, but none were flawless. Li Er listened as everyone argued, one voice after another, and for a moment he truly didn't know which opinion to follow. This was something for which he had no prior experience. Even before the Tang dynasty, the Central Plains had never governed an isolated territory with no foundation. If they were truly to provide endless support from the central government to maintain stationed troops there, the cost would be unimaginable. Just as Du Ruhui said, transporting 1 shur of grain would consume over 50 shur in the process. Even if the Yellow River flood disasters were completely resolved, the benefits might not be enough to cover such terrifying costs. After this round of debate, everyone suddenly felt something was wrong. Though the land had been conquered, the long-term cost and benefit made them wonder if it had been worth it at all. All the trusted ministers turned to look at Qingxiu, hoping he had a better solution. "No one has a good plan for now?" Qingxiu could tell just by looking at them. "Son-in-law, with your talent, you must have already considered the follow-up when you first planned to attack the folded mountains, right?" Zhang Sun Wuji said with a smile. He knew his son-in-law well. "It's actually simple. Since the cost of transporting supplies from the interior is too high, why not just resupply from Tubo itself, let the Tubo people bleed for us?" Everyone took a while to process this. Was Duke Qing suggesting raiding the border Tubo population? That might not be appropriate. Tubo is poor to begin with. Even if raids are successful each time, it still won't be enough to sustain a long-term stationed army, Xiao Yu objected first. "No." Before Qingxiu could explain, Li Er's eyes lit up. "Duke Qing means to open border trade markets?" "Exactly." Qingxiu nodded and smiled. "This is the fastest your Majesty has ever caught on." Border markets, Qiutang, were trade markets set up between Tang China and neighboring tribes. They mainly brought Central Plains goods like porcelain, iron pots, textiles, paper, tea, and grain to trade with tribal areas for cattle, sheep, and local specialties. These markets seemed fair and open, but pricing was entirely controlled by the central government. The Central Plains didn't need the tribes' livestock or hides. But the tribes had to have Tang iron pots, fabrics, and other manufactured goods. Even if it cost them 3 sheep for 1 pot, they had no choice. If you don't sell, someone else will. Even this sort of exploitative trade left the tribes begging the Tang to open trade. When the Khitan submitted to the Tang, one of their conditions was to allow 5 trade sessions per year. Of course, all this was only possible because the Tang had an army strong enough to wipe them out at any time. Without that, raiding was more profitable. Qingxiu explained, "We won't just open border markets, we'll also reduce taxes and encourage private merchants to trade with Tubo voluntarily. Merchants can take goods and silver to exchange with the Tubo for livestock. The border army will collect some livestock as tax, then use part of that to buy local goods and food." Zhang Sun Wuji slammed the table in admiration. "Brilliant plan." The other ministers were deeply impressed too. Using commerce to support the military, it sounded novel but very feasible. Since ancient times, central governments have used farming or war to support armies. This is the first time I've heard of using trade. Li Er thought only a moment before agreeing, "Let's do it your way. I approve. Your Majesty is wise." Qingxiu smiled slightly. But there's no need to rush the matter of the markets. Right now, let's wait until they bring it up. If we raise it first, we'll lose the upper hand. I understand, said Li Er. He immediately drafted an edict. Shui Rengui's border army is to regroup, then launch attacks on surrounding Tubo forces, not to seize land, but to destroy their military strength. This order captured the essence of Qingxiu and Li Er's military thinking. As long as the enemy's combat power is destroyed, cities and land are easy prizes. Just after the order was issued, and before the meeting ended, another military report arrived at the palace. General Shui Rengui split off 20,000 troops, led by Deputy General Su Dingfong, to attack Tubo forces at Mount Pinglu. The enemy was caught in a surprise attack from behind. Several tens of thousands fell into chaos. With support from Tang forces on the mountain, the enemy was wiped out and Mount Pinglu fully occupied. Everyone was stunned and delighted. Shui Rengui had so few troops, yet still dared to split forces and attack. He's truly a capable general. Your Majesty has great vision. With time, Shui Rengui will grow into a commander as capable as Duke Wei. The ministers congratulated him, and Li Er beamed with joy. But then he noticed a key detail in the report. Su Dingfong? I recall him, he was once a senior officer under Duke Wei, wasn't he? Li Er had a vague memory of the name, especially when anything involved Li Jing. He was unusually alert. Yes, Qingxiu answered. I clearly remember, wasn't this man demoted for repeated offenses and reassigned to garrison duty? That's true. Then how did he end up on campaign with Shui Rengui, and as deputy general, no less? Facing the question, Qingxiu smiled calmly. I once drafted a list of officer appointments, and Su Dingfong was listed as deputy. Didn't your Majesty personally approve it? Li Er was briefly speechless. That list had indeed passed through his hands. But he was so busy, he hadn't reviewed the details. He had personally decided on the main generals, he didn't worry about deputies. Qingxiu had simply included Su Dingfong on the list. Your Majesty, Su Dingfong is a veteran. He's brave and capable. To keep him as just a city guard is a waste. No matter his past faults, such talent should be allowed to redeem himself in battle, that's how to use people properly. Qingxiu's words left Li Er without a comeback. In the past, he had stripped all of Li Jing's officers of command because he feared Li Jing's growing influence. But now that Li Jing was long gone from court, continuing to suppress his old subordinates, especially decorated veterans, seemed inappropriate. Very well. I trust your judgment. And in this battle, he's proven himself. Li Er changed his previous attitude. I haven't led a military campaign in a long time, and I'm not very familiar with the current state of the army. Duke Qing, you may choose the personnel yourself. In other words, he was willing to allow the previously suppressed veteran soldiers to return to service, but this task he would leave to Qingxiu, not handle it himself. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I have always been extremely strict when it comes to selecting people and handling matters. Qingxiu nodded in response. This was something the court could never criticize him for. Whether he used his own people or not, those he sent were always the best candidates. After Shui Rengui regrouped with the reserve forces, he received Li Er's latest order. It suited him perfectly. Previously, the army had been relying solely on logistics from the rear, and food supplies were running low. Now they were to directly launch attacks and plunder the enemy. Why wouldn't he welcome it? Just as the Tubo were quickly gathering troops to retake the folded mountains. Shui Rengui certainly wasn't going to give the Tubo time to unite and attack. He immediately assembled his elite soldiers and launched a fierce assault while the enemy was unprepared. In just half a month, Shui Rengui won 7 consecutive battles. With only a few thousand cavalry, he wiped out over 10,000 enemies, and seized huge amounts of grain and supplies, enough to ensure the Tang army at the folded mountains had no shortage for the next 6 months. Meanwhile, the great victory at Mount Pinglu was reported, further boosting the morale of Shui Rengui's troops. Now deep in enemy territory and far from Tang borders, only these continuous victories kept morale high. After Su Dingfang's own great victory, he also led his troops to the folded mountains and joined forces with Shui Rengui. At this point, the 20,000 Tang soldiers were firmly entrenched at the folded mountains. The Tubo army had no hope of recapturing it anytime soon. When Songtsen Gampo learned of this, he was furious. He immediately summoned what few troops remained in the country, but could only muster fewer than 50,000. Even with this meager force, he ignored the objections of his ministers and marched directly toward the folded mountains, boasting of a force 1 million strong. Songtsen Gampo was a hero of the Tibetan plateau. He firmly believed that as long as he personally returned to the battlefield, he would crush the Tang army just as he had once unified all of Tubo. A few days later, in a Tubo fortress southwest of the Folded Mountains, Songtsen Gampo had been resting here for 2 days with his fewer than 10,000 remaining soldiers, just recovering from the terror of complete defeat. He had thought this campaign would crush the Tang army. Even if they couldn't win outright, at least they could cut off supplies and starve them out. Instead, he had witnessed firsthand the Tang army's terrifying and bizarre firearms. Some of his men even believed they were divine punishment from the heavens. Many were trampled to death in panic. At this point, Songtsen Gampo wasn't thinking about how to defeat the Tang army, but how to retreat back to the plateau without falling into their ambushes. For several days, Shweran Gue had been leading cavalry patrols outside the fortress, keeping Songtsen Gampo constantly on edge. Just then, a messenger arrived with urgent news. Great Khan, the Tang have sent an envoy with an imperial letter. Songtsen Gampo was tense at first, but relaxed upon hearing it wasn't an attack. If they had sent an official letter, it meant the Tang were willing to negotiate, and that meant they wouldn't launch an immediate assault. Read it. After hearing the contents, Songtsen Gampo's face grew darker. The letter gave him only one choice: submit to the Tang, cede all land outside the plateau, send a prince as a hostage to Chang'an, and vow never to betray the Tang dynasty. This is called negotiation? Songtsen Gampo was so enraged he nearly tore the letter apart, stopped only by several ministers. My king, please calm yourself. Since ancient times, nations always demand more at the start of talks. No one expects the first offer to be the final one. Yes. Since they've sent a letter, it means they don't want to fight to the death. As long as they're willing to talk, there's still hope. In truth, Songtsen Gampo was no longer in a position to throw tantrums. After being persuaded, he quickly calmed down. There were over 10,000 elite Tang troops outside. If they surrounded the city for 2 or 3 months, the defenders would starve. Even if they tried to break out, they'd be ambushed and slaughtered. Even if he refused to negotiate now, Shweran Gue could just kill him and make a deal with the next Tubo Khan. And if he was lucky enough to die quickly, that might be fine, but if he was captured by Shweran Gue, he'd just become a bargaining chip for the Tang. Enough. Songtsen Gampo patted his head. I suddenly feel dizzy. I need to lie down and rest. Leave the rest to you all. We understand. Everyone understood his meaning. As soon as he left, the ministers summoned the Tang envoy and prepared for negotiations. None of them wanted to die here for nothing. Meanwhile, outside the city, Su Dingfong and Shweran Gue had long since surrounded the gates with 10,000 elite cavalry. Though imposing, they didn't attack, yet that alone terrified the remaining Tubo defenders. Shweran Gue frowned, looking up at the archers on the walls, and sneered. I don't get it. We've pushed them this far. We could kill Songtsen Gampo just by maintaining the siege, why bother negotiating? Kill him, and not just the Folded Mountains, even this whole grassland would be ours. Su Dingfong took a swig from his wine pouch. You're still too young. Have you forgotten Duke Qing's original plan? Open trade markets with Tubo, use trade to support our garrison at the Folded Mountains. If you kill the Tubo Khan, they'll fight us to the death. Who's going to trade with us? What will our garrison survive on? Shweran Gue frowned. He really hadn't thought of that. So, if I kill him here, I'd actually ruin Duke Qing's grand plan? Su Dingfong said nothing, just tossed him the wine pouch. Have a drink. Shweran Gue was indeed a skilled general, but still young, and needed time to polish his political understanding. Su Dingfong had followed Li Jing for years. He understood how to use war to achieve political ends, how each battle served a bigger purpose. While they talked, the city gate opened. The envoy they had sent was respectfully escorted out by the Tubo. Generals, the Tubo have agreed to negotiate. You're invited into the city. Su Dingfong chuckled. What did I say? Unless that old king doesn't want to live. I'll go in, you wait outside. Shweran Gue was confused, so Su Dingfong added, in case those bastards are pretending to negotiate just to lure the general into an ambush, it's better for one of us to die than both. Shweran Gue snorted coldly. After Su Dingfong entered, he immediately ordered the entire army to be ready for a siege. If Su Dingfong really died in there, he would immediately order an assault on the city and drag Songtsen Gampo out. Just as the beginning of summer arrived and the insects began to chirp, a finalized battle report came from Tibet. The Tang dynasty had reached a peace agreement with Tibet, and the campaign against Tibet was thus concluded. The terms of the peace were exactly as the court had expected. Tibet acknowledged Tang sovereignty and agreed to cede the land of Zha Mountain, taking back the 100,000 people from that area to Tibet. In addition, within a year, they were to open no fewer than 10 border markets for trade with the Tang dynasty. Perhaps it was Shwe Rengui's overwhelming assault on the Tibetan High Command that frightened Songtsen Gampo so badly that he even agreed to designate nearly 100 miles of grassland as a buffer zone, no military stationed, no grazing allowed. In any case, Qingxiu's goals were fully achieved. At least, the court could now safely take control of Zha Mountain. To this end, Qingxiu even specially brought Tang Jian with him to Zha Mountain. He wanted this man to personally understand the ultimate source of the Yellow River. Only then could Tang Jian fully comprehend how to govern the Yellow River effectively. Now under Zha Mountain, there were no longer herds of cattle and sheep. All farmlands had been flattened and planting was no longer allowed. The results were surprisingly good, even to Qingxiu. When he arrived, it had only been half a month since grazing and farming had ceased, yet the soil at the Yellow River source had already stabilized, and sediment runoff had been reduced by half. Although there was still some erosion, at least the downstream water level had stopped rising. So it was from here that the Yellow River's pollution began. Tang Jian bent down, watching the melted snow from the mountains flow into the riverbed, carrying sediment from both banks downstream. At that moment, he fully understood Qingxiu's determination to seize the source of the Yellow River. At this rate, the flooding in Yinzhou can be completely resolved, there will be no more disasters. Tang Jian sighed in admiration, Duke Qing truly has great foresight. I could never have imagined this. Qingxiu replied lightly, now those big mouths at court shouldn't have any more objections. However, I still don't understand. If the sediment in the Yellow River decreases, wouldn't that mean the downstream water flow will drastically increase? Having dealt with the Yellow River, Tang Jian suddenly realized another potential threat. If the water flows too fast, though it may speed up the river training and sand control process, once it exceeds human control, it could cause the river to go out of control and flood again. Although this crisis wouldn't happen immediately, it would become a problem sooner or later as the river's speed continued to rise. That's why we must find ways to counteract and consume the river's flow force, Qingxiu hinted meaningfully. Tang Jian immediately understood, build a large number of water wheels. Exactly. Qingxiu laughed. I'll request more silver from the court to speed up water wheel construction. Correspondingly, you must fill the riverbanks with water wheels as quickly as possible. Tang Jian responded promptly. He understood this would be another race against time. If they moved fast, the flooding problem of the Yellow River could be completely solved, and the people along the banks would greatly benefit. While Tang Jian was deep in thought, Qingxiu was already riding westward toward the grasslands. Shwe Rengui and Su Dingfong each led 200 cavalry to follow and ensure Qingxiu's safety. Though it was midsummer, the climate on the plateau remained cool, even with a slightly chilling breeze. Qingxiu pulled on the reins and looked out into the distance. On the prairie, only some wild cattle and sheep grazed peacefully. He had not driven away these wild animals, knowing they were part of the natural environment and best left undisturbed. Do you see over there? Qingxiu pointed with his horsewhip toward the distant west. On the horizon, they could vaguely see a mountain range with snow still covering its peaks. That was Mount Everest, the highest peak in the world, though in the Central Plains, no one had ever set foot there. That mountain range should be the closest to the heavens in this world. If one day, my great Tang can plant its banner there, then it would truly shake the world. Qingxiu sighed, though he knew that Shwe Rengui and Su Dingfong probably didn't fully understand the significance of his words. In this era, only Qingxiu understood what that summit truly meant. The highest mountain in the world? That must be Kunlun Mountain? Su Dingfong exclaimed. Calling it that is fine too. Kunlun Mountain was considered the highest mountain peak in ancient times. Calling Everest by that name was not entirely inappropriate. Shwe Rengui laughed. I heard the Tibetans' territory stretches to the foot of that mountain, right? If the court gives me 30,000 elite cavalry and sufficient logistics, I can climb that peak. It's not as easy as you think. If you really led tens of thousands up the mountain, those who survive to reach the summit might not even be 3 digits. Qingxiu said with a faint smile. How could that be? Shwe Rengui didn't care. He pointed at the snow-covered peak. That snow seems to never melt, huh? When I reach the top, I must taste the snow there. I'll be the first in the world to drink Kunlun Mountain snow water. Qingxiu hadn't expected Shwe Rengui to have such ambition, and it made him look at him in a new light. All right, when our army reaches the foot of Kunlun Mountain, if you fail, don't blame me for laughing at you. Haha. Everyone burst into loud laughter, and even the soldiers joined in with cheerful laughter. But that said, do we actually have the strength to reach the foot of Kunlun Mountain? Shwe Rengui rode ahead, looking at the outline of the Tibetan city in the distance, his expression showing some reluctance. In this war, he had thoroughly grasped the strength of the Tibetan army and realized that their combat ability was nowhere near that of the Goguryeo soldiers. That was why he boasted so confidently, believing that 30,000 elite troops could sweep through Tibet. Chingo shook his head slightly. If we throw in massive resources, we might be able to reach Kunlun's foot, but there's no meaning in that. Then he suddenly changed the topic. In the end, you still haven't understood the true essence of war. If you still think it's all about killing and fighting, then you've wasted your time following me. Shui Rengue realized that this question was something he had indeed never seriously considered. He had always obeyed orders with all his might in battle, never withdrawing until every last enemy soldier on the field had been destroyed. Isn't war really about annihilating enemy states and seizing land to expand our living space? It wasn't that he was reckless, he was a complete war fanatic. But he was still young and incapable of grasping the deeper meaning behind every command issued by the court. Su Dingfong was lucky, having served alongside Li Jing, a master of both warfare and governance, deeply influenced him. I don't understand. War is just war. You fight, annihilate all enemies, and that's it. What else is there to it? Shui Rengue, after thinking some time, asked in genuine confusion. If you don't think about what's behind a battle, one day you will be like Su Dingfong, bearing immense military achievements, yet demoted step by step until you guard the gate of Chang'an. Chingo spoke calmly. Su Dingfong broke into a cold sweat at these words. He truly well understood the bitter feeling implied. Shui Rengue scratched his head. It's not like that. I think I'm still a bit better than old Su. At least I'm not as much of a drunkard. What did you say? Su Dingfong snapped on the spot. Chingo, gazing toward Kunlun Mountain in the distance, said softly, you think war is about national vengeance, punishing traitors, or expanding living space. All of that is not entirely correct. In the end, war is another kind of business. Fight if you can profit, don't fight if you can't. Shui Rengue and Su Dingfong didn't expect Chingo to make such a comparison. Doing business? They couldn't imagine someone full of the smell of merchants, with crass commercialism, being worthy of comparison to them. They were out there expanding the empire's territory. Merchants were just seeking small profits, they were inconsequential. Chingo snorted. Doing business doesn't just mean money. Land, population, resources, these are what war ultimately earns. Even if, as you said, Shui Rengue, you pour in mountain loads of supplies and seize the Tibetan plateau, so what? Chingo pointed to the towering snow mountain. If you settle here, and domestic people remain impoverished, won't it eventually descend into chaos like the end of the Sui dynasty? Shui Rengue had no answer for that. Reflecting on it, he had indeed believed that merely expanding the empire's territory would guarantee forever prosperity. That was precisely why many empires fell, absorbing too much without being able to sustain it, eventually collapsing under the weight and erasing all efforts. War is doing business. Deploy supplies and troops not to gain barren land, but to gain more people and resources. This idea was far ahead of Shui Rengue's thinking. At that time, few could think like this. Let's go. Chingo turned his horse back toward the army camp. The Tibetan affair had reached its conclusion. Capturing the source of the Yellow River at Zha Mountain accomplished the mission, there was no reason to waste more time and manpower. Now the court had completed a year of concealment and strengthening. What came next was consolidating control over the western regions. This was the true grand strategy, extending the living space of the Han from East Asia into Central Asia, even Europe. Before leaving, Chingo even ordered that a scoop of soil and a ladle of water from this place be packed up and taken away. One day soon, the Tang army would march along these mountain tiers and utterly subdue Tibet. The environmental recovery at Zha Mountain was astonishingly fast, and its impact quickly radiated into Tang territory. In just half a month, the Yellow River in Inzhou became significantly clearer. With the increase in flow rate, much sediment was seaweed away, lowering the riverbed. On Chingo's order, the newly appointed prefect reactivated the large water wheels that had been shelved for a long time, installing them on both banks of the Yellow River. The locals of Inzhou noticed the wheels remained and the river no longer muddied. It turned out that the Yellow River disasters weren't caused by the wheels themselves, but by environmental deterioration upstream. Once this news spread along the Yellow River, people's last worries evaporated. They enthusiastically supported the court's installation of water wheels. From Guanzhong past Tongguan and west of Shandong, the pace of water wheel construction accelerated. Water wheels became ubiquitous along the Yellow River. And as these wheels raised productivity, labor was increasingly freed. Seizing the opportunity, the court decreed that reclaiming and cultivating new land would be exempted from taxes for 3 years. This decree was perfectly timed. The people finally had a place to put their freed labor, and they were highly motivated. Li Er saw this in ministry reports. Never had he seen so much newly cultivated land. Everyone, have I been away from the front too long that I don't understand the people anymore? In such a short time, they've reclaimed so much land. And this isn't the lull season in agriculture. They reclaimed new land yet didn't abandon the old farms, right? Of course not. Your Majesty, you may not believe this, but we can't hardly believe it ourselves. The water wheels placed along the Yellow River freed up more than half of the manpower. Han Zhongliang, beaming, said, if all this new land is brought into use, yields could increase by at least 30%. Good. Li Er was overjoyed, unable to hide his delight. All thanks to Duke Qing's water wheels. I've heard even the blacksmiths have stopped forging, they're busy reclaiming land. In the hall, no one dared again to claim the water wheels caused river disasters. Everyone hailed the wheels as one of Duke Qing's greatest achievements. They had quelled the Yellow River threat, raised productivity, and freed the people, triple benefits in one. Duke Qing ignored the flattery and suggested to Li Er, we still need more water wheels. I recommend the court mobilize the Ministry of Works craftsmen all at once. Especially idle blacksmiths and carpenters. I recommend the court purchase water wheels from them to speed installation. After all, not only the Yellow and Huai rivers but also the Yangtze could use water wheels. The more produced, the more labor saved. They must oversee and maximize production. Li Er wholeheartedly agreed. After all, these were tools that tangibly strengthened national power. Lord Linger confirmed it in court, everything was to proceed exactly as Duke Qing had arranged, and he ordered the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works to fully cooperate with Duke Qing, with absolutely no delays allowed. Originally, Han Zhongliang from the Ministry of Revenue and Ling Daliang from the Ministry of Works felt a bit envious. Duke Qing had managed to secure such a profitable assignment. The water wheels were entirely his design, and he had full control over the blueprints, material selection, and procurement. If Duke Qing had intended to manipulate the process, the amount of money he could have made would be astronomical. So much so, that even they themselves could not imagine it. Only someone as virtuous and conscientious as Duke Qing could take charge of this matter, and would not heavily exploit the court. If this had fallen into the hands of some other scheming officials, they would have gone mad squeezing every penny, and both ministries would have had no choice but to accept the outrageous costs. At that point, the court's funds would have been endlessly drained. But when Duke Qing's people delivered the blueprints and procurement prices to the Ministry of Revenue, they realized things were not as they had expected. Lord Ling, look at these material procurement prices. After calculating the total cost, it's not nearly as high as we had thought, right? Han Zhongliang ordered his subordinates to carefully go over the accounts, and they found that Duke Qing had not taken even the tiniest cut. Everything was priced at the normal market rate, and in some cases, even lower than expected. So Duke Qing never intended to profit from this. We judged a gentleman by a petty man's heart. Ling Daliang looked over the completed cost report, and couldn't calm down for a long time. No wonder Lord Linger placed so much trust in Duke Qing and gave him such a responsibility. Han Zhongliang sighed, His Majesty always says Duke Qing is a true statesman, but we never accepted it. Now I see, His Majesty was right, we are not even close to Duke Qing's level. Ling Daliang agreed, and immediately ordered his staff to follow the procurement list exactly as provided. No corruption or embezzlement was allowed in the process. He personally vowed to investigate everything thoroughly. I know that the Ministry of Works isn't exactly clean. Normally, I tolerate it as long as it doesn't affect the overall situation. But for this matter, if anyone dares to reach their hand out, I will not show mercy. Severe punishment awaits. All the Ministry of Works officials were shaken by these words and dared not have any underhanded thoughts. This was the influence of Duke Qing's example. Even he didn't expect that his actions would directly impact the two ministers so profoundly. As water wheels were being rapidly installed across the country, the common people rejoiced and local governments supported it. But there were still those who were unhappy with the water wheels. These were mostly local officials and powerful gentry colluding together. Though the water wheels greatly boosted productivity, they also disrupted their foundations. Previously, many peasants who had no land of their own could only rent land from them. Every year, taxes would be arbitrarily increased, squeezing the peasants to the bone to support the elites. And because the imperial court didn't allow casual land clearing, the peasants couldn't open new land easily. But now the court not only allowed it but also exempted taxes on a large scale. Who would keep working for landlords now? Only a fool. So tenant farmers began to leave their landlords and open new land, and the court even distributed grain to support them. As a result, the landlord's land was left untended. They had to lower taxes again and again to attract tenants, and still lost half their income. Naturally, these landlords were displeased. The local officials who benefited from them were also affected and didn't want things to continue this way. Coincidentally, these local officials also had political backers in court. This shared interest made them unwilling to tolerate the situation. Cutting off someone's source of wealth is like killing their parents. Even if it was Duke Qing, they would find a way to counter him. During the autumn harvest, land clearing activities in and around Guangzhou paused, and people everywhere were busy harvesting. But Duke Qing was not concerned about others' harvests. He had something more important in mind. His cotton fields were finally ready to be harvested. At first, Duke Qing had worried that cotton would not adapt well to Guangzhou's soil and climate, since the seeds were not specially cultivated. But to his surprise, the yield was excellent, and the cotton was of even higher quality than what he had bought from Western merchants. It turned out Guangzhou's climate was even better than the Western regions for cotton growth. Of course, this was also due to his people's careful farming. Westerners didn't care for soil and crops the way Chinese farmers did. Even with home field advantage, they couldn't match this result. Duke Qing, please inspect. This cotton is truly excellent, not just the thickness, but also the texture and feel. It's much better than before. Farmers eagerly brought the freshly picked cotton for Duke Qing to examine. Duke Qing grabbed a handful casually. Just the feel of it in his hand made him sigh. This was true quality cotton. Clothes made from this cotton would definitely rival silk, and cost far less. He put the cotton back and smiled. I only need 30% of this harvest and all the seeds. The rest is all yours. Thank you, Duke Qing. You are so generous, we're extremely grateful. You already paid us well, and now you're giving us the cotton too. How could we accept this? The farmers were overjoyed. Though cotton was well known, it hadn't spread widely yet. If they sold this cotton on the market now, it would fetch a stunning price, possibly more than Duke Qing had paid them. These aren't gifts, Duke Qing said. There's still much I need you to do. Especially the techniques and knowledge for growing cotton, you must remember it all. When we scale up production, it will be crucial. Everyone quickly promised that they had memorized everything and were ready for inspection anytime. This harvest of cotton seeds was also considerable. Duke Qing estimated it was enough to plant several hundred mu, enough to start spreading cotton more widely. But for large-scale planting, this still isn't enough. Duke Qing frowned. But if he remembered right, the merchants who promised to bring seeds from the western regions should be arriving in Chang'an very soon. Just as Qingxiu was calculating the cotton yield per mu, the laborers working between the fields suddenly cried out in surprise. Then they all stepped aside to the ridges. Qingxiu looked up and saw that 4 or 5 strong men had arrived at some point. Their clothing clearly showed they were not ordinary people. It was expensive and fine. These strong men were guarding a person dressed in luxurious robes, not allowing anyone to come near. The laborers didn't know who this person was, but just by the appearance, it was clear he had a high status. No one dared approach. But Qingxiu recognized him at a glance. It was Li Er. Even though he had taken off his yellow official clothing, walking around with these guards still drew attention. Duke Qing, congratulations. It looks like you've had a good cotton harvest this year. Li Er stepped forward, smiling as he looked at the snowy white cotton covering the field. It really exceeded expectations. If every harvest could produce this much, not only would it benefit the people of Great Tang, but it could even be exported. Qingxiu had someone bring the ripe cotton over for Li Er to inspect. He looked at it with delight. Good. Li Er noticed that the texture of this cotton was even better than what they had bought from the western regions. I'd like to ask Duke Qing to arrange some people to use this first batch of cotton to make winter clothes for all the officials in the court. What do you think? Qingxiu thought for a moment, then shook his head and refused. Your Majesty, that won't do. After the autumn harvest, the imperial army is about to march to the western regions, and the winters there are very cold. This cotton should be used to make cotton armor and clothing for the soldiers. That would better boost morale for those stationed far away. Li Er paused, then cursed himself inwardly for almost forgetting such an important matter. You're right. Good thing Duke Qing kept it in mind. Li Er tapped his head. Ah, by the way, the crafting technique for cotton armor must also be handed over to the Ministry of Works by your people. Otherwise, no one else can make it. Of course. Qingxiu agreed immediately. But there's one more thing. I ask your Majesty not to announce the good harvest of cotton this year to the public. On the contrary, I will even send people to spread the news that cotton farming techniques still need improvement and that yields were very low. Your Majesty must not send anyone to refute the rumors. At first, Li Er didn't understand, but when he thought about the various strange cotton garments Qingxiu had made, and the huge Dingfong trading company behind him, he immediately understood. You little fox, you're born to do business. No choice. To grow this cotton and spread it quickly among the people, I spent a lot of effort and money. The people benefit, so I have to make some profit too. Otherwise, I couldn't even afford to feed my workers. Chingo shrugged. Li Er's face twitched slightly. If even he was pretending to be poor, then there were no rich people left in Chang'an. Just then, some local farmers brought over their homemade fruit wine, inviting Duke Qing and Li Er to taste it together. Although they didn't know Li Er's true identity, just seeing him sit with Chingo was enough for even a fool to guess that he was someone of great importance, so they treated him with the utmost respect. The wine is a bit cloudy, please don't mind it. But it tastes really good. Several women filtered the wine for them and placed dried fruits on trays. The two of them chatted idly while looking out at the snowy white cotton in the fields. After a few cups of wine, Li Er finally revealed his true reason for visiting Chingo today. Duke Qing, have you heard about the progress of water wheel installations outside Guangzhou recently? That's something the Ministry of Revenue and Ministry of Works should worry about. It has nothing to do with me. Chingo replied casually. Although he said that, he had a vague idea that the installations were going quite fast. But Li Er shook his head slightly. At first everything went smoothly. But since the autumn harvest, many problems have arisen with the water wheel installations. Chingo paused slightly as he raised his cup, not interrupting. After the harvest, the water wheels along the Yellow River outside Guangzhou were mysteriously destroyed by locals. And in many places, during construction, hooligans and vagrants suddenly appeared, beating up the workers and destroying or stealing the water wheel materials. Chingo found it odd. If that's the case, why not just send soldiers to arrest them? Li Er shook his head slightly. If it were only that simple, it would be easy. But every time one group of vagrants is caught, soon another group shows up, traveling from far away just to cause trouble. And this is happening in multiple locations. After hearing this, Chingo began to understand. These vagrants were definitely being organized and directed. There are even rumors spreading that water wheels are unlucky objects, that they steal the local fortune and shorten the lives of everyone within 100 li. Isn't that utter nonsense? Li Er was angry. After being enlightened by Chingo, he now saw such rumors as completely ridiculous. The sad thing was, even such foolish rumors were widely believed by the people. After all, most people in this era were ignorant and still believed in superstitions. Even the most absurd rumors could shake them. Chingo could imagine that many people, influenced by these rumors, no longer dared to use water wheels. Some even took the initiative to destroy them at night, not under orders, but because they believed the rumors. Though it seemed like a small issue now, it was indeed a headache. Especially since the rumors were spreading. If they reached Shandong and Hebei, and the local gentry and people refused to accept water wheels, it would certainly affect progress. By this point, Chingo had mostly figured it out and said firmly. There must be powerful local landlords and gentry who, due to the spread of water wheels and land reclamation, are losing their rental income, so they're trying everything to block progress. Li Er immediately agreed, I think the same. In Guangzhou, land rental income for the landlords has dropped by nearly half. They definitely won't accept that. Chingo frowned deeply. I don't think it's just the landlords. From what I know, many of them are colluding with local officials. Li Er stayed silent. He had thought of that too. In fact, he had gone even further in his thinking. This matter probably involved many officials in the imperial court. And it was very likely true, since most court officials had risen from powerful local families. Your Majesty, are you unwilling to purge the court officials once and for all? Chingo suddenly asked, and Li Er was startled. Regarding matters concerning the court officials, he had merely thought about it in his heart, but Chingo was able to guess his thoughts directly. Or rather, Chingo had already been thinking the same way as him. Great minds think alike. Li Er and Chingo looked at each other, then laughed loudly at the same time. From beginning to end, you understand my thinking better than anyone else. These are all obvious matters. Your Majesty thinks this is a painful decision, but in fact it is a clean cut to untangle a mess. Chingo turned his gaze to the cotton fields. Our great Tang has been founded for less than 2 decades. Although we've won several victories in external wars, internal corruption is advancing just as quickly. Your Majesty can choose to tolerate it and just sweep the dust on the surface. But have you thought that if the rotten roots remain in the court, they will continue to fester and stink? At this point, everything was clear. Li Er had been hesitating about the resistance a major court purge might face, while Chingo directly pointed out the crux. If he was not decisive, the court would soon show signs of collapse, just like the Jin dynasty, which had been beyond saving from the beginning of its founding. You're right? I wonder, can I entrust this matter entirely to you? Li Er looked at Chingo with burning eyes. Me? Qingxiu only hesitated for a few seconds. If your majesty trusts me, it's not impossible. But your majesty must be prepared. If I handle this, I can't guarantee that heads won't roll in large numbers. No problem. I've always trusted you. There's no one under heaven more capable of handling officials than you. Li Er was even more excited after hearing Qingxiu's words. This was exactly what he wanted. He was an emperor who seized the world on horseback. How could he lack the courage to clean up his court? He only worried that no one under him was capable of carrying it out. From the prime minister to the censorate, the court's web of interests was tangled and deep-rooted. Whoever he entrusted with the task would have ties to some faction, making it impossible to cleanse thoroughly. Although he could use iron-fisted methods to sweep everything clean, who would handle more pressing matters in the court? Ultimately, he simply couldn't be everywhere at once. But if Qingxiu was given full freedom to act, then everything would be fine. He didn't form factions or seek personal gain, and his methods were swift and harsh, absolutely the best candidate. He wasn't afraid of bloodshed, he only feared Qingxiu might let some slip through the cracks. Qingxiu smiled. So the token of authority your majesty gave me back then was to use me as a white glove today? That's not true. I gave you such power because I saw your righteousness and your willingness to sacrifice for the people. Li Er chuckled. So, is it settled then? Let's discuss it later. Qingxiu stood and stretched. By the way, I recently suddenly feel like traveling beyond Guangzhou. I might not attend court for a while. Li Er understood and immediately followed up. Duke Qing has worked too hard lately. If you want to go out and travel, just go ahead. The two men understood each other without saying more. They skillfully changed the subject. In the following days, Duke Qing was once again absent from court. But everyone was used to it by now. If he came to court for several days in a row, that would be the strange thing. However, at this morning's court session, Assistant Minister of Works Zhao Huiqing submitted a memorial. Your Majesty, recently there have been many rumors spreading in Hebei and Hunan outside Guangzhou, claiming that water wheels are harmful projects, that they damage the dragon vein and shorten lifespans. These rumors are extremely harmful. In many areas, people fear they are true and have been destroying water wheels on a large scale. Lord Tang's water wheel project has therefore been slowing down. I ask your Majesty to quickly send officials to investigate the source, eliminate the rumors, and punish those responsible. After hearing this, even the dumbest officials knew what was going on behind the scenes. Those involved kept silent, all waiting to see how the emperor would respond. They had already anticipated this moment and had strategies prepared for the aftermath. Li Er pretended to be surprised. How did these rumors start? That's really outrageous. Indeed, it must be that some local gentry saw the water wheels reclaiming large areas of land, which reduced their rental income, so they made up these rumors. Please, Your Majesty, handle this matter quickly. Zhao Huiqing added. You're right. If this continues, it will affect the project. The Ministry of Works must speed up too, we can't let rumors delay things. Zhao Huiqing was momentarily stunned, thinking he had misheard. After a pause, he quickly added, if the rumors are not removed, even if the water wheels are built on time, the people won't dare use them. What's the point of building millions of water wheels then? I understand, I truly understand, Li Er waved his hand impatiently. I've heard everything you said. You're with the Ministry of Works, just do your job. Talk less, do more. Got it. Zhao Huiqing still wanted to speak, but Li Daliang behind him quickly nudged him. This matter is too deep. His Majesty has made his position clear. Why are you still talking? If you keep making noise, not even the Emperor can help you. Li Daliang whispered. Zhao Huiqing's expression grew complicated. After a long silence, he sighed. I understand. I spoke too much just now. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Haha, it's fine. Minister Zhao is simply devoted to the country and the people, your spirit is admirable. Li Er slowly stood up. If there are no other matters, court is dismissed. Outside the hall, the officials whispered among themselves. His Majesty isn't ignorant of the seriousness of this matter, on the contrary, he understands it too well. Exactly. A few water wheels were okay. But building so many at once, and relaxing land reclamation, how can the local officials tolerate that? And the ministers profiting from it won't accept it either. His Majesty probably knows it can't be solved, so he's pretending not to see it. Zhao Huiqing, walking out of the hall, listened to the murmurs and let out a deep sigh. Lord Minister, I really don't understand. His Majesty is such a wise and heroic ruler, he didn't even fear the once powerful Turks. So how can he now be tripped up by a bunch of court minnows? Zhao Huiqing asked angrily. Li Daliang could only remain silent. The Turks are not comparable to what's going on in the court. And the forces behind this aren't just small fry. You should stay out of this from now on, Li Daliang replied helplessly. But Zhao Huiqing was more serious than even Li Daliang could imagine. After thinking carefully for a moment, he suddenly had an idea. Duke Qing has always cared about the water wheel project progress. Why not ask him for a solution? Li Daliang was instantly shocked, hair standing on end. Are you not afraid of death, kid? Leaving aside whether Duke Qing would get involved or not, he held the token of authority, was the emperor's most trusted minister, and also a duke. He didn't need to fear those behind the scenes at court, but Zhao Huiqing? Just an assistant minister in the Ministry of Works with no backing. Those people could destroy him without a second thought. I'm telling you, don't get involved in this matter again. It ends here. Li Daliang angrily scolded him, and Zhao Huiqing had no choice but to promise he would drop the matter. Only then did Li Daliang leave, flinging his sleeves. After this morning's court session. Outside Guangzhou, in Xinjiang. Aside from Luoyang, this was the place with the most water wheels built outside the pass. Although the main branch of the Yellow River didn't flow here, even just a few tributaries passing through brought plenty of water. As a result, many water wheels were built in the area. But ever since rumors began spreading among the people, the water wheels were left idle. Locals didn't dare use the water wheel water to irrigate their fields. Blacksmiths and weaving women no longer used them to power their work. Rumors had gotten so bad that people believed even looking at a water wheel could shorten their lifespan. The locals didn't dare get involved with the water wheels, and fewer craftsmen were willing to maintain them. Now the wheels sat idle by the riverbanks, while the roaring river flowed by, its energy completely wasted. A few soldiers assigned to guard the wheels looked distressed. If this continued, the axles would rust solid. And because the wheels had gone unused for too long, the local government even took the chance to cut off their rations and stipends. If they stayed here any longer, they'd starve to death. They say Xinjiang produces heroes, so why are people here scared of a few rumors to the point they won't even use water wheels? I mean, maybe there's some truth to the rumors. Maybe the wheels do shorten your life. Bullshit. Let the ignorant peasants believe it. You stand guard here every day, do you believe that crap? Real or not doesn't matter. If this keeps up, we're gonna die of poverty before the wheels kill us. The soldiers sat around hopelessly, just wishing the water wheels would be used again, or better yet, that they'd be reassigned somewhere else. While they were chatting, a group of villagers with sticks suddenly appeared, rushing over, startling the soldiers into grabbing their weapons. What do you want? Recently, many parts of Xinjiang had seen strange vagrants stirring up locals to destroy water wheels. So the soldiers were immediately on guard when people approached, especially such a large group. The leader of the mob shouted, waving a stick, "These water wheels harm the nation and people. Leaving them here is cutting our lifespans short. Now people all along the Yellow River are smashing these things, we should do the same. Otherwise, one day we'll die from these cursed machines." The soldiers grew alarmed. Nonsense. Everyone talks about dying early, but everyone who's used the water wheels is alive and thriving. Their lives have improved. Enough talk, attack. Without letting the soldiers say more, the man gave the order. The villagers rushed forward, swinging sticks and hoes to attack the water wheels. They didn't dare attack the soldiers, but there were too many of them for the soldiers to stop. While the crowd tangled with the guards, the ringleader charged up and swung his stick hard at the water wheel. "Stop! Back away!" Just before the stick landed, officers from the local yamen suddenly appeared and rushed in to help the soldiers push the villagers back. These water wheels were built at great cost by the imperial court. Anyone who damages them will be beaten 50 times and have their property confiscated to pay for repairs. The officers shouted loudly to the stubborn crowd, finally calming them down. The ringleader, seeing the situation turning bad, quickly dropped his stick, turned, and disappeared into the crowd, yanking off his headscarf to avoid being recognized. The people were still restless when suddenly a carriage arrived at full speed and stopped right in front of them. As the curtain lifted, a figure stepped out. At once, the crowd went silent. It was none other than Qingxiu. His first stop outside the pass had been Xinjiang, the worst-hit area, and he happened to witness the whole scene. "What are you all doing?" Qingxiu looked at the crowd coldly and asked in a harsh voice. No one dared meet his gaze. The people who had just been yelling fell completely silent. The officers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Duke Qing's word really carries weight. Qingxiu looked at the rusting, unused water wheels and the rushing river, his face turning dark. "I really didn't expect you all to be so ignorant. Do you not know how much convenience these water wheels bring? How much you've benefited from them? Do you know how much money the court spent to build these?" Qingxiu had known the people feared rumors and superstitions, but not to this extent. Duke Qing, we didn't want to do this either. The water wheels are good, but they shorten our lives. Qingxiu said coldly, say that again? At those words, the crowd immediately fell silent. Only one old man, leaning on a cane, slowly stepped forward and began to kneel before Duke Qing. Enough, forget the kneeling, just speak. Qingxiu frowned and ordered. This won't do, cough cough. You're a heavenly man, sent to save us common folk. We have to kneel to you, it's only right? The old man still insisted on kneeling. Seeing the old man trembling so much, Qingxiu was really afraid that if he knelt down, he might never get back up, so he quickly ordered the officers to help him up. If you have something to say, just say it. The old man coughed a few times and weakly said, you may not know, but ever since the water wheel was built, many of the long-living elders in the village have died one after another. One of them was even close to living to 100. But after the water wheel was built, most of them died. Now I'm the only one left over 70 in the village, and I don't want to die yet. Qingxiu had still underestimated the level of ignorance among these people, especially when he saw that even many young men were agreeing with the old man. Did I ask you all to speak? Qingxiu questioned sharply, and those loudmouthed youths immediately shut up. But he also clearly saw that no matter how much he argued today, it would be useless. They believed the rumors, and with their current understanding, there was no way to easily change their minds. Enough. All of you, leave now. From now on, whoever touches the water wheels here again, your family will be raided, and you'll be flogged 50 times. This punishment was harsh enough, and coming from Qingxiu, it carried even more weight. The villagers quickly dispersed, but that old man over 70 still refused to leave. Duke Qing, please have mercy on an old man like me. I don't dare hope to live to 100, but at least let me live another year or two. Qingxiu ignored him and turned to get on the carriage, but unexpectedly, the old man started howling and crying loudly, please have mercy on me, Duke. His crying was hoarse and awful, like mourning the dead. Even the soldiers couldn't bear to hear it anymore. Duke Qing, should we carry him away? If he accidentally dies here, it might cause trouble. No need. Let him wail like he's at a funeral. Qingxiu didn't even look back. Don't be fooled by his ghost-like act, he clings to life more than anyone. You want him to die on purpose? That's not easy. As Qingxiu boarded the carriage, the ringleader hiding among the crowd thought he had an opportunity and quickly tried to escape toward the edge of the village. But he didn't know that Qingxiu had already been watching him closely from the beginning. Qingxiu lifted the curtain, casually threw his walking stick, and in the next moment, the staff flew like an arrow and pierced through the man's calf, pinning him to the ground. Ah! The man fell flat on the ground, unable to move, howling in pain. The villagers who were about to leave turned their attention to him. Isn't that the guy who led us to smash the water wheel earlier? The villagers were surprised, they hadn't seen him during the commotion, and now they realized he had changed his headscarf. Qingxiu immediately ordered the officers to seize him. When they pulled out the staff, the man howled again in pain, nearly passing out. Kneel. They dragged him in front of Qingxiu's carriage and shouted, you incited a riot. Do you know what that means? See how Duke Qing will punish you today. The man clutched his wounded leg, face pale, and still had the nerve to argue, I didn't mean to cause trouble. This water wheel is taking away my family's lifespan, I'm doing it for them. The officers didn't expect him to still talk back and were about to beat him, but Qingxiu stopped them. You're from this village, right? Fellow villagers, does anyone recognize him? He asked casually, but the question stumped everyone. If they were being honest, not a single villager remembered seeing this man before. Everyone had assumed he was someone else's neighbor. But now, no one knew who he was. Yet he had acted like he'd lived in the village for years. Seeing no one respond, Qingxiu snorted coldly. No one knows him, yet you let him lead you by the nose? He said riot, and you followed him. Almost no one could respond. After a while, someone cautiously said, he came to the village entrance and said his great-grandfather died because of the water wheel. Then we followed him here. Qingxiu glanced at the speaker, who broke out in a cold sweat, not knowing what to say next. Villagers, this man set you up. He led you to destroy the water wheel. If he succeeded and ran off like just now, you'd be the ones getting punished. You'd be beaten and your homes raided, he'd walk away scot-free. Qingxiu was deliberately stirring up the villagers' anger. Sure enough, they all glared at the man with hatred, ready to beat him to death. I didn't lie. I just don't live in this village, I live in the neighboring one. Anyway, no one asked me which village I'm from. Seeing the angry villagers approaching and Qingxiu ordering the officers to step aside, the man panicked. Fine. If what you say is true, I'll send someone to ask nearby villages. If no one recognizes you, you'll be flogged to death on the spot. Qingxiu's words shattered the man's psychological defense. He immediately burst into tears and confessed everything. He wasn't from the village, not even from Xinjiang. He was a wandering vagrant. He was lazy and violent, often hired as a thug to stir up trouble. But despite that, he feared death. Once a fight looked like it might get deadly, he was always the first to run. Recently, as the water wheel rumors spread, some anonymous people began recruiting vagrants like him. They gave them money, food, and drink, and sent them to incite locals to destroy water wheels, fabricating stories to slander them. These drifters were already envious of hardworking farmers who benefited from the water wheels. Now that they were being paid to cause trouble, they eagerly agreed. This guy had already caused trouble in several villages and escaped each time before the authorities arrived, but this time, he ran into Duke Qing and got caught. After hearing his confession, the villagers were even more furious. So all that talk about water wheels stealing life, dragon veins, and fortune, it was all made up by your lot? Bastard. I've been carrying buckets of water to irrigate my fields because I didn't dare use the water wheel, because of you bastards. The villagers couldn't hold back anymore. They rushed forward and beat him without mercy. Qingxiu, for his part, was happy to watch, and even had the officers step aside and let it play out. Duke Qing, I think that's enough. If they keep beating this guy, he'll die. Seeing that the troublemaker's cries were growing weak, the Yamen officer quickly tried to persuade Qingxiu. It wasn't that he cared whether the man lived or died, but this was still their jurisdiction. If someone died, it would be hard to deal with. Qingxiu slowly nodded. All right, bring him to me. The officers quickly stepped in and pushed the crowd aside. The man was already covered in blood, his face swollen like a pig's head, barely recognizable. Villagers, your anger has been vented, but you can't beat someone to death. If he dies, you'll all be responsible. Hand him over to the authorities. Let the magistrate and Duke Qing judge him. His punishment won't be light. The officers finally calmed the crowd down, though some still spat at the man several times before leaving. He's not dead, is he? One officer kicked him. The man twitched and barely lifted his head. Seeing he was still alive, they dragged him over and forced him to kneel before Qingxiu. Qingxiu stood up with his staff, and the man, thinking he'd be beaten again, hugged his head in fear and trembled. I was wrong. I was wrong, please don't hit me. Qingxiu sneered. Wrong? You took money to stir up trouble. You're not being wronged. The fact I haven't killed you yet is already mercy. No more nonsense. Tell me exactly who sent you. If you don't, you won't live. The man lay on the ground for a while, looking at the officers around him, then cautiously glanced at Qingxiu, saying nothing. Damn it, Duke Qing is talking to you. Are you deaf or stupid? One officer raised a stick to hit him again, but Qingxiu stopped him. The soldiers guarding the water wheel stay. The rest of the officers return. Don't let the county office complain I've kept you too long. Duke Qing, don't say that. The magistrate told us to obey your orders at all times, he just hopes you'll use us. After the officers left, Qingxiu glanced at the soldiers. They immediately understood and stood to the side, guarding against eavesdroppers. Who sent you? Don't think you can fool me. Unless you want to die. I? The man swallowed hard, still hesitating. Qingxiu smiled. You can choose to keep quiet. Those people may not kill you, but I can make your life worse than death. It's your choice. The man trembled and quickly said, I don't know much. But the one who hired me slipped up once, and I overheard a bit. He said he was ordered by the county magistrate. They paid us. He told Qingxiu everything he knew. Earlier, he didn't dare speak with the officers around. But now that only 2 people remained, he had no more concerns. Qingxiu wasn't surprised, it confirmed his earlier suspicions. A den of snakes and rats. Without officials protecting them, they couldn't have caused this much trouble. Let's go, get on the carriage. Shortly after, Qingxiu arrived personally at the local county office. The magistrate welcomed him warmly, repeatedly saying he regretted not having anything good to offer him. What other good things do you need? You delivered yourself, better than anything else. Qingxiu sat straight in the magistrate's seat and patted the magistrate's shoulder heavily. The magistrate's heart sank at the gesture, but he forced a smile. Duke Qing, it's only right for me to host you. If you're ever passing by again, you're always welcome. You really think I came here for sightseeing? Qingxiu looked at him with a half-smile. And no, of course not. Haha. His smile grew more and more forced. I heard that every time water wheels here were smashed, someone reported it, but the Yamen officers always just missed it. Only showing up after everyone had left. I don't know why. Maybe those useless men delayed things. I'll punish them severely later. Qingxiu didn't waste time. He suddenly grabbed the magistrate's head and forced it down. We just caught someone outside, you know who I mean. He let it slip that you were involved too, The magistrate panicked and tried to raise his head to defend himself, but Qingxiu pressed it down again. Duke Qing, you can't just take hearsay as fact. That thug talks nonsense. Qingxiu sneered, fine. Do I need to use my imperial authority to force the truth out of you? I swear I didn't hide anything. We'll see about that soon. Qingxiu said meaningfully, this might be a small county, but I've seen at least 20 torture tools in your interrogation room. The magistrate was already sweating, unable to say a word. You don't want to talk? Let's see how many tools it takes to make you confess. And even if you don't, it's fine. I can execute governors and even provincial inspectors if I must. What makes you think you're any more special? His defenses collapsed. He dropped to his knees and begged, I wasn't doing it for myself. I was forced. My superiors pressured me. Stand up. Say it's standing up. Before he could finish, Qingxiu pulled him to his feet. I never said I was going to punish you. The magistrate was stunned. Building water wheels is a national priority. It can't be hindered by scum. I know someone like you couldn't pull this off alone. So as long as you cooperate, you'll be fine. Qingxiu patted his shoulder. Make up for your crimes, it's a fair trade for your life, isn't it? The magistrate stood stunned for a long time, then realized Qingxiu wanted him to expose the higher-ups behind all this. But, if I do everything Duke Qing says, I won't just be ruined in officialdom, I won't even survive in Xinjiang or anywhere outside the pass. The magistrate knocked his head in frustration. You came from Guangzhou, so maybe you don't know, Sai, there's a lot of powerful people involved in this. Qingxiu snorted coldly. He had already figured that out. If it weren't serious, he wouldn't have bothered handling this personally. I don't care if this involves princes, dukes, or royal relatives. I'm going to handle it no matter what. Qingxiu said firmly, listen to me, if I pull these people out by the roots, I guarantee you can still survive in Xinjiang. But if you don't, I'll put all the blame on you. The magistrate trembled. Think about the consequences yourself, would you rather see your whole clan executed, or exchange their lives for your official hat? Qingxiu really had him completely under control. With things already at this point, what choice did he have? Can you really ensure my family's safety? I can. Qingxiu nodded slightly. Coming from Duke Qing, who held the token of authority, that was a credible promise. After a moment's hesitation, the magistrate made his decision. I'll do as you say. I'll hand over all the evidence connected to this matter. Although Qingxiu had expected this to be a large affair, the scale still surprised him. Almost all the gentry and aristocrats in Hunan and Hebei were involved. Especially the regional governors and prefects, nearly all of them were implicated. Qingxiu skimmed through the records and had a clear idea. These people were all powerful clans in the Central Plains. Though not as big as the 7 great surnames, they had been around since the Han dynasty. And since they were somewhat less famous than the 7 great surnames, they attracted less attention, making it easier for them to spread their influence in court and across the empire. After Qingxiu had already dismantled most of the 7 great surnames, these families had taken the opportunity to rapidly expand. Du clan of Jingzhou, Wei clan, Yang clan of Hongnong. Qingxiu frowned. Clearly, these families had been living too comfortably. They had forgotten how the 7 great surnames were crushed at his hand. These aristocratic families not only have deep local roots, but many high-ranking court officials also come from these clans. The magistrate was nervous. Right now, his life was in Qingxiu's hands. If Qingxiu just walked away with this evidence and ignored him later, his end would be miserable. What are you afraid of? Sure, these are influential families, but how do they compare to the Zheng clan of Xinjiang? Or the Wang clan? If he couldn't deal with these families, then what were all his past victories for? Qingxiu put the records away. Also, I'll be using your office for a while. If anyone asks, say I forced it with my authority, so they won't blame you. Starting tomorrow, you don't need to come here anymore. Go home and rest. Thank you, Duke Qing. The magistrate was deeply grateful. Qingxiu had pushed him out of the storm, keeping him from being caught up in it. Holding those records, Qingxiu let out a cold laugh. These people usually relied on their power to exploit the court little by little. If it hadn't affected him, he might have ignored them. But the water wheel project was something he personally pushed forward, he valued it greatly. Even so, these bastards still dared to trip him up and try to block him. The last ones that arrogant were the Goguryeo Kingdom and the Shandong Salt Merchant Cartel. They didn't have the lives of those people but caught the same disease. A few days later, Qingxiu issued an order from the county office, all water wheel operations were to resume. No one was allowed to obstruct or damage them. Anyone who did would be executed and their head displayed publicly. This heavy punishment immediately scared the nearby villagers. No one dared touch the water wheels again. Even if someone tried to stir them up, no one took the bait. After all, this time it wasn't just about getting beaten, it was about losing your life. And the order wasn't limited to Xinjiang. Qingxiu had it spread throughout the region and even sent it to nearby Nanyang. Thanks to his token authority, he could issue such orders bypassing local governors and magistrates. Even if local officials were unhappy, they had no choice but to obey. And Qingxiu didn't stop there, he used the rumors against themselves. He invited wandering fortune-tellers to publicly claim that water wheels brought water, and with it, wealth and blessings to families. He even hired local actors to perform plays about how water wheels brought prosperity and luck. Even though the performances were crude, the common folk loved them and fully bought into the stories. As Qingxiu's counter-campaign took hold, people began to let go of their fears. Especially in Xinjiang, where the rumors had been worst, people, blacksmiths, and farmers began using water wheels again. Naturally, the local gentry and aristocrats were furious. They had schemed for so long to turn the water wheel into a public enemy. But Qingxiu himself had stepped in and destroyed all their plans. They met to discuss strategy. They believed Qingxiu was only acting so forcefully because he hadn't gained anything from the project. If they could give him a cut, he might turn a blind eye. As long as they could keep control of the land and stop the water wheels, it'd be worth it. In less than half a month, Qingxiu, still in Xinjiang, began receiving letters from aristocrats and gentry north and south of the Yellow River. All of them, without exception, warmly invited him to their homes and promised to fulfill any request from Duke Qing. Of course, these were the same people who had been resisting the water wheel efforts. You want to talk? Fine. Qingxiu didn't refuse. On the contrary, he ordered the officers to send invitation letters to all local elite families, whether they'd contacted him or not. Every major clan and aristocrat received an invite, asking them to come in person for talks. And in those letters, he clearly stated, if these talks go well, he didn't mind giving them a satisfactory answer. To the gentry, that clearly meant Qingxiu was ready to make concessions. In Nanyang, at the estate of the Du clan of Jingzhou. Since Qingxiu arrived in Xinjiang, the Du, Yang, and Wei families had frequently gathered here to discuss countermeasures. He claims it's all for the people and the court. But in the end, it's just about name and price. Fine then, if we can buy him off, maybe life will get easier. Du Qing, head of the Du clan, read Duke Qing's letter and finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't going to burn everything down, things could still be negotiated. The others all smiled in relief. Naturally, this was an outcome they were happy to see. After all, Duke Qing was the one who brought down the Shandong salt merchants and took over their entire base. His thunderous methods had been seen by all, and everyone feared him. If they had to go head-to-head with Duke Qing, they had no confidence. So if spending some money could settle things, they were more than happy to do so. But not everyone thought it would be that simple. I heard that the water wheels were personally designed by Duke Qing. From construction to promotion, he handled everything himself, putting in a lot of effort. Would he really give in and negotiate with us so easily, said Wei Xian, head of the Wei clan. Du Qing laughed, I've heard some things from the court about Duke Qing's promotion of the water wheels, and I even had the fortune to see the financial reports. You probably can't imagine, it's a figure so high it's hard to believe. No one could resist being tempted by that. Wei Xian was unconvinced. So? What does that prove? That Duke Qing isn't some saint doing everything for the people. He just used this as a way to get rich. Du Qing sneered, but he's already achieved his goal. That huge sum of money, even if just a tenth went into his pocket, it's a fortune. So now, whether the water wheels continue to be used or are smashed to pieces, it doesn't matter to him anymore. What a joke. If that's the case, why would he go through so much trouble to come all the way from Guangzhou just to restore the water wheels? Wei Xian clearly didn't agree. Before Du Qing could reply, a younger clan member next to him spoke quietly, Master, I think old Du might have a point. You see, if Duke Qing was in it for money, then now he's just trying to squeeze the last bit of value out of the water wheels, using them to negotiate for benefits. This view seemed natural, and from the perspective of an average official or businessman, it made sense to assume the same of Qingxiu. After all, everyone now knew Duke Qing's business talent was equal to his skill in governing. Wei Xian wanted to say more, but couldn't find the words, so he stayed quiet. Indeed, looking around at many officials in court and merchants in the private sector, though they claimed to serve the country and people, which of them wasn't calculating their own profits? When they put themselves in Qingxiu's place, they assumed he must be doing the same, making money under a noble excuse. In that case, let's go. All of us. That will show our sincerity. After all, Duke Qing requested that we all attend. Yang Heading, head of the Yang clan, spoke up. The others had no objection and responded in agreement. If money can solve the problem, then it's not really a problem. And if this gives us a connection to Duke Qing, it'll be much easier to do business in Guangzhou in the future. So before we leave, don't be stingy, whatever needs to be given, give it. Everyone approved of Duke Qing's advice. In fact, even without this incident, they had been eager to form ties with Duke Qing. Although these clan heads were only merchants and had no official positions, many of their children were high-ranking officials in court. Some of their younger members were already serving in the court, and many local officials in Hunan and Hebei came from their families. The reason these clan heads didn't hold official titles was only to keep a low profile. But in reality, their influence was far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. That's exactly how they were able to stir up local trouble, use grassroots networks, and spread rumors to sabotage the water wheels. If they could use this opportunity to get their descendants promoted in court, it would be a huge step forward for their entire clans, worth spending any amount of money. Even before the clan representatives arrived, Qingxiu had already sensed what was going on. Local officials were preparing residences with enthusiasm and repeatedly tried to mobilize laborers to build roads, repair houses, and prepare supplies. The scale of the preparations was fit for an emperor. But it was understandable, many of these local officials came from the Du and Yang clans. Spending the state's money to welcome their own people, what was there to be stingy about? Qingxiu wasn't having any of it. As soon as the officials issued orders to mobilize laborers, he stopped them and ordered that no government silver be spent on the preparations. I know who you're trying to host. If you want to show your filial piety, use your own money. Even if you spend hundreds of taels, I won't say a word. But if you try to exploit this to make a name for yourself, using government money or manpower, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Qingxiu sat openly in the county office hall, scolding the assembled officials without the slightest politeness. Some of them wiped cold sweat and cursed their luck. If they made no preparations at all, their families might think they were disrespecting the clan heads, and they'd definitely be scolded later. Seeing everyone so dejected, Qingxiu grew more annoyed. He slapped the table. Are you all deaf? Didn't you hear what I just said? We obey. Everything will follow Duke Qing's orders. No complaints. Everyone quickly responded, but one local official carefully suggested that since the three major clans were sending many people and paying a lot of taxes, also supporting many minor local offices, maybe Qingxiu could treat them a bit more respectfully. If they are treated well, it would show Duke Qing's generosity and leave a good impression among them. The prefect of Tuyang thought he was being very tactful. But Qingxiu frowned even more at his words. So you're saying I don't already have a good reputation among you? The prefect froze and broke out in a cold sweat, quickly trying to explain, I didn't mean that. I misspoke. Please don't take offense, Duke Qing. What a joke. Among officials and people, I won't claim they adore me, but at least they acknowledge my contributions. Qingxiu stood up. The officials felt increasingly on edge. So now, just because I didn't arrange luxury lodgings for a few landlords who traveled far, I deserve death? The prefect almost cried, that's not what I meant. I don't care what you meant. Have I been too soft with you lately, or are you going through a rebellious phase? Qingxiu's expression grew colder. No one dared respond further. He wanted to slap himself. How could he have been so confused to say so many thoughtless things? Today, Qingxiu was targeting those three great clans. If any of them dared to say a single word in support, Qingxiu would surely destroy them. Enough. You don't have to say idle words. Since you had the leisure to prepare lodging for those elites, I assume all your official duties are done. Qingxiu asked coldly. Whatever your order is, just speak. Even if I don't rest or sleep, I'll carry it out for you. The prefect of Tuyang didn't dare say another word, completely submissive. No need. Bring the people outside in. At Qingxiu's command, the Yamen officers waiting outside entered immediately to receive orders. He pointed to the prefect. This man has been idle recently. Send him to the Tuyang Canal to repair the water wheel. We are short-handed. The officers nearly dropped their jaws. The man was the prefect. Qingxiu wasn't joking about sending the prefect himself to fix the water wheel? Didn't you see he's idle? Qingxiu frowned. This is the second time I've told you. Yes. Naturally, Qingxiu's words carried weight. The prefect had to be the one to sacrifice. As you order. Since Duke Qing ordered it, I will comply. The prefect of Tuyang bowed low and obediently walked out without anyone escorting him. Anyone else object? All the officials quickly bowed their heads, fearing saying even half a word might draw Qingxiu's attention. That prefect was from the Du clan of Jingzhou. Qingxiu clearly wanted to suppress them. He was very satisfied with the result. If only they had been wiser earlier, he wouldn't have had to waste so many words. Actually, I don't mean to slight them. After all, they're honored guests, and they were invited by me. Chingo paused, then asked, do you know how far they are now? They're not far from the outskirts of Xinjiang. It'll probably take another 5 days at most. Just a few days more, and without mobilizing local labor, there was no way to prepare lodging. That's difficult. Chingo thought for a moment, then decided, clear out the idle relay station lodgings and let them stay there. The officials were stunned. He really made do with anything. Relay stations were meant for couriers and messenger rest, they were decent, but ordinary, no better than common folks' housing. And now he was lodging wealthy and pampered elites there? Even the Du clan head Du Qing had once stayed in the county office when passing through. That was better than this. Does preparing a relay station in 5 days seem too difficult? Chingo challenged them. It's enough. Absolutely enough. Good. If time isn't enough, the moment they arrive outside Xinjiang, let them suffer in the open for a night or two. Once housing is ready, let them move in. Chingo turned and walked away after giving his orders. The officials looked crestfallen. After all, these powerful elites were invited for talks, yet treated with no courtesy at all. A few days later, the representatives from the clans, weary from travel, finally arrived in Xinjiang. They didn't expect much. At least they thought Chingo would arrange decent lodging. When they saw the relay station, they were utterly shocked as if struck by thunder. Having traveled far, they'd never seen such inferior accommodations. Is this some mistake? Are the officials insulting us? Du Qing, deeply displeased, questioned the reception official, who could only give a forced laugh. It was arranged by Duke Qing. We were just following orders. Yang Heading, barely holding back his fury, said, could it be that we've done something to displease Duke Qing, so he treats us like this? It's not that. He said you're honored guests and we mustn't slight you. Yang Heading snarled, isn't this itself a slight? Fine. We can't stay in this old stable. Let's find an inn nearby. That's better than staying here. Though few dared speak up, many clearly agreed. Being made to stay here was worse than death. Wait. Du Qing saw them about to walk away and stopped them. Since Duke Qing arranged this, we must stay. If we express dissatisfaction, aren't we betraying his intention? He tried to reason with Yang, just endure it for one night. Once the talks are done, they'll leave. Small impatience spoils great plans. Yang Heading hesitated but didn't argue further. In truth, he was venting frustration. If he walked out now looking for lodging, making Chingo look bad, he dared not do it. Since Du Qing had saved face, he'd go along. Master Du, I heard most local officials here are from the Du clan. Those underlings slighted you, they surely deserve discipline, Yang said in a low voice. Du Qing kept a blank expression but signaled clan members to prepare. Further action could wait until after meeting Chingo. Please come inside. That night, the 3 clan heads couldn't wait and requested an audience with Chingo. They couldn't stand the relay station's conditions. Even if plain lodging was bearable, the constant stench of horse manure was unbearable. Not to mention the couriers constantly coming and going, even at midnight, it was noisy. This was not an invitation for talks, it was a deliberate insult. What baffled them more was that, despite repeated requests, they were told Duke Qing was busy and couldn't meet. Left at the relay station for nights, they had to grit their teeth and endure it. Now even a fool could see it, this wasn't negotiation, it was deliberate mockery. Yet none dared act up, this was Duke Qing, after all. Thus, 7 full days passed. Chingo saw that their patience had nearly been worn down, so he finally changed his tone and said he was barely free and allowed them to come to the county office to meet him. Even so, Chingo still made them wait in the yamen for over an hour before slowly showing up. These people, even though filled with resentment, had to force smiles and didn't dare show the slightest dissatisfaction when they finally saw Chingo. Not only that, they each rushed to present various luxurious gifts. In a short while, the spacious main hall was filled. From jewelry and jade to famous antiques and calligraphy from the Wei and Jin dynasties, everything was there. However, Chingo didn't glance at these things even once. Apologies, everyone. I've been too busy these past days, really couldn't spare the time. I hope the lodging was to your liking? Chingo sat down casually. Though his words were polite, his tone carried not the slightest trace of apology. We were? Thank you, Duke Qing, for your arrangements. The courier station was quite attentively prepared. Everyone forced smiles, saying they were very satisfied. Whether or not they truly were satisfied didn't matter, at least their attitude was what he wanted to see. Well then, no need for idle chatter. You all have suffered a lot these past days, surely it was all for today, right? At this, no one felt tired anymore. Wei Xin spoke first. Duke Qing's water wheel project benefits the nation and the people. It should be praised through the ages. However, water wheels are just fancy gadgets. In critical times they still rely on manual labor. Their actual effect is limited, and they consume manpower and resources to maintain. Why bother continuing them? These words made Chingo feel somewhat nostalgic. He remembered that over 1,000 years later, an old hag had shared the same opinion. These stubborn conservatives, all with equally twisted minds. Go on, Chingo said expressionlessly. Seeing that he hadn't angered Chingo, Wei Xian became more confident. We hope Duke Qing can shut down the water wheels among the common folk. Even if they're only left standing as decoration, unused, that would be fine. Chingo said blandly, these water wheels are a project I pushed through the court with much effort, and now you want me to abandon it with a single sentence? I know well that Duke Qing put in great effort, so we're willing to offer compensation. As he spoke, Wei Xian handed over a booklet to Chingo with both hands. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit. The three major clans each handed him a booklet. These books recorded all the rent and commercial profits collected from their lands, detailed and complete. Chingo gave them a brief glance and lost interest, tossing them aside. What, none of your clans have bookkeepers? You need me to do the math for you? Haha, you're quite the joker. The family heads all laughed, then quickly turned serious and made their stance clear. These books record all our clan's income. As long as Duke Qing is willing to stop the water wheel project, the Du clan of Jingzhou, the Wei clan, and the Yang clan of Hongnong are willing to give 20% of our profits every year to you, Duke Qing, freely, as a gift. That offer was generous, so much so that even Chingo found it extravagant. Each clan's 20% was already an astronomical figure. Together, it was enough to make one gasp. This was the produce from the most fertile lands east of Tongguan and on both sides of the Yellow River, plus all the merchant profits flowing through Guangdong, Heshi, and Shandong. After expenses, each clan likely kept no more than half of their profits. Now they were directly offering nearly half to him, clearly trying to win him over and seek his favor in court. But for Chingo, who already controlled salt tax revenues in Shandong, Liaodong, and Goguryeo, that figure wasn't all that tempting. His trading caravans along the Silk Road earned more from foreigners than this. We've shown great sincerity. Although Duke Qing's reputation may take a hit, we hope this small amount of money can compensate for your losses. Du Qing spoke earnestly, we've long heard that Duke Qing doesn't form factions in court nor builds local power among the people. But this wastes your influence among the populace. What are you trying to say? Chingo raised an eyebrow, lazily asking. What I mean is, our three clans along the Yellow River are willing to be Duke Qing's vanguard and follow your command. The room fell silent, all awaiting Chingo's response. But to their surprise, Chingo simply laughed lightly, then walked over to the pile of antiques and casually picked up a scroll. It turned out to be an authentic Xing Banqiao piece. So then, the sabotage of local water wheel projects and the widespread rumors about the water wheel being a curse were all you're doing. Now that the conversation was open, the family heads didn't bother denying it. Yang Heading immediately said, that's right. But we truly had no intention of opposing Duke Qing. It was out of desperation. Please understand. Good, good. Chingo clapped his hands and laughed. At last, they admitted it themselves. So you all thought I was using the water wheel project as a scheme to embezzle? Let me tell you clearly today, throughout the entire water wheel project, I haven't pocketed a single coin. I even gave the construction blueprints to the court for free. The three family heads were immediately shocked, looking at each other in confusion. Why was Chingo saying this now? I want you all to understand, today, even if you offered your entire family estates or came here with your heads in your hands to make a trade, this water wheel project will not stop. As he finished speaking, a commotion broke out outside the yamen. Suddenly, a group of armored soldiers stormed in, surrounding them completely. And the one leading the soldiers wasn't a military officer, it was a man dressed in martial garb. What is the meaning of this, Duke Qing? The dozens of people from the three clans were completely surrounded, terrified, huddled together. Only the three clan heads barely maintained their composure. The situation at the courier station is also settled. Boss, did you get the information? The martial man saluted Chingo. He wasn't a soldier, he was a household retainer from the Duke's residence. I needed no investigation. Even if these people don't admit it, 10 out of 10 of those crimes were theirs. Why bother checking? Chingo glared coldly at the three family heads, with no trace of warmth left on his face, only deep disgust. Thanks for coming all this way to make it easy for me to catch you all in one net. Otherwise, if I had to arrest you one by one, you might have had time to destroy the evidence. Chingo's smile was stiff and cold. We are innocent. Why is Duke Qing arresting us? Duke Qing tried to remain calm. Also, this military man doesn't seem to be from the army. What right does he have to arrest us? Is it important whether he is from the army? Chingo couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with them. With a wave of his large hand, the soldiers immediately took everyone down on the spot. With the imperial token in hand, Qin Kingdom's lord is exercising his authority, as if the emperor himself is present. Are you questioning the emperor's power? The military officer raised his long blade in front of them, completely silencing their objections. This small county prison is likely not enough to detain them all. First, send them all to the prefectural office of Hunan Road. I'll interrogate them together with the local inspector. Chingo ordered. Yes, sir. The soldiers said nothing more and immediately followed the Lord of Qin Kingdom's orders, rounding up and detaining them all. Chingo looked to his family guards beside him. What about the attendants who stayed at the relay station? As you instructed, we've captured them all. A guard laughed and said, Lord of Qin Kingdom really planned well, lured them all here and captured them in one net. If we had tried to catch them separately, they would have gotten wind of it and fled. It would have been really hard to get them all. Chingo never intended to negotiate with these people nicely from the beginning. Without using this as an excuse, how could he have lured them all here and captured them together? Chingo knew that a few idle officials in the local office couldn't do anything, so he specifically had his family guard carry his identity token and go to the nearby provincial garrison to mobilize troops. It was thanks to the imperial token that things went smoothly. Local officers didn't question it and even brought their own armed forces to help Chingo. Capturing these people wasn't just for personal satisfaction. Just the fact that they obstructed the government's water wheel project was enough to exterminate their entire families. Especially since they had been operating locally for years, there were bound to be plenty of disgusting things they'd done. As long as he investigated, he'd definitely uncover the truth. Chingo knew the interrogation must not be delayed. If their families back home got wind of this, they would surely destroy all local accounts and evidence as quickly as possible. Of course, Chingo wouldn't give them the chance. He ordered his soldiers to march overnight. He also gathered all the carts and animals in the area to transport everyone from the three families to the prefecture. Before leaving, Chingo reminded the people of Xinjiang not to believe in slander and just to keep using the water wheels. Even though Chingo acted swiftly, he still underestimated the three families' network of interests. As soon as he announced their departure, all clan-born officials in Xinjiang caught wind of it. If Chingo brought those three to the prefecture, with heavy guards and some evidence found, it would be hard to predict what could happen. If the nest is overturned, how can any egg remain intact? All the officials suddenly panicked. They had to stop this. Chingo was surprised by how quickly these people reacted. He had only just set out for one night. At dawn, as they reached the mountain pass, he got news. The mountain pass ahead had caught fire last night and collapsed, blocking the road. What a coincidence! The soldiers were all amazed, but only Chingo understood what was really going on. If these people were this efficient when working for the court, our Tang dynasty's power would double. He was truly fed up with these petty officials who only cared about their own interests. With their current manpower, reopening the blocked mountain path would take at least 2 to 3 days. Not to mention the delay, they only had food for about that long. Even if they managed to clear the road, they'd need to go back for more food and water. If the officials stirred up more trouble during this time, like falling rocks or damaged roads, they might never reach the prefecture. Just blocking them for 10 days would give the three families enough time to cut all ties with the water wheel project. Even if some clues were found later, the damage to the families would be minimal. But that's not what Chingo wanted. He wanted to completely crush the three families. Not only to stop the rumors among the people, but also to send a clear warning to all powerful clans east of Tongguan: anyone who dares to obstruct the water wheel project must die. Are there any villages nearby? Yes, according to our knowledge, there are 3 villages with about 1,000 people. If we want to clear the mountain road in less than a day, 1,000 people should be enough. The officer seemed to understand Chingo's idea. Does the Lord want to recruit them to dig out the road? But we don't have much money with us, we may not be able to hire many. Chingo smiled slightly. Money? This man really underestimated Chingo's influence. Chingo ordered the officers and soldiers to go to the nearby villages and recruit villagers to help clear the blocked pass. Speak kindly to them. Use my name and assure them that anyone who helps me now will receive a proper return from me in the future. He planned to use his name to rally the people to help. Time was critical, so he could only make some empty promises for now. The officers responded at once, but before they could act, shadows began to move in the forest on both sides of the road, and the sound of footsteps rushed toward them. They thought they were being ambushed by bandits and prepared to draw their swords. But in the next moment, they saw that the people coming out of the forest were villagers from nearby. Each carried a hoe or shovel, ready to work hard. Lord Qing, we're here to help dig the road. Sorry the fire yesterday delayed your journey, but we'll help clear it as fast as we can. Please, once you reach the prefecture, punish those clan leaders severely. It turned out that news of Qingxiu's arrival had already spread through the villages. The villagers had come of their own will to help him dig through the roadblock. They didn't even wait for him to make any promises in his name. Thank you all, my fellow countrymen. I will surely repay you all well. Seeing this moved Qingxiu deeply. Even he hadn't expected his influence to be this great. The men voluntarily dug the ruins, and the women brought food for the soldiers. Everyone was very enthusiastic. Sister, how did you know I was coming this way? Qingxiu stopped an older woman, curious to ask. "Oh, Lord Qing, did you just call me sister? I really can't accept that, I'm not worthy." Though she said this, the woman still looked very pleased. Actually, we didn't know anything in advance. It's just that when the mountain pass caught fire yesterday, our farmland also got burned. All the men and boys in the village rushed out to put out the fire. But while we were putting out the fire, we found a few strangers hiding in a ravine. Each of them looked suspicious. We caught them and questioned them, and only then did we find out that they were the ones who started the fire. They said it was to block Lord Qing. At this point, the farm wife gritted her teeth. We heard Lord Qing was taking some local tycoons to be punished, so of course we had to rush out and help clear the road for you. Qingxiu's face didn't change. He asked again, "Do you know who ordered them to burn the mountain pass?" "We don't know that. They said they hadn't come into direct contact with their boss. We wanted to interrogate them the next day, but by accident, they escaped." Qingxiu already had the answer in his mind, but didn't ask more. With these farmers helping to clear the mountain road, the work that was supposed to take 2 to 3 days was finished in just half a day. Moreover, the villagers gave them plenty of dry rations and food. The 3 clan leaders locked in the carriage initially thought they might have a chance, but after all the chaos, they were clearly very disappointed. No need to worry. If those clever sons and grandsons haven't prepared some tricks, they wouldn't be worthy of their powerful positions. Du Qing wasn't anxious. Don't forget, there are still at least 2 or 3 days to go. Anything can happen on the road. Yang Heading didn't seem worried either, but Wei Xian looked uneasy the whole time. If we really use that move, wouldn't that be too risky? Lord Qing isn't an ordinary man. You can't deal with him using regular officials' tactics. Du Qing snorted coldly. Master Wei, with your timid guts, how can you bear the burden of your clan? Look at our current situation. Do we still need to worry about rules when it comes to methods? That's right. Though I think he might not be able to touch us once we're at the prefecture, still, better to settle it on the way if we can. Yang Heading chimed in. I'm just afraid we'll mess it up. Wei Xian looked grim, then lowered his head and said nothing more. After thanking the people, Qingxiu and his group resumed their journey. Before leaving, the local village chief specially warned Qingxiu to avoid drinking river water along the way. If those people realize they can't stop you, they might try something dirty. Be careful. Though the village chief didn't say it outright, both men understood the implication. Don't worry. Qingxiu had already taken precautions. He had seen every trick these people could play, of course he knew what to expect. After leaving that area, they traveled up the mountain road until evening. They hadn't rested much the previous night, and had marched most of the day. Both people and animals were exhausted. Qingxiu didn't push them harder and told everyone to rest for the night and continue early tomorrow. Everyone, this came up suddenly. We really didn't have time to go by the official road. Taking the mountain path was a last resort. There are no inns along the way, so we'll have to rough it in the wilderness. Qingxiu reassured the group. Haha, Lord Qing, no need for such words. We're happy to help you, and you're doing a truly great deed. We've marched tougher roads before, why fuss over this? Qingxiu wasn't just saying polite words, he took out silver notes and handed them to the group generously. Everyone was already glad to serve him, and when they saw silver, they were overjoyed. After setting up a simple camp, everyone soon fell asleep from exhaustion, even the animals were quiet. The 3 clan leaders were chained tightly inside the carriage by soldiers. After confirming they couldn't escape, the guarding soldiers started dozing off. You brat. You locked us up like livestock. What if we need to relieve ourselves at night? Wei Xian shouted angrily. He had never been treated like this before. Just do it in the carriage. Bullshit. How are we supposed to sleep like that? We're almost at the prefecture. You don't even know if you'll live a few more days. Still worried about sleeping. The soldier sneered and ignored Wei Xian's curses, then lay down under a tree and dozed off. This bastard. Wei Xian cursed, but then heard loud snoring outside. It seemed most people had fallen asleep. He looked at the other two clan leaders, and they all nodded knowingly. Now was the perfect time if anything was to be done. Before long, all the soldiers in the camp were fast asleep. This place had long been searched out by hunters. There weren't many wild beasts around, so no one was assigned to patrol at night. At that moment, shadows crept out of the forest behind the camp and quietly approached. They didn't dare get too close. Watching from afar, they confirmed everyone had fallen asleep. See that? That carriage is holding the 3 clan leaders. Don't touch it. Besides that, kill as many as needed. The target is that tent. The leader pointed to the center of the camp. That man is inside. He was referring to Qingxiu. These were retainers and household guards raised by the 3 clans, used to doing dirty work. Especially for local officials who wanted to punish the 3 clans, most were silenced by threats or made to die naturally. Although the 3 clan leaders came to Xinjiang personally to meet Qingxiu, that didn't mean they'd let their guard down. They had sent these men in secret. It was those retainers who set the mountain fire. Once the road was cleared, they had no other options left. Assassinating Lord Qing, just saying it sounded absurd, but they had no better plan. Anyone could see, if he didn't die, he would fight the 3 clans of the 2 rivers to the end. They had heard of Qingxiu's martial prowess. Even ambushing him in the dark wasn't guaranteed to work, so they had to do this. Set the camp on fire in the dark, make it look like an accident, then take the 3 clan leaders away in the chaos. Whether others lived or died didn't matter, as long as Qingxiu was burned alive, everything else would be easy. Go! Sun Qingji asked his men to give him an arrow. He removed the arrowhead, wrapped a cloth soaked in oil around it, drew his bow, and took aim. As soon as the fire striker was lit, the specially made fire arrow ignited immediately, then he drew his bow and shot it toward Qingxiu's tent. With one arrow, the burning flame touched the tent and instantly set it on fire. The flame spread rapidly. Move quickly. Burn down the whole tent before he wakes up. They shot a few more fire arrows to fuel the flames. In no time, the roaring fire had completely engulfed the entire tent, and thick smoke filled the sky. Seeing this, everyone finally felt relieved. Even if Qingxiu wasn't burned alive, he'd be choked to death by the smoke with such a big fire. Brothers, go bring the clan heads over. Light a few more fires too, but don't burn everyone to death. If only the clan heads survive, it'll look too suspicious. Sun Qingji called out, and everyone lifted their torches and got ready to move. Everyone worked hard all night. Tired? Someone suddenly spoke. Sun Qingji instinctively answered, but the next moment, his whole body bristled with fear. There were only 7 of them here, and they all knew each other very well. But this voice, he had never heard it before. Who? He quickly raised his torch to shine behind him. The others, also about to move, were confused by his reaction. Boss, what's wrong? At first, they didn't understand, but under the torchlight, they saw a terrifying sight like a ghost story. Qingxiu was calmly standing right behind them, smiling coldly at them. Ghost, ghost! Someone cried out in shock. Sun Qingji cursed, bullshit, that's not a ghost, that's a living person. Don't you get it? He was never inside the tent. His curse snapped everyone out of it. Qingxiu said nothing, just stepped forward slightly, and everyone stepped back in fear. How did you find us? Sun Qingji gripped his torch tightly and glanced toward the burning tent in the camp. They had covered their tracks so well. But he could never have imagined that Qingxiu had a special sensory ability, mind's eye. These people had followed him stealthily the whole way, hidden very well, but under Qingxiu's 6th sense, there was nowhere to hide. Not a bad plan. Honestly, I didn't intend to make things difficult for you even after you followed me this far, but what you planned was worse than I expected. Qingxiu flicked his wrist, and his cane whip flew into his hand. Well then, those 3 bastards can now be charged with another crime. Fire! Sun Qingji suddenly gave the order, and the men beside him pulled out small hand crossbows from their sleeves and fired simultaneously. Qingxiu lazily raised his cane whip and casually flicked it in front of him, knocking away the first arrow aimed at him with precision. Then, his figure flashed like a ghost, easily dodging all the following arrows. Is he a monster? Sun Qingji was horrified. He had heard of Qingxiu's martial skills, but dodging 7 or 8 arrows at such close range. No time to think. Qingxiu dashed forward, his cane whip flashed a streak of white light in midair, and in just a blink, it swept several meters. Pfft! Sun Qingji's arm was cleanly severed and fell to the ground. Qingxiu was already behind him before anyone realized. All in a moment. Ah? Sun Qingji stared at his severed arm, then the pain hit, and he collapsed on the ground screaming. Run! With just one move, Qingxiu scared the fearless assassins out of their minds. This wasn't the martial arts they were used to. The remaining few scattered in panic, but Chingo wouldn't let them escape. He pulled out a custom-made small flintlock pistol from his sleeve, aimed at one fleeing assassin, and shot him in the head. Not bad. Chingo blew the smoke from the barrel, satisfied with the power. The pistol was about the size of a handgun. To avoid it exploding, he had reduced the gunpowder, but the power still didn't disappoint him. With the sound of gunfire, the soldiers in the camp woke up. They immediately discovered Chingo's tent was on fire. Put out the fire. Damn it, are you all deaf? A fire this big and no one noticed? If anything happens to Lord Qing, you're all dead. An officer grabbed a bucket of water from a soldier and drenched himself, then, under everyone's shocked eyes, rushed straight into the burning tent to save him. Meanwhile, Chingo had almost finished hunting down the rest. They thought splitting up would help, but Chingo caught up in a flash and beheaded them one by one. In the end, he spared Sun Qingji and one other assassin. They were living evidence. Even if all other proof of the three clans' crimes was destroyed, the charge of trying to assassinate him would be enough to wipe out their entire families. When Chingo brought them back to camp, the fire at the tent had already died down. The soldiers sat around it with their heads down in despair. Chingo stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong?" "Ugh, no idea how the fire started, but Lord Qing was burned to death. Even the body turned to ash. How are we going to explain this?" The officer slapped his thigh in frustration, then turned his head, and saw Chingo alive and well. "Lord Qing, you came back from the dead?" The officer shouted in shock, then got smacked on the head by Chingo. "Back from the dead your ass. Can't you see I'm fine?" Chingo pointed at the two captured assassins. "These two tried to kill me. If I hadn't been careful, all of us would be dead." After Chingo explained everything, the crowd finally understood. "Those bastards almost got us killed." The officer cursed and kicked Sun Qingji, who was already too weak from blood loss to even groan. "Careful. Don't kill them, they're evidence." Chingo ordered someone to bandage Sun Qingji and even gave him some of his own penicillin to prevent infection. As for the three clan heads, Chingo ordered the carriage opened. When the three men saw Sun Qingji missing an arm, their faces turned pale. They knew the assassination attempt on Chingo had failed, and now he had living witnesses. "Look familiar, Master Du?" Chingo pointed to the kneeling, silent Sun Qingji and asked mockingly. "I don't know this man," Du Qing said dryly. Chingo smiled. "Doesn't matter. You don't recognize him now. I'll make sure you do later." Sun Qingji looked like someone with a tough mouth, but he happened to be good at dealing with hard targets. There was always a way to make him confess. "Lock them up well. No need to mistreat them over the next few days, give them some good food. Anyway, once we reach the prefecture, there's no telling how many days they'll still be alive." Chingo ordered the carriage to be locked again. At this point, the three clan heads were truly in utter despair. Even if, at this very moment, an earthquake blocked the mountain roads and delayed the journey by a whole year, their fate would still be death. When Wang Chongyang, the inspector of Hunan Circuit, learned that Chingo had personally arrived, he was greatly shocked. He hadn't received any advance notice at all. But when he brought all the officials from the prefecture to welcome Chingo, he was stunned on the spot. He saw that the prisoners, escorted by Lord Qing, were all familiar faces. Du Qing, Wei Xin, and Yang Heading, those long-standing clan heads who held regional power, were now being forcibly stuffed into a carriage as prisoners. "Lord Qing, what is the meaning of this?" Wang Chongyang nearly thought he was hallucinating. This scene was simply too outrageous. Obstructing the water wheel project and destroying water wheels everywhere, aren't those crimes enough to arrest them for? Chingo replied calmly. Wang Chongyang was left speechless. The three major clans of Hunan and Hebei obstructing the progress of the water wheel project was already an open secret among local officials, everyone knew. But no one dared to break the silence. To be precise, they had no power to. Even Wang Chongyang, as the inspector of Hunan Circuit, couldn't do it. 90% of his subordinates came from those three clans. They also had backing in the imperial court. Many officials could overpower him. Touching the three clans would just bring about his own death faster. But today, he witnessed a miracle. Lord Qing directly captured the three powerful clan leaders and dragged them here, essentially beheading the three clans. Wang Chongyang couldn't help but admire him. No wonder he was Lord Qing, he dared to do what others wouldn't even imagine. "Lord Qing, since the crimes are established, shall we proceed with judgment and sentencing right away?" "No rush. But I need your help to immediately begin investigations in Hunan and Hebei. Dig up as much evidence as possible on the Du, Wei, and Yang families. These people had done plenty of dirty deeds. Even if 90% of the evidence was destroyed, just finding the remaining 10% would be enough to overturn them. And now, there was enough time. All right, we will get it done quickly so you can begin the trial. Wang Chongyang agreed at once. Qingxiu said, no need to rush the trial. You'll probably need to prepare some extra housing near the prefecture. Soon, quite a few officials will be coming here. We'll wait for all of them to arrive before we start. Wang Chongyang paused, then immediately understood Qingxiu's meaning. There were people in the court related to the three clans, some were even direct descendants of the clan heads. Now that the elders were arrested, of course the younger ones wouldn't sit still, they'd definitely rush over to interfere. But if that's the case, shouldn't we wrap this up before they arrive, and make the case airtight? Humph. If you don't deal with them all, even the strongest case will be overturned by their influence. Might as well let them all come, I'll handle them together. Wang Chongyang truly couldn't imagine how big Qingxiu's appetite was. Just remembering the names of those officials gave him a headache. This was no longer something a mere inspector could handle. It was almost laughable, he, a regional inspector, had become the least significant piece in this game. While Qingxiu was actively collecting evidence of the three clans' crimes, the capital city of Chang'an had already exploded. Every department official who had ties with the clan started writing memorials every day, pleading with Emperor Li Er to recall Qingxiu and stop him from harming the innocent. But they weren't the only ones, even officials unrelated to the clans joined in, accusing Lord Qing of ignoring the law and disregarding the court. They also claimed he was abusing the imperial authority of the temporary token, Jieyue. Why? Simple, even if this had nothing to do with them, with Qingxiu's approach, sooner or later, the blade might fall on them. They had to strangle this unrighteous trend in the cradle to feel at ease. Li Er's attitude remained the same as before, no matter how many memorials were submitted, he always gave the same reply. I know. I will keep an eye on it. This response left all officials anxious, but they could do nothing but watch. Although Li Er appeared indifferent, he was secretly watching everything Qingxiu was doing very closely. And it had to be said, only Qingxiu had the courage to clean up the three clans like this. No one else would dare set a trap and directly arrest the three of them. That was exactly the result Li Er wanted. One day, after the morning court session, Li Er had just returned to the Taiji Palace when Zhangsun Wuji came in right after him. Your Majesty, during today's court, several ministers requested to go to the inspector's office of Hunan Circuit to participate in the judgment of the three clans. What is your view on this? Li Er didn't even lift his head. If they want to go, let them. But don't let it delay morning court or any court matters, otherwise, it won't be allowed. This was essentially a veiled prohibition on the ministers going to Hunan. After all, Qingxiu was close to resolving the matter. If they interfered now, no one could predict what might happen. Could Qingxiu arrest all those officials and clean them up too? Even if he had the ambition, if he cleaned everyone up, who would Li Er have left to work for him? Your Majesty, I think you should let them go. Zhangsun Wuji paused and then suggested, not only let them go, Your Majesty should go as well, to witness how Lord Qing judges those three clan heads. Li Er paused his brush. He hadn't expected Zhangsun Wuji to suggest this. By now, Lord Qing must already be facing intense resistance in the trial. Even if they can't interfere directly, they'll do it secretly. So instead of that, let them go openly. And if Your Majesty is present, it will add authority to Lord Qing's actions. Although the imperial token symbolizes imperial power, it's not the same as the emperor being there personally. With the emperor himself present, the effect would be entirely different. Li Er thought for a moment, it was indeed just as Zhangsun Wuji said. If he went personally, he wouldn't even need to make a statement. As long as his people were on site, everything could be handled. How is Lord Qing progressing over there now? After thinking for a while, Li Er asked a very concerned question. Zhangsun Wuji slightly shook his head. I don't know the exact details, Your Majesty. The only thing I can confirm is that Lord Qing definitely has enough evidence to take down the three clans directly. If it's just about dealing with those three old men, it's not very meaningful. Li Er's brows furrowed slightly. Then, he finally made up his mind. Forget it. I plan to go there myself. Fuji, you stay behind in the court and assist the Crown Prince in managing state affairs. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhangsun Wuji responded immediately. Li Er not only decided to go himself, during the morning court session the next day, he publicly declared that anyone willing to accompany him could do so. I heard Lord Qing said these three clans are a scourge to the country and the people. I truly want to know how much damage these three individuals have done to my administration to deserve such a judgment from Lord Qing. I hope that all ministers of the court, if interested, may come along to witness firsthand how these three major threats are punished by Lord Qing and take it as a warning. Li Er spoke these words directly in front of all the officials, completely changing his usual vague stance on the matter. Today, he was clearly expressing his killing intent before the entire court. This was clearly a warning to those officials tied to the three clans. If they could act wisely and separate themselves from their families in time, they could still remain in their court positions. But if they insisted on standing with their families, the consequences would be hard to predict. However, those people were tightly bound together as a shared interest group. Naturally, they couldn't accept the collapse of their clans. To protect the family was to protect their political futures. If the family collapsed, so would their chances for promotion. We request to follow His Majesty. I am also willing to go. If Your Majesty allows, please let me go too. Li Er's gaze swept coldly over these people, and he sneered faintly. Those requesting to go were, of course, from the three clans. Among them were even many high-ranking officials, showing just how deeply the clans had rooted themselves in the court. If one day the court's top positions like chancellor and minister are also controlled by them, given their ambitions, there might no longer be room for any outsider to enter. At this moment, Li Er truly wanted to praise Qingxiu. If it weren't for him, he might still not know just how powerful the three clans were in the court. Good. Li Er waved his hand. I know all of you are loyal and want to follow me. But if we take so many ministers away from court, no one will be left to handle state affairs. Better for me to pick a few of you to come along. He had the list of ministers compiled and personally selected a dozen of them. These dozen officials held ranks from 3rd to 5th grade. Li Er had picked out the highest-ranking ones from the three clans. As for the rest, Li Er didn't even consider them. If he wanted to deal with them, capturing these few would be enough, the rest were just minor players. And the officials from the three clans were actually satisfied with this outcome. As long as these powerful ones went, they believed they could fix everything. They were still hoping to use their influence in the court and regions to pressure the court into compromise. Everyone prepare quickly. We'll depart with me. If we're late and miss the trial, that would be disappointing. Yes, Your Majesty. They didn't need further instruction. Many had already made all arrangements at home and were ready to depart as soon as Li Er gave the word. At the prefectural office, Qingxiu had just settled in for a few days. The scouts he sent had already gathered intelligence and evidence from both sides of the river and brought it to him. Although it wasn't complete, Qingxiu believed it was more than enough, even to execute the entire clans. Though Wang Chongyang kept urging Qingxiu to begin the trial quickly, Qingxiu was never in a hurry and even said there was no point in judging without those court officials present. Wang Chongyang was anxious but powerless. He had neither the authority nor the ability to conduct a trial. He could only wait alongside Qingxiu day by day. He felt Qingxiu was wasting a perfect opportunity. By the time the clever descendants of the three clans arrived at the prefecture, it would be too late for regrets. As if to confirm his fears, that evening, after wrapping up his work and preparing to return home, a messenger arrived in the night. He brought an imperial decree directly from the emperor, officially informing them to prepare accommodations immediately, for the emperor himself and over a dozen officials were arriving. Qingxiu received the decree with a calm expression. He had been waiting for this day. Wang Chongyang, on the other hand, was full of anxiety. If His Majesty is really coming, the trial will be even harder. Li Er would certainly have more concerns than Qingxiu. He'd never allow executions to be ordered so easily during the trial. Especially since he brought so many court officials, who knew if they were there to support or sabotage. I'm the one being targeted and I'm not afraid. Why are you so worried? Qingxiu truly looked down on this inspector. The man thought too much but had a tiny heart, always fearing this and that. He'd been inspector here for years and achieved nothing. Sigh. This is beyond me now. I'll prepare to welcome His Majesty and the officials tomorrow. Wang Chongyang bowed to Qingxiu and left. Wait. Qingxiu had already prepared. He pulled out a booklet from his robe and handed it to Wang Chongyang. Hospitality arrangements for His Majesty, just follow what's written here. Don't go overboard. Understood. Wang Chongyang didn't expect Qingxiu to be so well prepared. He thanked him repeatedly and only opened the booklet after leaving the office. But after one glance, his jaw nearly hit the ground. Such low-standard arrangements, for hosting the emperor? At first, he thought Qingxiu had handed him the wrong book, but when he tried to go back and ask, he was told the Lord had already gone to rest. Don't worry, it's correct. Lord Qing never messes up anything. If he says so, just do it. The guards persuaded him, and Wang Chongyang was left holding the booklet, speechless. A few days later, Li Er arrived at Hunan Road with his officials and escort. Along the way, local officials practically replaced their ancestral tablets at home with offerings to Li Er. The feasts and welcome ceremonies were as grand as possible. But when they arrived in Xinjiang, the local scene shocked both Li Er and the officials.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.